Morning from the Utilita Bowl, where we are 5 minutes away from getting underway this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Surrey. It is 6th versus 1st in Division 1. I can tell you that Surrey have won the toss and they are going to bat first, and there are changes on both sides from the games they played previously. We'll come to that in a moment. Let me introduce you to your commentary team for today. A little later, you'll hear from England and Hampshire Disability team member, a prominent team member, he tells me, Anthony Clapham. Also, we've got the analyst back, Simon Hughes. He'll be with us a little later. But you'll have to put up with a couple. First up is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio London, Dan Whiting. Dan, good morning.
Morning, Kevin. Great to be down here on the Southern Riviera, and no, it's fantastic. And these two only met 4 weeks ago, so once more unto the breach, dear friends. So it should be an absolute cracker. I'm really looking forward to it.
Surrey coming to this game off the back of 4 consecutive victories, including Hampshire, as Dan mentioned. Hampshire come off the back of their first win of the season at Nottinghamshire last week. So those team changes, there is one in the Surrey side from the team that beat Worcestershire, and Dan is going to go through the team.
Yeah, Burns, Sibley, top of the order as usual. Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Dan Lawrence. Cameron Steele is going to come in for Kemar Roach. Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, Gus Atkinson and Sean Abbott.
And there are 3 changes in the Hampshire side from the side that won at Trent Bridge last week. An obvious one, there's no Tom Prest because he fractured his shoulder. He's going to be out for around 6 weeks. A new injury on the Hampshire squad list is Ali Orr, who had a back spasm yesterday, so he isn't playing. And also Mohamed Abbas will not be taking to the field in this game because he's being rested. So Hampshire and they'll line up like this. Toby Albert playing his first game of the season. He will open the batting with Fletcher Middleton. The list actually is probably slightly different than one I've got, so let me go through the official team sheet. It'd be Toby Albert, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins is back after having a week or 2 of paternity leave, his new daughter being born during the last game here against Durham. James Vince, Felix Organ is down at number 5, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown the keeper, James Fuller, Keith Barker, Michael Nisa, the Australian bowling all-rounder, is making his debut for Hampshire. He's in for Mohamed Abbas. He's here for the T20s, but he was available for any championship games should Hampshire want him. They certainly want him for this game. And Kyle Abbott makes up number 11.
It's got a bit of an ecclesiastical feel, isn't it? We've got 2 Abbotts and a Pope in this game.
Well,
so, yeah.
It is that fixture. We've got that fixture that it does throw up that feel. Whether it would be played in the same spirit, Dan, I don't know.
Well, yeah. Will there be Christian values? I don't know. It's the M3 derby, isn't it? So Keith Barker's going to take us away from the pavilion end. Umpires today are David Mills and James Middlebrook, with the match referee being Alex Swan. So Barker is going to go. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns, Surrey skipper, leading from the front. That familiar partnership with Dominic Sibley.
Interesting move, coming around the wicket to a left-hander.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how often he does that. We used to see him come around the wicket to a left-hander. Less so.
So he's looking to go away with the angle and possibly move it back into Burns, and the odd one just goes straight on to the cordon.
Yep.
So we've got Vince, Dawson and Albert at 1, 2, 3 slips. Here's Barker, first ball of the day. And that's just onto the pads of Rory Burns, who tucks that away straight away, and Surrey open their account with 4 runs. Can't bowl around leg stumps at either of these batters.
That's his area, isn't it? Certainly.
That's his area. That's Sibley's area as well. Both Sibley round middle and leg. He'll just work you all day long. There, Barker's going to go back over the wicket now. That's a better angle. So we've got 3 slips. We've got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. Here's Barker in. Burns defends, pushes it back down the wicket. And James Fuller at mid-off in a floppy hat does the fielding. A few have made their way down the M3, down from Surrey. The Peter and May boys are over to our right there on the western side of the ground. Just under the scoreboard. Barker. Burns defends, gets up on his toes, pushes it out to the covers. Barker's a little bit more slimline, we think.
We know.
We know, yes. I wish I was.
Well, I'm sure he could put together a training package for you.
I
if
think
you
so.
asked him nicely.
Yeah, I think so.
Buy
I
him a
think I
drink.
need one.
Buy
I
him a
think
drink.
Yeah, I think I need one, Kev. Here he comes. Smooth approach into the crease. Bowls. Burns lets that go. A little bit of shape away there through to Ben Brown.
That's what we like to see from the Hampshire point of view. Barker playing his second game of the season, having come into the side last week against Nottinghamshire after having a leg injury in pre-season.
And this is Nisa's first game as well.
Nisa's first game
Yeah.
for Hampshire. Previously with Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Well, he's a test bowler. Yeah. Barker in. Burns forward defensive. Yeah, Nisa, 34, born in South Africa. He's played in the IPL for Kings 11 Punjab as well, and he made his test debut against England back in December 22 when I think Pat Cummins was ruled out with COVID. And Nisa came in as a last-minute replacement, and I think he was also named in a squad, but I think Scott Boland got the nod. Barker over the wicket, Burns defends, and that's the end of the first over. Surrey 4 without loss, Burns with all the runs. Doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in the pitch from that first over.
Well, it's interesting you say that because it is a used pitch, and I think the feeling is that this will turn a bit. So I think again the feeling was that the last game here against Durham, that was a used pitch, probably didn't turn as much as Hampshire thought it might. I think they're hoping that this one eventually will just turn a little bit more.
I think that's coming to Rory Burns' mind as well, winning the toss and batting. So, you know, bowling last on this, 4th innings, brings Cameron Steele into play with his leg spin as well. So
yeah, definitely.
I think that's come into the Surrey thinking.
Yeah, definitely an extra spinner. And Felix Organ keeping his place, of course, for Hampshire, and Liam Dawson. So he gets a warm round of applause from this crowd, does Michael Nisa. First time bowling, I say in Hampshire colours, everybody's in white. Here he is, right arm over, and he's first of all been worked through mid-wicket by Dominic Sibley. Nice looking shot, that one. Keith Barker's running after that, will pick it up just inside the rope, only just. Relays it back to Felix Organ, and Sibley is off the mark with a couple.
I've forgotten how brilliantly white your shirts are here at Hampshire compared to sort of, you know, the Surrey more sort of a cream colour.
The soap powder down here is a higher quality.
Have you had Danny Baker knocking on the door doing his challenge?
Can you get it whiter than this? Here's Nisa then, right arm over, it's full, Sibley pushes forward and that goes out to Kyle Abbott. So just to repeat, 3 changes in the Hampshire side for this game. There is no Tom Prest, pretty obvious that because he fractured his shoulder last week, out for 6 weeks. But no Ali Orr, he suffered a back spasm, I'm told, yesterday. His place has been taken by Toby Albert, and this man bowling now, Michael Nisa, into the side. Nick Gubbins is back and Toby Albert will be opening. Mo Abbas has been rested. Here's Nisa, bowls, length ball, raps simply on the pad, quite high.
Bit of movement there off the pitch. Nip back. Hits Sibley in the thigh pad.
If you're watching on the live picture feed, here comes the replay from Nisa. Not quite high. Optimistic shout for LBW. So you can pick us up on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website. That's also going back to the Surrey Cricket website. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. As Nisa comes in again, shaping away, good carry through to Ben Brown. And we're also around the ground with the earpieces with a lovely pink ribbon, so you can't be missed. Everybody will know sitting near you that you are listening to our commentary. Surrey winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Not a surprise on a used pitch.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see how this plays on day 3 and 4.
Yeah, the pitches here, and I've said this many times, people will get fed up with me saying this, as Nisa comes in again and bowls. Forward is simply good length, good line. Simply pushes out to mid-wicket. That even if this wicket does turn a little bit more, and that's what Hampshire are hoping, that it will never get really bad. You'll never notice it get deteriorate.
Yeah,
it's not like that. Something's flying above us, not quite sure what. There is some cloud around. Some grey clouds. They're quite high, so not particularly threatening, but certainly plenty of grey stuff up above us. The odd blue bit as well. This simply pushes that up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. We've had 2 overs this morning, and Surrey, having won the toss, are 6 without loss.
Yeah, I mean the sun's out, but it's a watery sunshine, isn't it? It really is. It's a few clouds filling in. When I left the Costa del Hertfordshire this morning, it was bright blue skies, Kevin.
That's obviously changed since I used to be up that way.
Yeah, Keith Barker. He was leading wicket taker in Division 1 a couple of years ago, wasn't he? In I think back in 2022. Well, he was at one point, I think. I think he was up there.
Well, he finished with 52 wickets, and this is just Hampshire. Abbott finished with 58.
Oh, okay. Here he is, coming in from the pavilion end. Burns drives out to Fuller at mid-off. I think he was by the end of July, I think. So I was looking at my old notes from the Gloucestershire versus Hampshire game at Cheltenham College back in 2022, where Abbott got a hat-trick.
He did.
Yeah. But Barker, ex-professional footballer. Here he comes. Over the wicket to Burns, bowls. Burns leaves that one alone, goes into the gloves of Ben Brown. Yeah, Barker had a football career at Blackburn, Rochdale, Northwich, Victoria. And played for Enfield in the Lancashire League. Not Enfield in North London, which we know quite well. Signed for Warwickshire in 2008. And he came into a game against Durham in 2011. Here he comes. Just driven out again to Fuller. Came in as a sub for Will Porterfield. Godson of Clive Lloyd. And as the middle name of Hubert. Keith Hubert Douglas Barker. Played against Clive Lloyd, Kevin? No?
I did.
Yeah.
Once, I think.
Here's his godson, over the wicket. Burns defends, back down the pitch. Did he, he was probably getting to the end of his career, wasn't he?
Yeah. I just remember being on the pitch. If I'm honest, it was so long ago, I can't remember doing much. Whether I actually bowled at him or whatever, I probably didn't. I can't remember, but I know I was on the pitch when he was on it,
Yeah.
I think it was a one-day game, something like a Sunday League game or something.
Barker over the wicket. Burns leaves that one alone. No run. Probably captain of, well, it's a matter of conjecture, isn't it? Is the early 2000 Australian side better than the West Indian side of the 1980s, possibly because they had a spinner there with Shane Warne, once of this parish as well, with a stand named after him over there to the right. And I think that probably gives them the edge over that West Indian side, but there's not a lot in it. Here's Barker. That's again gone to Brown on the bounce, showing the lack of carry perhaps in this wicket. That's a maiden over, 6 without loss after 3.
Yes, I think we're going to find that this wicket hasn't got a lot of pace in it. It's I don't think anybody's expecting, not out there in the middle anyway, this wicket to have too much pace. It's going to be all about a little bit of turn at some point.
It's the complete opposite, isn't it? It's the antithesis of what we saw at the Oval 4 weeks ago, where there was plenty of carry, there was lots of catches to the cordon. Ollie Pope equalled the Surrey record, and he equalled Tony Locke's record with the amount of catches in that game, with I think 8 he got in the game.
A lot.
And we saw the catches actually carrying, and I can't remember, did Smith or Folk? I think the Folks kept in that game, but he was taking a lot round his face.
Here's Nisa then, with the sunshine out. Forward is Sibley. He's going to take a quick single as it goes to Kyle Abbott's left at mid-off. Throws at the bowler's end and misses. And Surrey move on to 7 without loss.
There've been good wickets at the Oval, good cricket wickets this year. They're generally good batting wickets. There's generally a lot of runs, and the outfield's very quick, especially square of the wicket across the practice wickets there. But there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. They're leaving a little bit more grass on, I think.
Yep.
And there's a little bit more pace and carry, and Dan Worrell loves it.
I can imagine. I mean, I was looking at your game against Worcestershire where you won by, what, 280, 281 runs. That seemed to me to be a similar type wicket that Hampshire played on. Would that be true?
Yeah, very much so, and Warwickshire as well. Warwickshire was exactly the same.
Yeah. Surrey making 213 all out in their first innings, which is, for them, below par, which would suggest it was doing a little bit. Here's Nisa to Burns, down the leg side as he flicked it. Bounds claiming it. Good diving stop, not out, says the umpire. There's a little bit of shape here for Nisa.
Yeah, it's a good take there by Ben Brown. Really good take, diving away one-handed. Down the leg side.
Nisa's just a little bit quicker than what Hampshire have been used to recently. You know, Abbott and Abbas, very, very good bowlers. Abbott a little bit quicker than Mo Abbas. Nisa just runs in that little quicker, hits the deck a little bit more, comes in again. And bowls. Burns gets an edge, always gone through the vacant gully area. Got a leading edge there, he was trying to push that through mid-wicket. That ball probably just held its line a fraction. And luckily for Burns, it's gone in an area where there isn't a fielder.
Yeah, moral victory there to Nisa. Burns looking to work that through the leg side. Squares him up and gets an edge down to 3rd. Unfortunately for the Australian, it goes down as 4 runs in the book, but that will give a little boost to the Hampshire bowlers.
Averaging 24 a wicket, Michael Nisa in first-class cricket. Comes in again and bowls. It's outside off stump, and that's driven by Burns through extra cover. I think Felix Organ has slipped there. Oh, it's not. It's Nick Gubbins has slipped in the outfield in the covers. And it goes over the rope, and it's over pitch there from Nisa. And Surrey move on to 15 without loss.
Yeah, I wonder what was going on there, because Gubbins dived for that a long way away from the ball, so he must have just slipped and gone over.
There's been a bit of rain around here, which is probably unique. So we're mostly placed around the country. It's very green out there. Sunshine out, that's the main thing, although there is a lot of grey clouds around as well. As Nisa's round the wicket to Burns, who's forward. Plays that quietly back to the bowler.
But if Nisa is averaging 24, especially having bowled at Cardiff for a lot, I mean, that's good going, because Cardiff can be a tough old place, can't it? It can be a bit of a graveyard for bowlers at times.
He took 80 wickets at 23 apiece for Morgan.
Yeah, it's good going.
Slightly better than his career, that is, you know.
Yeah, it's good going.
You're right, that can be dead, can't it?
Yeah, and very short, straight as well.
It is, yeah. Nisa around the wicket again. Forward is Burns, plays that out into the covers. Nick Gubbins runs in to collect the ball. And that's the end of the 4th over of the morning. Surrey win the toss, electing to bat on this used wicket. They are 15 without loss, with Rory Burns on 12 and Dominic Sibley on 3.
Yep, Sibley's about to face his first delivery from Keith Barker. The PA system just going through the changes which we brought you. For those of you joining us a little bit late, Hampshire, Vince, Abbott, Brown, Fuller, Middleton, Organ, Barker, Dawson, Gubbins, Nisa and Albert. Surrey, Burns, Sibley, Pope, Smith, Folkes, Lawrence, Steele, Clark, Worrell, Atkinson and Sean Abbott. Here's Barker. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Dominic Sibley, who plonks himself onto the front foot and just defends that one out to Nick Gubbins out at cover.
I've got an email here from John Paul Story, Melissa Story's dad, who listens from time to time. Thank you very much. solentcricket@gmail.com is the way to get in touch on the emails, or at Solent Sport on the Twitter feed. I don't know if you've got one, Dan. You can give that out after this delivery.
Barker in, who just works that one back with a square. Yeah, I'm at the middle stump.
There you go. Now John Paul has given me an updated list of all opening partnerships for Hampshire over the past 3 seasons. It's an interesting one. I actually, funny enough, did my own calculation yesterday because we are going to be halfway through the championship season, aren't we, after this game? 7 games.
Yeah, we are. Here's Barker coming around again. Ooh, well, that's a good lead by Sibley. That one just tails back and Brown actually takes that one outside leg stump. It just went the other way. I think Sibley was expecting it to move away and it just tailed back in.
Hampshire's opening partnerships this year, they've averaged 15 for the first wicket, and actually that's down on the previous 3 seasons.
Well, it's a very young opening partnership as well with Middleton and Albert, if Albert opens. Barker. And that's, edge just flies past Liam Dawson there at second slip. Sibley's going to get 4 runs, but that was perilously close there for Dominic Sibley. Ooh, that's not far away at all. Surrey moving on to 19 without loss, but the last 2 boundaries have been full shots.
A little bit in it with a new ball.
So at the end of this round, we're halfway through. Yeah?
7 games.
If Surrey win this game and Essex lose, I'll come on to it after this ball. Sibley just defends that one. What do they go ahead? They go something like, well, it depends on bonus points, but probably about 50 ahead, don't they?
Well, the table, such as it is now, well, you're obviously top. Surrey Somerset a second. You've got a 18-point lead.
So 18-point lead. Okay, all right. So I was going to say, if they win this, and Somerset or Essex lose it, that's just left alone. Goes through to Brown. That completes the over. 19 without loss at the end of the 5th over. If they lose it, if they say 40 points ahead with only 7 games left in the season, that's a hell of a lot to make up, especially with the bonus points now for a draw being 8.
Yeah.
So generally you should pick up 13, 14 a game. And even if you win with maximum points, it's only 24. You're relying on Surrey to lose probably 3 games then.
Hardly looks like that's going to happen, does it? Dan Whiting is going to stay on, and then Anthony Clapham will come in next to him.
Yeah, so a few alarms here for Surrey. There's a few false shots, but Sibley and Burns are still there as Nisa comes in from the northern end of the ground. Anthony Clapham, good morning. How are we?
Good morning, Dan. It's good to be on this side of the fence with you as opposed to the other.
For those listening in, I commentate on the ECB Disability Premier League, of which Anthony is one of the the main men in that. So, well, so he tells Kevin anyway. So.
Yeah, you're only saying that because you're standing next to me now.
But no, it's lovely to be on this side, behind the mic with you.
Absolutely. So yeah, no, it's Nisa's. I'm going to take over this end. So Nisa from the hotel end into Roy Burns, and that's good length. It's good to see plays a miss from Burns. Good carry. We had a look at the wicket earlier, myself and Kev, and looked a bit green. It is a used wicket, and you can see already that Keith Barker's holding his left arm over from the pavilion, and is definitely making some area. You can see some marks on in the wicket, so it's definitely going to spin later on. So important toss, I think, for Surrey to win.
Yeah, you can see foot marks in there already, and I'm sure Liam Dawson's got his beady eyes on that, as has Cameron Steele, no doubt. So I'm sure they're eyeing those up already.
There's going to be a slight field and changes. Mid-wicket comes into gully, where we saw a ball go through just in the last over. But no, it's exciting to have Michael Nisa at Hampshire, and had a really good spell at Glamorgan. Offers a lot with the ball as he comes in again around the wicket to Burns, nips it away and just left alone by Rory Burns. But one thing I will say, in obviously Abbas has been, let's say, rested. I'm not sure if that is the case. You know, he played last week. The week before that, he was unwell actually against Durham here. So Michael Nisa offers a lot with the bat. His highest score is 170, I think, not out in first class. He's got 500s in fact, so averaging 27. So he comes in again, once again a bit fuller this time. Again, swings away, left alone by Burns. So yeah, I think maybe having the extra batter and having him batting at 10, and James Fuller, who was the star of the show last week with his 70-odd not out to see Hampshire over the line at 9, certainly lengthens the batting lineup.
Certainly does, and you know, the same with Surrey. I mean, they're probably looking at Dan Worrell at 11.
Yeah.
You know, with Kimar Roach sitting this one out. So, you know, both sides have got the tails of a Manx cat.
Nisa in again, bowls, this time defended by Burns, but a good start from both sides, I'd say. There's been a few player misses, but Surrey have put away the slightly full balls. It looks like they've brought the boundaries in quite considerable today. Obviously we are using a wicket that is closer to, I'm going to say, I think it's the David Lloyd Jim over to the, was that the east side of where we are from the hotel end? From the east side, from the pavilion end, sorry. It's early in the morning as Nisa comes in to complete the over, and it's left alone. But it's a bit of a swing and a bit of nip here from Nisa. Good start.
Yeah. So Anthony, talk to us about the Disability Premier League. It's I mean, it's going from strength to strength. It's something that I've worked on since the beginning. It's an ECB competition. It's the brainchild of a guy called Richard Hill, MBE, to try and raise the standards.
Yeah.
And it's a franchise competition, isn't it? So there's 4 sides in it.
Yep.
So who are the 4 sides?
So you have my team, skipper of the Pirates. You have we play in red. You have the blue team who are Tridents, Black Cats, and the Hawks. So Pirates have been in the final the last 2 years. Unfortunately, have lost both games to Trident's first year, and unfortunately last year were Hawks. So. Yeah,
it's a wonderful competition.
Yeah.
If you get a chance to have a look at it, do so, because it's a really good standard. Barker coming in around the wicket, and that's just tickled down the leg side there by Sibley. I think he's going to get 4 runs despite the slow outfield, and it does. It just dribbles over the boundary rope down below us here at the northern end of the ground. I think straying onto the pads there.
Yeah, that's a bit looser, isn't it, by Barker. I think what the good thing is about what Richard Hill's done at the ECB is he's brought all in pair groups together. So having physical disability, deaf and learning all at one, you're having the best of the best essentially.
Yeah,
so
you are.
It's a good standard, good fun.
I think it's a wonderful competition. Here's Barker around the wicket, driven pleasantly there by Sibley, and that beats the fielder. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Sibley's a lot more fluent, I think, this season. We saw he's got more shots through the offside. And he spoke to me down at Kent a few weeks ago, and he said for years he's batted with the fear of failure, which I thought was a golden interview what he gave me actually. And he said it wasn't a very nice place to be, and he's got a lot more freedom this year, and we've seen that in his shots. He's a lot more fluent through the offside, and that was a Very pleasant cover drive there.
It was a lovely shot.
Barker coming in. Oh, that's a good leave by Sibley. Just tails back in again. That's the second time he's done that this morning. So the Disability Premier League, I mean, in previous years, there's been a northern competition, a Midlands, and then a southern one, hasn't there? With the final at a first-class ground. So you've been to Bristol, you've been to Derby, and this year it's at
Cardiff. So we've generally been double-headed with the England ladies. This year at Cardiff, we're going to be double-headed with England men's versus Australia T20. So
marvellous,
massive carrot.
Marvellous. Sibley defends, gets on the front foot, goes out to point.
Just on Sibley, actually, I've noticed just something, just one on that clip there. In the past, when you've seen him with England, his bat's been quite almost straight behind him.
Yeah.
Whereas this time it looks more of an angle, almost
It's
aiming or
second slip.
Second slip, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that he's definitely good enough to play. You know, he's scored runs for England, and I don't know, maybe if he's trying to be a bit more positive this year, the way that England are playing, you know, I think he's going to have to score big runs at a good rate if he wants to get back in.
Barker again, left alone by Dominic Sibley. I mean, you know, he's up there as a county player, as you know, one of the very best.
Yep.
Whether he fits in with England plans now, you know, whether he plays in the style that England want, I don't know. But you know, England's loss is Surrey's gain.
Absolutely. There's a lot of international players and the skill set on display today.
Yep. That one just tails away, goes through to Ben Brown. That completes the 7th over of the day. Surrey 27 without loss. Rory Burns is on 12. Dominic Sibley's on 11. Rory Burns is another one as well, who's you know had his go there. And Dan Lawrence coming in at number 6
he's looked
as
really
well.
good, isn't he? Even taking some wickets as well this year. So
yeah, he's bowling a little bit more. Part of the reason, I mean, he said to me a few weeks ago, part of the reason why he moved from Essex was that he did want to bowl more overs and he wasn't getting them because Simon Harmer was basically bowling sides out. So, yeah, Dan Lawrence will probably have a little twirl later on in the game, especially if it starts to turn. So... And the Disability Premier League this year takes place in end of August and early September.
That's right, yeah, last weekend of August and first two weekends in September, yeah. As Nisa comes in once again around the wickets. Oh, that's a bit of a tighter leave. The previous ball in the last over has been nipping away from the left-handed Rory Burns. This one just came in on the angle there. So it's quite good bowling, testing Burns out here. So
to qualify for Cardiff, you've got to finish in the top 2 of the league, haven't you? And the the group games are one at Loughborough University and 2 at Oundle School, I believe.
Yeah,
which is a lovely venue, isn't it?
I haven't played there, but it looks like I've done some badgering, looked on Google, and but yeah, you can play everybody twice, so it's a pretty fair way of doing it. And yeah, top 2 sides go to the final. Nisa comes in again, shorter this time, and cut away by Burns, and that is 4 runs. It's a great shot from Rory Burns there, waited for the short and wide one and puts it away, and Surrey move on to 31 now without loss, just the 7.2 overs bowled this morning. Yeah, it's for us, the finals on TV, you know, essentially we're not professionals at all, so to get a chance to play on TV, and obviously with you guys, all games are streamed on YouTube as well through the ECB channels, it's just great exposure. As Nisa comes in, so what the reply is, a bit fuller this time, and that's gone through mid-wicket for 4. That really should have been stopped. Just trying to look who that is. That is 4 more to Surrey. Bit fuller from Nisa, and Burns just flicked it off his legs.
Yeah, he timed it well.
Mid-wicket.
He timed it well, but should have been stopped really.
Yeah, it was Felix Organ there. Yeah, it's sort of bobbled right in front of him and went through for 4, unfortunately. So Nisa's going to change the angle of the attack. He's going to go over the wicket now to Burns, maybe try and push it across him. Just a couple of boundaries to start the over. Nisa comes now past the umpire, into the crease, bit straighter this time, and drops it down to Abbott at mid-on.
Some games around the country. We'll fill you in on those over the day, or over the 4 days, I'm sure. Somerset have lost an early wicket in the game at Chester Street against Durham. Essex playing Kent at Canterbury in the Dartford Bridge Derby.
Nisa Fuller this time. Trying to hit the top of off stump here is Fuller. Better line and lengths here, and drops it back into Keith Barker. Keith Barker does look in good shape, actually, doesn't he? I heard you talking to Kev earlier, and sort of looked up and watched him walk from the hotel and down to get his drink down here. He looks in really good shape.
Yeah, Essex are 14 without loss down at Canterbury. There's no play at Lancashire. No play before lunch.
Doesn't look like Callum Flynn who's doing that. It's at around 2 o'clock, he thinks. So Fuller this time found the inside edge this time, a bit wider outside off. Burns doesn't really know whether to drive it through the vacant cover area. Just swings back into the left-hander and sort of inside edges it into square leg for no run. So that completes an exciting over. 8 runs off it for the first 2 balls. Nisa changed the angle of attack over the wicket, and created a false shot. 35 without loss.
Yeah, no play at Worcester either. There's an inspection there at 1 o'clock.
Is that the first game at Worcester?
Yep, it is. Yeah, first game back at New Road, and after what the club have been through this year, I'm absolutely delighted for them. You know, terrible start with the floods, and then got even worse with the sad passing of Josh Baker. So,
absolutely, well said.
Credit to all those at Worcester. The community have really worked hard to do the clean-up operation, clean the seats, everything. Really, really good work. Here's Barker around the wicket. Sibley leaves that one alone. Derbyshire against Gloucestershire at Bristol. They're 32 without loss. Up at Leicestershire, up at the Upton Steel, or Grace Road as it was in my day, Glamorgan are 20 without loss. And at Lords there's an absolute cracker, which I'm really going to be intrigued by. Sussex, top of the table, go to Middlesex, who are flying high. And Sussex are 44 without loss after 7. Barker in, Sibley defends. And finally, good old Yorkshire against Northants at Wantage Road, where they are 13 without loss, having been stuck in by the hosts. Meanwhile here, good start for Surrey.
Yeah, it looks like there's a few runs around the ground so far, a bit quicker scoring this week.
Barker. Oh, that beats Sibley outside off stump, angling in and just nibbling away.
That was a bit too good, that one, wasn't it? That was brilliant, angling in, nipping away.
I think you'd have nicked it, Anthony.
Yeah, I would have.
You'd have got a bat on that. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, that's very good. He's looked very good since getting into the side. I was saying to Kev on the outfield earlier that some of his, what he batted last week, some of his flicks off his leg side for 6, where
Barker.
He can properly bat, Barker,
yeah. Here he comes. Sibley leaves that one away. Yeah, he's a genuine all-rounder, isn't he? Is it a heel injury that he missed the start of the season with?
I'm looking at Kev there. I'm not sure, actually. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I know he struggled a bit earlier on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like it's obviously an early call, but it looks like it's a bit more in the wicket, a bit more pace and bounce than we thought it might have. So, yeah, so far, the ball is doing a bit more than the last game.
A little bit of cloud cover as well. Here's Barker. Ooh, that's a good leave again by Sibley. Brown again taking that possibly outside leg stump. Let's have a look where Brown takes this. Yeah, he does take it outside leg stump.
So this is the 3rd game I've done. So I did Warwickshire, Durham, basically the last 3 games, and they're all with the Duke's ball.
Yeah.
And this is the most I've seen the ball move since being down here. So
you didn't have to sit through the joys of the Kookaburra there. Barker, Sibley leaves that one alone. That completes the over. 35 without loss. Burns is on 20, Sibley on 11, and that's a maiden from Keith Barker, who's 0 for 12 off 5 overs with a couple of maidens.
Actually, the Warwickshire game, when they came down, I was actually driving down the M3, listening to you on my in my car, just doing the county championship roundup, and I was thinking, coming to the ground, Kookaburra ball's gone, Duke's ball's now going to be in, and then Alex Davies won the toss and batted. which was interesting because it was similar conditions today. And yeah, they didn't do anything. They changed the ball 4 or 5 times. They changed the ball last week, a couple of weeks ago, sorry, when Durham were here a few times. So yeah, so the ball looks like it's doing a bit more today, but Surrey have had a really, really good start. So looks like there's a bit in it for both teams, and there's going to be a first bowling change, and here we go. We are half an hour into day 1, ladies and gents, and we will be seeing Liam Dawson introduced. So that maybe give you a little hint of of how they prepared the pitch this week. It is a use wicket. Hampshire will be backing themselves to spin the ball maybe a little bit better than Surrey will be.
A Bunsen, as it's known in the trade.
We'll have a look, shall we? Maybe just a quick. James Lynch is thinking, well, look, got left hand, right hand. There's a bit of rough out there already from Keith Barker coming around the wicket. Let's have a look to see if it turns. If it doesn't turn, you can get Abbott back on. So we'll have a look. It's Liam Dawson from the hotel end is going to be bowling to Rory Burns when there's a first slip and a short leg, catch a mid wicket. Comes in over the wicket, defended onto the leg side.
Abbott there loosening up. Do you think he's, trying to sort of get into his skipper's eye to sort of say, here I am, Skip?
Yeah, I think maybe
I'm loose.
Yeah, I think he'll be coming on from the top end. I expect to take over from Barker as he comes in again. Dawson into Burns, who uses his feet, just misses a short mid wicket, goes out to a almost floating, slightly deeper mid on for 1 run, and that brings Sibley on, which I don't think Dawson would be too unhappy with. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Dom Sibley, and he'll be obviously turning the ball away from the right-hander. So as modes of dismissals for Dawson, this will be a higher chance, higher percentage.
Dawson just floating those 2 up a little bit, bowling a little bit slower than I've seen him in the past.
Yep. Going to see if it's going to turn. Going to give it the best opportunity to turn as he comes in now around the wicket to oh, that's close. It's hit him on the full.
Ooh, the umpire's arm moved as well.
Maybe going down. But yeah, hit him on the full there. And big shout from Hampshire. But yeah,
going down. But his arm moved. I thought, his hand was on the holster.
Yeah, he was ready. Dawson comes in again. Again, floated. Caught and bowled. And the early breakthrough for Hampshire. Liam Dawson inside the first 40 minutes of day 1. And he has found the outside edge of Dom Sibley, looking to clip it into the leg side, and he has taken the return catch. Well, it's worked.
Yeah, it has worked, and I wonder if Sibley was done a little bit in the flight there, possibly. It's good bowling.
You called it 2 balls out.
Good bowling from Dawson, and Sibley looking to work that one leg side. I think the ball's just gripped, and not quite a leading edge, but it's turned a little bit, and Sibley not getting it into the area where he wanted to through sort of the mid-wicket region, which he favours, and giving Liam Dawson a simple caught and bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled. He's very experienced. Bowled 60 overs in the first innings last game, and he wasn't best pleased about that, having spoken to him before the game. But Dawson is once again, he's so consistent. I was so surprised that he wasn't included in the England Test squad over in India. But I think maybe for him, he took the decision out of the ECB's hand. Maybe I think he knows where he stands now for England, and he's happy playing the sort of the franchise stuff as well. And I think maybe if you're a family man, taking your family to South Africa, it's maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you were the only one surprised though, Anthony. Yeah. I don't think you were the only one surprised.
But no, Dan, you called it. Liam Dawson last game usually does bowl a little bit quicker actually. So he's floated the ball up a little bit, and as an opening batter, you don't usually expect, especially in county championship cricket, don't expect to face spin this early. So.
Not 11:35 in the first morning.
And I'd like to know how many times Ollie Pope has come in and faced spin in the first morning of a county championship game, or in fact a test match. So Ollie Pope is the new batsman, obviously England's number 3. He will have a silly point, a slip, a catch and cover, and Liam Dawson has 2 balls to bowl at Pope. Pope's usually pretty proactive against spin, uses his feet. So we'll have a look as Dawson bowls it down the leg side, maybe asking for the ball to spin a bit too much, and Pope clips it off his legs for 2 runs, and that's well fielded down 5 leg.
I like that move though from James Vince. The silly point is very silly. He's very close in, isn't he? And getting into Pope's eye line early on, Pope likes to go sometimes
like to
quite
lunge,
hard
doesn't he?
hands, and that's a really good move from Vince.
Dawson in again to complete the over. This has turned, so angling into middle leg and just dropped it down into that silly point region. And there's going to be a double change here. Kev James and Simon Hughes. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, wicket there. So 36, Dominic Sibley out for 11, and Kevin James and Simon Hughes are going to come on to the microphone.
Thank you very much, guys. Simon's just deposited something on my tabletop which I have absolutely no idea what it is. It looks like a piece of wiring that's been cut. I hope it's not your cameras. I can see the picture feed, it's still working, so it isn't that. Whatever that is. Where'd you find that?
It's just on the floor, I trod on it.
Oh, right, okay. Rather worryingly, before we get into our chat and what have you, with Ollie Pope at the crease, and I was just talking about this to Simon just before we came on air, is that Ollie Pope averages 114 against Hampshire, which is, from a Hampshire point of view, slightly alarming. From Ollie Pope, he probably wakes up thinking there's runs here in this game as that's pushed away on the onside. Have to hurry. Throw comes in from...
he was nearly run out without facing there.
Which would be pretty good in itself. So yes.
Imagine run out without facing on a day like this where... I've got a funny story to tell you about that actually in a bit. But run out without facing on a day at Hampshire, renowned for being a flat pitch. You've got all day potentially to bat. Oh my God,
nightmare. From a Hampshire point of view, if you are alarmed at that figure I've just read out, i.e. averages 114 against Hampshire, there are actually two other counties that he averages higher.
Ooh.
Leicestershire and Yorkshire, so
wow.
It's not completely the end of the world.
Good research.
Yes, thank you. Here comes Barker, round the wicket. Pope is forward, pushes out into the covers, and there's no runs. Great to have you back, yours.
No, good to be here. Good to be here. I love it. It's fantastic. Good crowd today as well, isn't it, for a Friday? And I'm just fascinated to see how this Surrey batting order lines up against Hampshire. Hampshire feels like a just slightly strengthened bowling attack for Hampshire, so and also I just think there's probably a bit more in this pitch, so it might be a good contest. Yeah,
it's a used pitch, and they are hoping that this turns a little bit more outside the off stump and left alone by Pope. They were hoping that it would turn a little bit more in the previous game against Durham, which it didn't, but they're hoping that this one may just produce a little bit more turn. And
there's a bit more grass on it, I think, as well. It's a little bit grassier than the early season pitches, so there's a bit more incentive for the seamers as well.
There is, but doesn't seem to be a great amount of pace, does there, out there, to be honest. Nisa has a little bit more pace. Got the ball through once or twice with the new ball. Here's Barker from the pavilion end, round a wicket again to Pope, again who's well forward. It goes out into the covers. But yeah, you're right, I think there is a bit more grass, and I looked at the pitch a little earlier, just before the start of play. It was used for the Charlotte Edwards Cup match.
Okay.
Southern Vipers and the Blaze. That's certainly one game that's been played on it.
Yeah.
So 39 for 1. Tom Sibley out for 11. Caught bold Liam Dawson. Slight leading edge, which someone who's pointed out before we came on it. Outside the off stump, just angled away from the right-hander.
So that in itself, the fact that it was just a hint of a leading edge there, suggests the ball held in the pitch at least and offered to turn. Funnily enough, the first day of the Durham game, was it, I think, where Callum Parkinson got a ball to turn sharply. And then it was a phantom, that, because it didn't really turn again for the rest of the game.
Fletcher Middleton, wasn't it, if I remember rightly, off the top of my head. Pope gets a straight one. He pushes out towards the extra cover. 39 for 1 then, Surrey, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Burns is 22, Pope is 2. 3 changes in the Hampshire side. We've seen Michael Nisa bowl. He's in for Mohamed Abbas, who's rested for this game. Tom Prest, who injured his shoulder, fractured his shoulder in the last game against Notts. He was always going to miss this game, but Ali Orr had a back spasm yesterday in practice, so he misses out. In comes Toby Albert for his first game of the season. He'll open the batting. Nick Gubbins is back after having a baby daughter, which happened during the Durham game, you'll remember, and Michael Nisa playing his first game. Yes, all yours.
So this is Liam Dawson to bowl from the Hilton Hotel end to Rory Burns. Down the wicket he goes, and that's a miss-stumping, or it is a stumping. No, it is a miss-stumping. It's gone between bat and pad, and the ball was fumbled by keeper Brown. We'll just look at the replay here. Burns comes down the wicket, completely lost his balance, and so did the keeper, lost sight of the ball, and Burns gets back. So a missed opportunity there for Hampshire.
Oh dear.
Wow. 2 wickets. That could have been 2 wickets for Dawson in about 3 deliveries. Dawson bowls again, and this time Burns is more cautiously forward. It's difficult to see exactly what happened there. It looked like the ball went down the leg side past the attempt of Burns to get down the wicket, and the keeper was a bit unsighted, to be fair to him, and he couldn't collect it cleanly. Burns defends this one. 39 for 1 is the score. Well, how did you see it?
I thought it might get a bit low as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't give Rory Burns too many chances, do you?
We might have another look at that. We might maybe have another look at that at the end of the over and see if we can pick up what happened there. Dawson bowls again, and this time Burns sweeps and doesn't make contact. The ball goes through to the keeper. So lots of early signs of aggression here from Rory Burns. There was a man back on the shot he was attempting there, a deep backward square, but he didn't make any contact. So this is a good over from Dawson. Asking questions. Burns not looking all that secure. He defends that one though and pushes it back up the pitch.
That's a massive opportunity missed though. I agree with you. I don't think the ball came through as Ben Brown would have expected, but when you see how far Burns has come down the wicket, that's a big opportunity missed.
I think he missed a stumping in the last home game actually as well. Dawson bowls again, and this time Burns is back and defending, and that's the end of a very good over. So Dawson has 1 for 2, is it? 1 for 3 off 2 overs. So he's asking questions already. Good move by Hampshire to bring him into the attack. It's 39 for 1.
I saw Liam Dawson actually before the start of play when I was standing by that wicket, and I said, do you know what? I said, 60 overs in the last game, last innings. He might be approaching that again this game as well.
We've got the rear end replay here of that attempted stumping, and it seemed to just ricochet off Brown's pad as he tried to collect the ball. Burns coming down the wicket. And I mean, he probably did have a bit of a sight of it actually, but as you say, it kept pretty low.
Maybe flick Burns' pad as well, which just deviated a fraction. I think what looked to be a straightforward stumping chance may not quite have been out there in the middle. I think you've got to maybe just say to Ben Brown, look, maybe there was a bit of a deflection, maybe it did keep a fraction low. It also looked as though it just moved off the straight. I don't think Rory Burns comes down the wicket and misses too many straight deliveries. Here's Kyle Abbott into the game. For the first time, he's bowling from the pavilion end outside of the off stump, and that's 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. So another example of the lack of pace in this pitch, Yoz.
Might have been a loosener, I suppose.
Or a loosener, could very well have been. Rory Burns, to tell you really why you don't really want to give him too many chances, is that he averages 51 this season, and he averages 40 career. It's good numbers. Yeah,
very good. And he's always been up there, hasn't he? He's been a very, very... That's why I got picked for England. And he deserved it because of his huge number of runs in county cricket.
That's right. Pope drives, doesn't time it as he goes extra cover. Well, the ball just bobbles a little bit on the ends of the practice wickets there. Yeah, Rory Burns played 32 tests, the last of those back in January 22.
But he only averaged under 30, I think, didn't he?
Exactly,
as with many.
Yeah.
Oh, just 30 was it? I mean, well, that's actually quite good compared to some who had their chances. He was a solid opener for England. I always felt he was technically flawed with his sort of extravagant movements.
He was a little bit, wasn't he? As Abbott bowls, Pope drives up to mid-on, Barker fields. He has that sort of bent knee, doesn't he, when the bowler runs in. Which
and there's a lot of movement. I think he's kind of cut that down a bit over time. But when he first came into the England side, he was moving about all over the place. And I know, you could say, well, Steve Smith does as well. Yeah. But I guess, he made it work. And I think just Burns, perhaps he tended to play across the straight ball as well. Famously, of course, in that first ball in the Ashes in Brisbane.
Abbott again, right arm over to Pope. He's pushing forward at that.
But I mean, his his record in county cricket is immense, and it's a virtue of, obviously, he's got fantastic temperament. He just loves batting, doesn't he, and can bat all day and doesn't get flustered. So whatever technical inadequacies he has, he makes up for with mental strength.
Yeah, well, a prime example of that was earlier in the season when Hampshire were at the Oval and he made 100. And it was a wicket that was vastly different to this. It bounced, there was a bit of pace. As Abbott comes into Pope, Pope pushes forward, thinks about a single, no, says Burns as it goes out to backward a point, Fuller fields, and it was a very patient 100 that he scored, and it actually set Surrey up for that game, because later on in the innings, when Hampshire got quite tired, Jordan Clark came in and smashed 100 off virtually a run-a-ball 100, but it was Burns that set that up.
Yeah. Pope's looking, as usual, a little bit impatient and a little bit sort of frenetic early in his innings. At the ball very hard, isn't he? Slips need to keep watching here.
Abbott bowls. Here's a thick outside edge. It's along the ground though, and there is a run as he goes to backward a point, and he'll keep the strike. Surrey are 40 for 1 then, and we've had 13 overs of the morning play. Ollie Pope even passed 100 first-class matches in the last game against Worcestershire.
Wow,
Yes, they were.
Impressive.
So, yeah.
I'm looking forward to Jamie Smith, actually, who'll probably come in next, number 4. Just haven't really seen him deliver, a big score before. So, and there's a lot of talk about the potential for him to be England's next keeper. Sort of investing in the future by England potentially. Anyway, it's Pope on strike now, and it's Dawson to bowl round the wicket. Bowls. He's got a silly point, but nobody on the mid-wicket area, and Pope picks up an easy single there as the man comes round to field at wide mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, just to flicks it back. So an easy single, good bit of cricket that by Pope, spotting the easy opportunity for a single there. I'll talk about that giving singles away in a minute, actually, because I thought, as we just watched Dawson bowl this one to Burns, who tries to turn it into the leg side but fielded it short leg. I thought in that last match, brilliant victory for Hampshire at Notts, but I thought they let, and I think you said this on commentary actually, I thought Notts let Hampshire get those runs, that 6th wicket partnership between Dawson bowls again, and Burns actually that time back to a pretty full delivery, but he defends it okay. I thought that partnership between Fuller and Middleton, they allowed them singles, they allowed them to get a momentum going, they didn't put too much pressure on them.
No.
That was, I think, was it Hasib Hamid was captain of Notts?
Yes.
As Dawson bowls again, down the wicket comes Rory Burns and hits a lovely shot straight down the ground for 4. A beautifully timed shot, didn't quite get to the pitch actually, but hit through the line, straight back past the bowler.
Glad Dawson didn't get a hand on that. Might have taken his fingers with it.
Cool, beautiful shot.
But you're right, it was a very important partnership, that last one.
I just thought they gave them too many easy singles.
On the leg side,
yeah,
Calvin Harrison and the
and they managed to get a bit of momentum in that partnership.
I agree.
And it wasn't an easy pitch. It looked awkward.
One wicket in that morning session would have changed the whole course of that game.
Fuller played well, didn't he? Yeah. And Middleton, actually. Now this time he defeats him, Dawson. Back on his stumps went Burns, misread the length again, and I don't know if he's got a touch on that or not. We're going to wait to see what the umpire's signalling buys. So another slight error by the keeper that time. Burns was defeated, I think, by that delivery, which was much fuller than he thought. Played back to it, played and missed, and the ball went through for a bye.
Wow, Dawson's causing problems already. We're not even an hour into the game.
As Dawson bowls again now to Pope, who defends, and it's just short of slip. An edge from that ball, so good signs for the left arm spinner Dawson there. He's asking lots of questions and not all of them are being very effectively answered. This ball pitched beautifully just on off stump. Pope, always a bit of a touchy starter against spin in particular, edged that one. He was quite hard at it, and luckily for him the bounce didn't carry to slip. It was taken on the bounce by, is it Vincent Slip? I think it probably is.
I think it was, yeah.
So lucky escape there for Pope, and one for Burns, 46 for 1.
He's going to be bowling all day, Dawson. I can see it.
Yeah, but it's a good tactic. I mean, if it does turn, it's a good tactic for Hampshire, isn't it? Because the strength in the Surrey team is obviously their batting, but also their seam attack, and not so much their spin attack.
That's right. I mean, Cameron Steele has been brought into the side, and actually, when Hampshire went to the Oval a few weeks ago, he actually was Division 1's leading wicket taker at that stage. But you'd still back Dawson more, wouldn't you? Round the wicket is Abbott, to the left-hander Burns, left alone outside of the off stump.
I remember the first couple of games in Surrey in the season. Dan Lawrence was bowling early on. In fact, he bowled in that first match of the season. I think it was at Lancashire. He bowled in the first 10 overs, Dan Lawrence, bowling his off spin. So he's obviously one to be respected, but I wouldn't think of him. It's not someone you fear when you're coming into a game like this as a bowler.
Abbott's round the wicket again from that pavilion end to Burns. Burns pushing forward, square on the leg side where there's a gap. He'll take a single and moves on to 27, and it's 47 for 1. And where Hampshire are now slightly different than where they were earlier in the season is that Barker's now back in the side. Felix Organ is in the side at the moment, mainly probably because Prest is injured. But what that does bring into play is that Barker has rough just outside the off stump, as Abbott will be doing now, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, allowing the off-spinner Felix Organ to bowl into. And that has proved a good combination for Hampshire over the last couple of years. Here's Barker again, and Pope is driving out into the covers where it's fielded by Toby Albert.
You can't underestimate the value of someone like Mitchell Stark to Nathan Lyon for the same reason. Over the years, and I wonder, someone at home will have their stats out with the number of tests they played together, Stark and Nathan Lyon. And Lyon, well, we know how many wickets he's taken. A lot of those wickets, perhaps 20% of those wickets, will be benefiting from Stark's rough.
That's for sure. Over the wicket to Pope. Pope gets a length ball. Always looking busy, Pope, but there's not a gap there out in the covers. Barry Breen is watching the match in sunny Mallorca. He says, come on, Hampshire.
I hope he's not anywhere near that restaurant. There's a restaurant collapsed in Mallorca today.
Yesterday.
Last night.
Yeah. Yes, that didn't sound too good. sonatcricket@gmail.com is the email address. Abbott into his second over here. Conceded just the 2 runs. And he's got 2 slips. And Vincent Dawson comes in again to Pope. Pope gets wrapped on the pad, but stifled appeal because that looks as though it's going down the leg side. Even though we're not quite directly in line, if you're watching the live picture feed, you can probably have a better view. Abbott, and
Not much down the leg side. May have been more height than
I think you're right.
Line.
You can almost see leg stump there, can't you?
Yeah. The umpires will all be wearing their GoPros to give a Hawkeye feed to the team analysts. We don't get to see that.
That will come in time, and hopefully next year or 2 we'll see that. Abbott bowls, flicked away, square on the leg side, runs for Pope. Won't quite be a boundary. Fletcher Middleton's running around from fine leg to pick it up.
It's quite a convoluted process, actually. The GoPro camera feeds the action, films the action from the umpire's chest, where it's sort of positioned in on his coat, and then that signal is transmitted to a mobile phone in their pocket, and then the mobile phone signal sends the pictures to the team analyst's computer. So it has its potential hurdles if the Wi-Fi is not working, or the umpire hasn't put the camera on right, or hasn't put charged the battery, or whatever. There's a few issues can crop up there.
Yeah. Pointing it the wrong way.
Pointing it exactly upside down. 49 for 1 is the Surrey score here in the Utilita Bowl, as Dawson embarks on his 3rd over. He's already had a couple of chances and 1 wicket. This time Burns tries to turn it into the leg side, but it's retrieved by, is that Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket? Glad to see him back after he said apparently that he would have come out to Hampshire's aid in that last day survival down here. Was that the Durham game?
Durham, yeah.
It was batting out time when Hampshire had to bat out time. And he said he would have come to their aid. They lost a couple of early wickets, didn't they?
That's right.
Giving Durham the sniff of an opportunity. And Gubbins had been attending the birth of his child, but he said he was ready to leap into the cause if necessary.
He sent me a lovely picture at Nottingham last week of his baby Ottilie. Yeah.
Huh.
Not watching the cricket. Actually, she had her back to the cricket, but sleeping.
Changes your life, doesn't it?
Yes.
As a father, suddenly with so many more things to think about, including getting up in the night. I wonder what the arrangements in the Gubbins household are when there's a match due, whether he sleeps in another room or whether he still gets up. He might do.
I'm going to have to ask him that question. That's an opportune moment. The break here is for an extra helmet coming out for a close fielder. Leg slip fielder, looks like.
Yes. It's a good field, actually. I would be inclined to even try a silly point here, but maybe that's overdoing it slightly. He's coming round the wicket to Burns now, the left-handed Burns. Dawson bowls, and Burns just tucks that easily into the leg side. That's an annoying result for the bowler because he wanted to build up a bit of pressure there, and Burns played well and brings up the Surrey 50.
In the 16th over. Scoring at a reasonable rate.
Yeah.
That's a very strong Surrey batting lineup. Sibley gone for 11. Still Jamie Smith, Ben Foakes, Dan Lawrence, Jordan Clark to come.
2 slips now for Dawson to the right-handed Pope. Still a man back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so it's an easy single to be had to mid-wicket, which Pope instantly accepts. Just tucks that away calmly on the leg side, out to the man on the boundary. Easy single. 51 for 1 Hampshire, Surrey against Hampshire. Burns on 28, facing Dawson. Left arm spin, too short. Easily clipped into the leg side, but he can't find the gap.
Yes, on this pace of wicket, the spinner has got to pitch it right up. Anything on the back foot, unless the batter can pick a spot. Dawson
again, just flexing his fingers. Slow approach to the crease. This time Burns is forward. That was a slightly better length. And Burns defends to Gubbins at mid-wicket.
It's over.
Well, Ben Brown thought it was. And do we think it well, certainly the scoreboard is saying that 16 overs are up. I think that the umpires have checked, and it is over. Interesting. I remember Pete Willey when Hawkeye was first brought in. Peter Willey, the former Northampton England player who became an umpire, he said, "Well, all we'd be there to do is count to 6." Like I said, well, you even get that wrong sometimes.
So you can't do it now with all these computers.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Simon Hughes is sticking around.
Oh, right, yes, okay.
Yes, yeah, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, fine, yeah. Okay.
Don't worry, we'll make sure you don't overdo it.
That's all right.
And it'll be Anthony Clapham from the England and Hampshire disability team alongside him.
Lovely. 51 for 1 is the Hampshire score. Why do I keep saying Hampshire? It's the Surrey score against Hampshire. Burns on 28, Pope has 7. And the wicket taker, Liam Dawson, 4 overs, 1 for 10. Has certainly got some response from this pitch. Now, wait a minute, we are going to have one more ball. Having said that was over, and the scoreboard says over, but
there's a wicket now. Wow.
Dawson is now going to bowl the last ball of the over, so someone's miscounted. We're not quite sure who at the moment. Anyway, it's Dawson bowling again to Burns, who defends. Now we've got the end of the over. So 16 overs are up, and I wonder what the scoreboard's going to say about that. Sometimes the computer takes over and you can't undo it.
Yeah.
Do you remember the this is a bit of a non sequitur, I suppose, the Millennium Bug, when everyone said all the computers in the world were going to misregister the new year and all computers would die at the turn of the millennium, and of course it did, and they spent millions on protecting the computer systems from it happening. Maybe that was an effective expenditure because it didn't happen. But maybe it was just a complete myth. Anyway, Over to you, Anthony.
How are you, Simon? Anyway, you
Yeah,
okay?
fine. Yeah, good.
So you got the memo today with the top to
Yes, well, in sync.
We are. Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end. Nice long run up. He's going to come over the wicket to right-handed Ollie Pope. Wide of the crease. Bowls. Full. Lovely looking shot by Pope for no run to Keith Barker. I've got a tweet here from the Writing Desk 27. Enjoying listening to, I'm not going to say the names, but all of us. It's great. Thank you. Question: how often has Burns won the toss and chosen to bat this season? At the Oval, it's been 0, and as far as Dan can check, all the away games if he has won the toss, he has tried to bowl first. So this is the first time he's won the toss and batted. So maybe right decision considering Hampshire bringing Liam Dawson in the first session as Abbott comes in again. Shorter this time, slightly outside off, which forces Pope to try and play at that. Finds the outside half of the bat, goes into the offside for no run.
I think that's indicative of what Burns must have thought of the pitch, because invariably as you say, they tend to bowl first, but he would have looked at this pitch and thought, it's a used pitch, it looks a bit dry, it's going to turn, it's going to be best to bat first. He's probably right. Pope, he looks as if he's got the Ben Duckett kind of habit of not wanting to leave anything at the moment.
You're right. Abbott comes in this time and he doesn't leave that one. He drives nicely to mid-off. He does some good work. That Nisa. It's good to see him. He bowled really well this morning. I'm not sure if you managed to catch it.
Yeah, I saw
a
couple of his overs. Yeah.
Sort of swinging it. Well, almost nipped it away from the left-handed Burns, and then sort of shaped it in as well. So that's good. Good skills to have. But you're right. Yeah, Pope does seem like it's a shot ball at the moment, isn't it?
Well, and he's going at those balls outside off from Abbott. I mean, Abbott is a bowler who looks as I move it back mainly. He's targeting the off stump. So I suppose he's a bowler you do need to sort of play at more than not.
Yeah. So he does this time as Abbott comes in. Again, short of a length, outside off stump. Good stop there at point from Fuller. Yeah,
it's just that little flinch he does. When that ball there is a good example. It was outside off, back of the length, probably not threatening the stumps, but he gets drawn into playing at them.
Yeah.
It's a little fiddle, I would call it, trying to kind of work it guide it away on the offside, and it's attractive opportunity because it's shortish boundary on the offside, only one man behind the square, no gully. So I suppose you can see why he's looking to pick up runs in that area.
But bowls. And he plays and misses, and there you talk about Simon. It's a similar ball. 2 balls before that, he's sort of knocked it into the offside, and he's played a miss there. And I think as a bowling unit, you'd be very happy with this sign early on. And I think
he didn't need to play at that ball actually. I mean, it was a good delivery, and Abbott is coming from that's not wide of the crease, but sort of mid crease. His angle is certainly predominantly in, but he just got that one to leave the bat, and Pope followed it and was lucky not to edge it.
The percentages, don't you? And I'm not sure the percentages are in his favour there. Let's see what he does now as he comes down the crease this time and flicks it into mid-wicket, which is a fantastic stop. I think that's Gubbins. But no, it's definitely, he's being very proactive, and Surrey have been this morning. It's been a really good test between bat and ball. We've seen some spins, swing, seam, and some good shots from the batsman as well.
Yeah, I mean, it has been entertaining. Good stuff.
Or should I say batters?
Batters, yeah.
No, last time I was with you, Simon, you were heading off to a club that had were they the first cricket club in...
Yeah, in fact, in the end I didn't go, mainly because it's a club in Sussex called Horsted Keynes, which staged the first recorded match in cricket history, 1624. I can tell you a bit more about that in a minute, but I didn't go because of the M25. Dawson bowls, Burns turns into the leg side, thinks about a single, but Gubbins is quickly onto it, so he doesn't decide to run. No, do you remember the M25 was closed down on the south bit of the motorway that weekend, a couple of weekends ago, building a new bridge there, and I just thought the traffic would be a nightmare trying to get to Sussex, so I didn't actually go.
The best of times, I think, Simon. So
yeah,
good decision.
Here's Dawson again, bowls and Burn defence. The game was that I'm referring to was in 1624, where Horsted Keynes staged a village match against another local village, and in the game, Dawson round the wicket to Rory Burns bowls. Burns is defending, trying to get that into the gap on the offside extra cover, but doesn't get it wide enough. In the game, a batsman went for a hit the ball in the air. A fielder went to catch it. The batsman was allowed in those days to hit it again, tried to hit it again to hit the ball out of the way of the fielder, and hit the fielder so hard on the head that he later died. So that was recorded by the coroner, that incident, and became the cricket's first ever recorded match, 1624. This one defended by Burns into the leg side. So it used to be the case that you could hit the ball again in the very olden days. If the ball went up in the air, the batsman was allowed, if he could, to hit the ball twice. And of course then the hit the ball twice rule came in, law I should say. Burns tries to again knock this away on the offside for a single, but it can only guide it out to backward point.
We've got six fielders on the leg side, and you've got a slip, a point and a mid-off, so there's a massive gap that Dawson wants Burns to play into the covers.
He's trying to make him play a little bit against the spin through extra cover, isn't he? This is a good over actually. Bowls again, that's too short this time, but Burns actually should have done better there. Shortish length ball, and he could only hit it straight to mid-wicket. So yeah, decent over. There's a lot of applause for that over. I don't think it was that good, but definitely Burns not showing probably as much dexterity against spin as against seam. He couldn't get the ball into the gaps, and there was a few opportunities there to just rotate the strike, and he wasn't able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being hypercritical. He's still in. He didn't look in any
that's
trouble.
Thinking, won't it? Yeah.
But you know, if you're picking players to play spin, that you want players who can manoeuvre the ball, manipulate the ball into space, which in that over he wasn't able to do.
Huge gap between backward point and mid-off. You've got the whole, basically, essentially the offside. It's just a little open the face, and it's not massive spin either. It's slow spin from Dawson. And speaking to him before the game, he was a bit sore after. I think he bowled 60 overs in the first innings against Durham.
Yeah,
so
he did bowl a lot, didn't he?
He did thank the groundsman for that. And he did really well, and he has done consistently well all season and last year. As Abbott comes in to Ollie Pope this time. Again, this time he finds the outside half of Pope's bat, which is what he's been doing last few overs, a few plays and misses, plays it down to third man, and he gets a couple of runs. But I think to get, the risk versus the reward there, I'm not sure if he needs to be playing at that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's relying on the fact there's not much bounce, and so if he does get an edge, it's going to go down, which that one did. It was a thickish edge, and it went safely for 2 runs. So if he was batting in, say, Brisbane or Perth or somewhere, those edges would definitely carry, but not here so much. Abbott
comes in, approaches the umpire wide of the crease. Pope uses his feet again, just drops it into the offside. Maybe you could, if he is playing like that, and as long as Abbott's going to be bowling that sort of channel, you can almost bring square leg across, maybe into gully position.
Yeah, I suppose, you're right actually. He's got 3 men on the leg side and three saving one on the offside. I mean, I suppose he's looking to bowl straight, wicket to wicket. Abbott likes to bowl off stump. He's not a sort of channel bowler so much. He's more a bowler who looks to bowl pretty much at the stumps.
Abbott into Pope. He doesn't use his crease this time. Just stays on his crease and knocks it into the offside, as solid as you like. And Nisa picks it up, and Barker works on the ball. But yeah, you're right. I think Abbott always tends to sort of angle the ball into the right-handed batsman. But yeah, I think certainly over the last few overs he's been slightly wider of that off stump. Yeah, just a thought with way that Pope is almost trying to angle that into third man. Or maybe they want to keep that gap and keep him playing that shot, I guess. Try and get that outside edge into the slips. As Abbott comes in from the pavilion end into Pope, who drops it into the offside for no run, as Surrey are 53 for 1. Burns 28 off 55, and Pope a bit more of a watchful over the last few overs, 9 off 30.
This is a good over actually, because he's just exploring that length, and Pope is trying to put him off the length by one shimmy up the pitch and one little dab for 2. Yeah, it's quite a good little contest. Not that much movement that Abbott is extracting, but he's just keeping Pope quiet at the moment, trying to induce a little error.
Abbott in. to Pope, outside off and left alone into Ben Brown's gloves. There's a bit of sunshine creeping in now at the Utilita Bowl. It's going to be fairly consistent weather, I think. A bit cloudy over the next few days. There's a lot happening within this region. Obviously Southampton going off to Wembley on Sunday for the playoff finals. So good luck to those.
Who's your team?
I'm a local Manchester United fan.
Somebody was saying recently that Manchester United has fans all over the world,
Yeah.
and all sorts of bits of England, but Man City doesn't so much. It's more a Manchester club.
That's right, yeah. Abbott comes in now to complete the over. That's driven lovely down the ground. Abbott does get a hand on it, and it'll be chased by Nisa, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Yep. Manchester United is I guess with everything with the history, is more of a global club. But I'm sure the way that Man City are going on at the moment, they'll get more and more fans. And I certainly see more Man City shirts around now. You probably didn't see that down south sort of 10 to 15 years ago for sure. What about you? Are you a football fan?
I can't really claim to be, actually. I know I'm not obviously in a minority in this country, but I don't really have a team. I used to be a passionate Spurs fan when I was a youngster, but I just lost interest. I don't know. I can't really explain why, but I don't. My son gets exasperated because he's a Spurs fan, and he keeps saying, "How many Spurs fans can you name? Spurs players can you name?" And I can only name about 2. So I can't really claim to be a proper fan.
I'm going to let you read that email in time. You probably need to do it at the end of the over, but that is about your computer Millennium Bug.
Oh, right.
It's quite interesting.
Okay.
So I'll let you do that after Dawson. Dawson usually gets through his overs quite quickly.
Yeah. Dawson to Burns with a short leg and a slip, and Burns this time does find the gap on the leg side, clips it to deep mid-wicket and gets an easy single. So he's got off strike after that last over. Dawson 5 overs, 1 for 11 so far. Surrey 56 for 1, Burns 29, Pope on 11. A slip and a gully for the right-handed Pope. Still that big gap on the mid-wicket area. Pope this tries to steer it into the offside, but only as far as extra cover. So Dawson probably trying to make Pope play across the line here to find that gap on the leg side, the big gap around the mid-wicket area, hoping that he gets a leading edge, as Dominic Sibley did.
Absolutely.
Caught and bowled. Dawson again bowls, and Pope is defending, and Ben Brown is quick to get round to a sort of short leg position to stop the attempted single that time. This is a good over from Dawson, getting the length right. Just a little hint of spin. Pope on strike. Dawson bowls, and Pope this time does manage to find that gap on the leg side. That was just a fraction full from Dawson. Gave Pope the opportunity to control the shot, flick it away to deep mid-wicket. 57 for 1.
He had Fletcher Middleton, a very close second slip there for Pope. Obviously lunges at the ball. Now he's gone into a short leg. More orthodox for Rory Burns, left-hander.
Dawson bowls, and this time Burns again tries to find a gap on the leg side, but it's picked up at square leg by Kyle Abbott. Flicked back to mid-wicket. No run for Burns that time. 57 for 1, Surrey. Having decided to bat first. Dawson already into the attack for Hampshire. Has already taken a wicket. Bowls again, and Burns defends. Thick edge to short leg. Good diving stop by the short leg fielder. End of the over. I'm just going to get my glasses and I'll read that.
So a good start here from Dawson. He's bowled the 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. So he's doing slow spin, but very economical. Surrey 57 for 1. I'm just going to give you an update around the grounds as well. We have, let's do Div 1 first. So Somerset, wow, they're 46 for 3 versus Durham. Surrey obviously 55 for 1 here. Essex 63 without loss at Canterbury. Lancashire, I'm told that they're rained off until 1:30. And before I do Div 2, I'm going to let Simon read the email.
Okay, so this is from Bruce French. Bruce French, the original Bruce French, is it? The Notts Bruce French. Anyway, developers, including me at the time, actually had to put a lot of work into fixing the problem, so it's definitely not the Bruce French that we know from Notts. problem was, this is about the millennium bug, was in the 70s and 80s, developers didn't worry about when the year changed from 1999 to 2000. So years were coded as 79, 80, 81, 82, etc. But if you want them to, but if you want, for example, to compare 00 to 99, it would be less than 99, whereas 2000 is greater than 1999. Imagine then the impact on bank statements, loans, etc. So I see what he means, that you could go from 81 to 82 without the 19 in front of it, but as soon as you go from 00 to 99, it's going backwards.
It's going to be a bowling change, but thank you very much for that email, Bruce.
Yes, thank you.
Good knowledge. The bowling change from the Hotel End as Felix Organ replaces Abbott, and he bowls and flicks straight off his legs by Ollie Pope to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. And this is where you'll see Ollie Pope be very proactive against the off-spinner, tends to use his feet well, sweeps. The ball's going to spin away from Rory Burns, and we saw in the last couple of, I think he had 7 dots against Dawson. So be interesting to see how Burns plays the spin now. We'll look to try and rotate the strike.
I wouldn't be surprised if he'll look to sweep, actually. If it's outside off, it might look as a big gap on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket.
As he bowls, slightly short and wide, and Burns just punches that into the offside for no run. Yeah, you're right. So Hampshire will have a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. So anything short and wide, you'd hope that you'd rock back and knock it into the off-forward leg side. So Organ bowls, he uses his feet, and he does just that. Flicks it off his legs to deep mid-wicket, and he'll come back for 2. And certainly how the Surrey batsmen have played spin this morning, using their feet. Slightly slow spin. You can see already though the footmarks in the pitch, created by Barker mainly and Abbott from that top end. It's Felix Organ bowling around the wicket to Rory Burns as Rory Burns taps his bat and he comes in short this time, a bit quicker, plays and misses. He's got a very close, again Middleton's wearing the helmet at close second slip, James Vincent's at first slip, and then a fairly orthodox field. Sorry, 60 for 1 as Felix Organ comes in again to Burns. Slower this time. A little bit of spin there, Simon.
Yeah.
Slow
nicely
spin,
bowled.
yeah.
Nicely bowled. A bit of flight, certainly a bit of grip. Burns wisely leaving that one alone, but that can be dangerous if you don't know which ones are going to turn and which ones aren't.
And Organ, again, a bit straighter this time, flicks off his legs and it's well fielded by Liam Dawson, who will take the ball, give his cap to the umpire and begin his 7th over from the Hotel End. And there'll be another double change as Dan comes in, replaces Simon, and I'm going to be replaced by Kevin James.
Yeah, well, a good start for Surrey here, 60 for 1. Although Burns, how crucial was that miss-stumping when he was on 22? Kevin James.
He doesn't give too many chances, does he?
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. Here's Liam Dawson coming in around the wicket to Pope, who just tickles that one into the leg side. Runs the first one quite quickly. They were possibly thinking about 2 there, but decide against it. Simon described Ollie Pope as being frenetic starting. It's quite interesting actually, because Dan Norcross, I'll come on to it after this ball from Liam Dawson, who's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns, who turns that one into the leg side. Good sprawling stop there at mid-wicket. Is that Gubbins?
I think it is.
Yeah. Dan Norcross thought Pope was possibly overthinking it a little bit. He's been running down the pitch trying to negate the swing to the seam bowlers. Here's Dawson, tosses that one up. Burns uses his feet, meets it on the full. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. He needs could do with a big score here, I think, Ollie Pope.
Has he, I mean, I'm just looking at what's his runs this season then, situation.
He's been getting starts. He's been getting a lot of starts. Dawson just stands there eyeing up Pope at the top of his mark as Pope drills that one out to mid-wicket, but can only pick out Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, averages 26 this season from 7 innings. Top scorer 63.
Yeah, he's been getting starts. Dawson just defended there. Game against Warwickshire. A couple of weeks ago he got 44 and then got a little not out as well, but really you probably want more return possibly from your England man than that. That's got to be close, possibly going down. Dawson likes it, Brown likes it. Unfortunately, umpire David Milnes doesn't.
So much on the live picture feed. Oh, is it going down?
Has it done enough?
Right.
I don't think it's done enough. Hasn't turned enough, has it?
I agree.
As a slow left armer, you need to be coming around the wicket, pitching it middle and straightening it.
Behind the bowler's arm.
I just don't think it's done enough.
Yeah. It's borderline, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's borderline.
Yeah.
Half a chance, maybe. At 62 for 1.
Kevin, every time I work with you, there's a Middlesex connection. We had Roland Butcher at the Oval the other week, and now we've got Simon Hughes.
Yeah.
And ironically, I'm covering Surrey for BBC London. I mean, you know.
You're a traitor.
I am. I'm persona non grata north of the river these days. I tell you.
If you're north of the river, you ain't south, and if you're south of the river, you ain't north. Here's
true.
Felix Organ from the pavilion end. He's rolling round the wicket. Burns gets wrapped on the pad this time. Ball goes out harmlessly on the leg side. Mike James has emailed. Mike says, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, what about the decision to let Ian Holland go out on loan? That's right, yesterday it was announced that all-rounder Ian Holland has gone to Leicestershire on loan. Does it mean a chance for the likes of Dom Kelly? As Organ comes in again, he's off the back foot, hits that out to deep cover. Burns moves on to 33, 63 for 1. And is it the end of Holland's Hampshire career? I don't think it's ever the end of anybody's career, because lots of things can happen in the space of a few weeks, i.e. who would have thought that Ali Orr wouldn't be playing in this game because he went in the back. I mean, you know, there's all sorts of things that can happen over a matter of days, weeks, months, but it is an interesting one as Pope works that away on the onside. For a single, he moves on to 15. It's interesting because Mike does mention the likes of Dom Kelly, Eddie Jack. There is, may not be names completely familiar to you, Dan, but Eddie Jack is an up-and-coming quick bowler.
Okay.
Who got his chance in the 50-over competition last year, was with England under 19s during the winter, as was Dom Kelly. That's pushed back to the bowler by Rory Burns, and it's quite interesting because, having mentioned the likes of Dom Kelly in that email, that it probably is, and it has probably got to the point now where, you know, maybe one or two of these young players might be given a chance now ahead of one or two others, as Burns is on the back foot and pushes that up to mid-on.
I think you're right, Kevin. I mean, you know, anything can happen over a season, and injuries come into it, lack of form comes into it, and, you know, one man's misfortune is another man's opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sometimes things can look really bad and they can change overnight for whatever reason. Here's Organ. Off the back foot there is Burns, trying to find an angle. Ball steered out into the covers, end of the over, 64 for 1.
Look at the lad Swindles from Leicestershire last year, who I think he was being released at the end of the season, or he wasn't being offered a new deal. Suddenly gets a ton in the One-Day Cup, or gets a big score in the One-Day Cup final, and you know, all of a sudden, he's got a new deal, and your career can, you know, you used to say you can't play for another 15 years or so.
That's right. But yeah, I think you're right. I think in the case of Ian Holland, though, going out to Leicestershire means he's getting first-team cricket, so that if anything ever happens, he's ready. He can come back at any time, I understand. But yeah, I think maybe it has come the time when perhaps one or two of these youngsters should be given a chance.
Dawson around the wicket, just drilled into the covers there by Ollie Pope. Yeah, I think it's good, and I think going to Leicestershire as well, I think he should get runs on that wicket. I mean, Gloucestershire got 700 of them on there last week, so you know, I think it's he should get a few. And I think they're playing at home, aren't they? Here's Dawson. That's out. Pope again gets a start, gets to 15, and holds out to Keith Barker at mid-on. And Dawson strikes again. 64 for 2 now, Surrey. And that's given away a little bit, I think.
Well, it certainly has. And, well, Pope has only made 15 against Hampshire, so I think that should be celebrated. Not by anybody from Surrey, of course, and least of all Ollie Pope himself. But from a Hampshire point of view, not very too many times that you see Ollie Pope against Hampshire get out for a low score. I mentioned earlier that he averages 114 against Hampshire alone.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about Hampshire not travelling particularly well to the Oval in recent years, but it's a different kettle of fish here, isn't it? I think the games have been, Hampshire have had a victory and there was a draw, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you should say that. Yes, their record at the Oval's horrendous.
Yeah.
It's absolutely horrendous. But here, it's actually not too bad. Last year, the last game of the season, now I know Surrey had won the championship.
Were they on the beach, as they say in football?
Yeah, and I think it's quite easy to say, look, you know, they were enjoying the later stages of the game here, having won the trophy, and Hampshire won it, whatever you want to say, but Hampshire won it. The last time they played here, there was a draw between these two sides. You may remember that back in 2021. Colin de Grandhomme got 170 not out in that game. Hampshire won back in 2019. You have to go back to 2018 when Surrey last won a game here. If you include COVID year in Arundel, Hampshire won that game as well. So, home-wise, they've got a reasonable record against Surrey.
Yeah. Colin de Grandhomme, he had a good mullet, didn't he? What a wonderful mullet.
Yes.
Joins the mullet 11 along with Ollie Carter down at Sussex.
That's right. Can I just very quickly interrupt, because I've just forgotten this, and I should mention it. That wicket for Liam Dawson is his 300th for Hampshire.
Bravo.
Round of applause.
Yeah, bravo.
Round of applause. 300th for Hampshire, and Liam Dawson playing his 190th match for Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple philosophy, isn't it, with Dawson? If you want to try and take him on, you run the risk, don't you? And again, I like this from Vince. The silly mid-off, or silly point, he's probably more silly mid-off there, actually. He's quite straight, is very silly. He's just literally on the edge of the cut strip, and he put this into Pope initially, and now he's putting it into Jamie Smith. And if you go hard hands at it, you run the risk of taking the bat pad. And it's really good captaincy from James Vince. Smith defends. I think it's a really good move here, and you don't like it as a batter. Initially in your innings, you want to actually sort of get forward, don't you? And you don't want that man in your eye line, especially. Dawson there. Smith defends, but Jamie Smith, people are mooting him around for that England place.
Well, you were ranting and raving about him before we just came on, didn't you? You like this guy in the time that you've been doing. So.
Yeah, I do. I got a 155 against Warwickshire 2 weeks ago, and that's just defended back to Dawson. He's very pleasing on the eye. Some of his shots down the ground or through the covers are beautiful to watch. They are just, one of those finer things in life. A bit like your car, Kevin. Dawson around the wicket, and Smith defends.
Not my car.
Yeah, Dawson getting a warm round of applause. 2 for 14 off 8, and so he should as well, because he's been a wonderful servant for Hampshire Cricket Club.
Yep.
And Swindon lad, originally.
Around that way.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, he'd taken his 300th wicket for Hampshire with that dismissal of Ollie Pope. Also picked up Dom Sibley earlier for 11.
Yep. Quiz question. Can we name, we'll put it out there to the public actually, can we name the Surrey player who picked up an injury that saw Dawson pulled into the England T20 World Cup squad of 2016?
Oh, good, like it.
Yeah.
solentcricket@gmail.com. I think I know the answer actually. I've just... Yeah, that was the answer I thought. But it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
solentcricket@gmail.com, @solentsport, or
at the middle stump.
There we go.
On Twitter.
Got a couple of emails here. Stephen Clark says, good morning. He says, didn't Robbie do well in his stint replacing you at Trent Bridge last week? Yes, he did. He did day 3 for me up there. I was attending my grandson's first birthday down in Wiltshire.
Very nice.
I can see a bright future for him as ground announcer. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone. Michael Nisa is back into the attack, switching ends. His first 4 overs cost him 19 runs and got the ball through quite nicely, actually, from this end. Good to see something happening with the ball after the pitches we've had so far this year here at the Utilita. Looking forward to some good cricket. As always, enjoying the commentary. Looking forward to some banter during the game, says Steve. Right. Okay.
Now the pressure's on us, kids.
Yes,
now the pressure's on.
Yeah, I didn't like to have read that. I shouldn't really have read that out. Never mind. 64 for 2. The sun shines back out as Nisa round the wicket once more. Bowls to Burns down the leg side. Burns gets wrapped on the pad. They'll pick up a leg by as the ball makes its way down to fine leg. Felix Organ comes in off the boundary, and Surrey move on to 65 for 2.
Yep, Dawson. Are we getting any messages in on the Dawson?
Not on that yet. That's a little bit early. Some people need to just rack their brain a little bit, so scratch their heads before they start to get into gear. I'm surprisingly
not woken up.
Yeah, I'm surprisingly I got that quite quick. Normally I'm like, I haven't got a clue. 9 times out of 10, but I picked that up quite quickly, mainly because I think I've been asked about that before. Here's Nisa over the wicket. Smith gets one that bounces a little bit, and he plays that late, goes out to backward a point. Throw goes in up towards the bowler's end, or there could be extra run as the ball makes its way out towards the rope at the far end. Not sure if somebody got a hand on that.
No, it was a bit of a wild throw there from Fuller. It actually bisected Barker, and I think that's Abbott at mid-on. Just went right in the middle of them.
Tom Farrell has emailed here, cricket@gmail.com. Tom, I'm too modest, so I won't read the first part of that out, but he says, can you do a mean Richie Benno accent? As a commentator, I can't do it. I can't do any type of Richie Benno accent.
You're having a laugh, Tom.
Yeah. Another good length delivery, which Smith pushes out on the leg side. Got an email from Crete.
Ooh.
Here, Edward Faldo. He's in Crete, cricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning, guys, from the beach in... I've never been to Crete. Anybody been to Crete?
Chania. Yeah.
Oh, right, listen to you.
Yeah, I've never been there, but I've seen it in a holiday brochure once or twice, along with Agios Nikolaos.
So he's obviously watching the picture feed because he can't get anything on the BBC website. Smith pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. I got an email, I don't know about you, I got an email the other day that said there was problems abroad.
They put in a new system though, and I believe that you can now pick it up abroad.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle put something out on the Facebook group County Cricket Matters and said that because people were moaning and whinging and having a bit of a cob on. But
I understood it was sorted last week or something, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I know there was a problem after the first round of fixtures. Smith plays it, misses outside the off stump, trying to cut Nisa hard through the offside. It's a good carry. Nice to see Nisa have a bit of extra pace here. We've as well as Abbott and Abbas have been here, and they've been brilliant over the last few years. Nisa just offers that something extra with a bit of extra pace. 67 for 2.
We saw this at the Oval in the game 4 weeks ago, and Brad Wheel offers that little bit of extra zip, doesn't he, to your attack? But I think obviously having somebody of the quality of someone who's got into the Australian Test side, is makes a difference.
One answer to your question, Seb Chambers, cricket@gmail.com. You can read it out.
Was it Gareth Batty? He said he knows Batty was prominent in and around the setup around then. Seb, unfortunately you're wrong. Unfortunately you're wrong. But keep them coming in. Dawson over the wicket. Burns, has he got an inside edge? Yes, he's walked. He's gone, caught at short leg. Good captaincy there from James Vince. I've liked the fact that he's got his close catches in early doors, and Burns just tickles one onto the pad and goes out to short leg, and it's caught by Fletcher Middleton there, and Burns departs for 33. So Hampshire's morning, I'd say, having Surrey having chosen to bat, I'd say 3 wickets before lunch. You've got to be pretty pleased with that if you're James Vince, I'd say.
Yes, I think we had to wait at least 2 sessions, or certainly 3 sessions in the last 3 home games for any sort of number of wickets that we've had here so far. All 3 to Liam Dawson this morning, which again will give you a little bit of a clue as to the way this pitch is playing. Although it has to be said, in doing loads, it's not going massively off the straight.
No, I think it's a good cricket wicket. I think, you know, there's been some scoring shots as well. I mean, they're going along at a sort of reasonable rate. They're going on sort of 3ish and over, and but there is definitely turn, and I think it's good to see.
Dan Taylor has been in touch, silentcricket@gmail.com. It says, fantastic coverage as always, chaps, making my Friday pass much quicker. Dan, that's very nice. I think earlier you were talking about some disability cricket, obviously when Anthony was on. Actually, I'll come back to that because Anthony's on in a minute, so at the end of the next ball, so we'll mention that one.
Ben Folkes is the new man walking to the wicket.
Another man who averages high 30s overall, 41 for Surrey. So they just keep coming at you, the Surrey batting lineup, doesn't it, really?
They certainly do.
They all average very, very well in their careers, and there's many of them.
They certainly do. I'll finish off this over and then I'll hand it over to Anthony Clapham to take us through to lunch here on BBC Solent Sport, BBC Radio London, live on the stream, live round the ground, and pleased to see so many people enjoying our dulcet tones. Kevin James, here's Dawson around the wicket to Folkes, who just defends that one, gets in behind it. So two new batters at the crease here. Surrey, if Hampshire can nip out one more before lunch, they'll be really, really pleased with that. Dawson, Folkes punches that off the back foot straight into Middleton. Let's see him off. Just warms the ankles up a little bit. You never liked it in there, did you? It was always Keith Tomlin's job at Middlesex, wasn't it?
I hated it.
Just defended into the offside. Back in the day, it was always the 12th's job to go in there, wasn't it? 12th man would always get chucked in.
The youngster, certainly the
youngster. Yeah. As Middleton is here, so nothing's changed. As we were. Dawson. Again, they're defended by Folkes. 67 for 3. Folkes will yet to score. Smith has just a couple to his name. All 3 wickets falling to Liam Dawson, who's 3 for 14 in his 9th over. As Folkes just defends that. And I'm going to hand over to Anthony Clapham.
Thank you, Dan. So Dom Sibley, the first wicket to fall this morning on 36. He was caught and bowled by Dawson for 11. Slight leading edge on that one. Burns was then mis-stumped off Dawson coming down the wicket. Ollie Pope tried to go over the top, mis-hit that, and Barker took a good catch at deepish mid-on. He went for 15. That was 64 for 2. And then Rory Burns has just gone, caught his short leg for 33. That was 67 for 3. Welcome back, Anthony.
Hi, Kev.
I'll mention that email then. This is from Keith, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, as usual, enjoying the commentary. Just to let you know, as your colleague was talking about the disability cricket on Sunday, and there is a game here on the nursery ground, away to our left. It's the Super 9 game on the nursery ground. So if anyone watching, he says, as Keith has pushed back to Nisa, start of a new over by Jamie Smith. They come and walk over and have a watch. He'll be one of the umpires, says Keith. Just explain, because you play for the Hampshire Disability team, and I said to you this morning, I said, Cam, Anthony, you'll be playing. I always call you Cam. Anthony, I said, you'll be playing in that. And you said, no, I don't play in that. So just explain the difference between a Disability Super 9s game, and yet you play in the Hampshire and England Disability team, and yet you're not involved. And Nisa comes in and bowls. It's a good length ball there to Smith, who pushes that out on the onside.
Yeah, there's different stages. So you have Super 1s, Super 9s, and then you have, I guess, the traditional 11-a-side, whereas Super 9s is between 9 and 11 players. It's a shorter format, it's 30 overs. There might be guys who are in wheelchairs who play in that. So it's just a slightly different version of disability cricket. I guess I don't know what I want to say level, but yeah, there's different categories or different steps essentially. D40. I'll explain more after this ball.
Nisa comes in again and bowls. Smith drives on the up but finds the gap. It's going out towards the rope away to our right, and that will make it. It's a slight short boundary away to our right. In fact, actually, I'm just looking the way the rope is set away to our left. There's probably not a lot of difference in it, even though the wicket is cut to the right. 71 for 3.
Yeah, so Super 9s essentially is the pathway for the disability setup. So then you have the main D40 side, which is the Hampshire County side, which is what I'll play a few games, and then you have Disability Premier League, which is basically the best players in the England setups and around. Then you have the international players as well. That's sort of the top.
Okay. Nisa in again. Oh, there's a lovely shot of Jamie Smith on the front foot. Waited, opened the face, drove it on the up, 4 runs.
Nonchalant. Just stood there, and that was a glorious shot.
Wow.
First time second time I saw him last year, and I was quite excited to see him in the flesh. He's an exciting prospect, this Jamie Smith, and I don't think it'll be too long till we see him in an England shirt. But yeah, the Super 9s are playing here against Kent on Sunday. I forgot actually, but literally going to be just over there, which is exciting for them. Unfortunately, D40, the way the fixtures have planned or happened this year, we haven't managed to get a game at either the main ground or the nursery ground just due to other fixtures. So.
Nisa runs in again to Smith. Smith drives, has found the gap and extra cover this time, and that'll be the same result. 4 more. Well, we know this guy's a good player, and in the last couple of minutes, he's just showing everybody what a good player he is. 14 of 13 deliveries.
Very good, very well balanced.
They haven't been that certainly wasn't a bad ball from Nisa.
No.
It wasn't a hard volley either.
This is just the 17th over of seam, I think, this morning. So you'd think, a bit of cloud cover. Keith Barker, Abbott, Nisa.
Hasn't been a lot for the seamers. I don't think there was ever going to be on this pitch. That's a good length ball, which Smith just pushes out square on the offside. Nisa's completed 6 overs now. He's gone for 33. You'd think, okay, but actually he's bowled quite nicely this morning. There's just been some very good shots. 3 4s in a row in that over. 2 of those especially were serious shots.
So if you are down here on Sunday, and obviously 1 o'clock start, so just pop your head over to the nursery ground during your lunch break and have a look and support the Hampshire side. I'm sure they would absolutely love that. And what I love to see is Liam Dawson continuing from the hotel end, and he bowled 60 overs. I'm not sure he was too impressed about that this morning, was he? No. But yeah, he's into his 10th over now on the trot as Dawson comes in to Folkes, who, if I remember rightly, last year faced Dawson when he came in as well, and it took a long time to get off the mark. I think Folkes is pretty set on getting himself in, doesn't mind facing as many balls as possible if that is the case, as long as he goes on. As Folkes comes in, the silly point first slip, bit flighted this time, and he does try. He just almost tries to play that through a vacant point area and finds the outside edge, and he'll come back for 2 runs, and that's a big stop from Abbott. In fact, he'll come back for 3 with a slide. Dawson won't be too unhappy with that, finds the outside edge for Folkes. I think Folkes wants some attention from the dressing room. Don't know whether he needs new gloves. But good. I know he wants a drink. He's only been out here for 5 minutes. Maybe just to send a message to the batters who are waiting. As Dawson comes in now to Jamie Smith, who's looked very fluent this morning as he bowls. Another good shot there. Was flicking off his legs, and Keith Barker's well set or wider mid-on. But yeah, certainly the Surrey batters have looked today to be positive. We saw that with Pope, the way he used his feet. In the end was his downfall, chipping to a deep mid-on Keith Barker. He wasn't quite on the boundary, sort of almost floated. As Dawson comes in again to Smith, a bit shorter this time, a bit quicker. Just plays it on the offside, and Dawson does the fielding. Surrey 82 for 3. Dawson into his 10th over, 4 maidens, 3 for 17. Picked up his 300th wicket a couple of overs ago, which is over 100 games as well. I hope he'll be getting many more as he bowls. A bit more flight this time, and Jamie Smith just opens the face. hits it into the gap. Probably what folks wanted to do. The second ball of the over. Then takes the single. And that will bring folks on for 1 ball. And he has called for a drink. I never like doing this as a batter because I think I'm going to get out now, and I've just tempted myself. So here we go. Dawson into folks. He blocks it into leg side for no run, and he will get that drink, and I'm sure he'll pass on some feedback to the guys in the dressing room.
So good session for Hampshire here, having lost the toss.
Very good.
And being asked to bowl first. It is a used wicket, just to repeat. So we are expecting this wicket to turn little. It has turned a fraction this morning, but nothing really to get too excited about. It's a slowish pitch. Seamers have struggled to really get the ball through at a nice height through to Ben Brown. Michael Nisa bowls just a little quicker than the normal Hampshire seamers that we've had. He's certainly got the ball through a little quicker, but the seamers have had to work hard and are yet unrewarded. So 28 overs so far bowled. That also reflects the fact that we've had a few overs of spin, mainly Liam Dawson, of course, but we have seen Felix Organ this morning, a couple of overs from him. Here's Nisa from the pavilion end, length ball to Smith. He's going to have to keep this arrow straight, and it's going to have to be dropped on a sixpence, because Smith already has punished Nisa for anything fractionally off line and length, and we are only talking a fraction.
He just looks so balanced at the crease, doesn't he?
Looks really good. Yeah, playing his 57th first-class match, averages 40. Played 2 one-day internationals for England last season against Ireland. Here's Nisa again, bowls. Smith just plays that late. There's already a deep cover, and they're going to have to do a little bit of work here because that's played so late. It's going down to third man, fielded by Fuller, and Smith will pick up 2. That's interesting, isn't it? The field has already made Smith just wait rather than hit the ball in front of square. Because of the field, he's waited there and opened the face of the bat and hit it behind square because there's a big gap there.
Well, Kev, I mentioned it to Simon. You've got 4 guys on the leg side. I mean, to be fair, Nisa's probably made the batters play more out of all the seamers, but you've got nobody basically from second slip to cover behind. So any drop in the outside edge, it's one.
There's always at least one, you're right. That's straight. Smith punches that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So the sun's been sort of in and out today here at the Utilita. It's not been cold, but it's not been exactly warm. Edward Faldo's back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the shout out, guys, from Crete. He says, it appears to be that this game is not on the website. Yeah, 1 or 2 people have already mentioned that, as that's driven back by Smith back to Nisa. Just to repeat, as regards trying to pick up this game on the BBC Sport website, there has been problems abroad, I know, after the first round of county championship fixtures, but I did get an email, an internal email from the BBC this week that said they thought that had been sorted. So I don't know if you have to reboot or you have to, I don't know what you do. I'm the last person to ask. You might know more than me.
I don't, but you can pick up the game on the Hampshire YouTube channel as well, where you can watch the feed as well.
That's for sure. That's going back to the Surrey website as well. Length ball there to Smith. He pushes that ball up to mid-off. We have an answer for Dan's question earlier. Should we give it out? Oh, he wants us to give it out. That's nice of him, isn't it? He set the question. He said, who was it back in 2016 that Liam Dawson replaced in the World Cup squad? England World Cup squad, T20 World Cup squad. And Tommy Fiddler has, yes, he's exactly got that right. sunnycricket@gmail.com. He says, was it Zafar Ansari? Yes, he was. Left arm spinner at Surrey.
Yeah.
He replaced him. Smith works that out to backward a point. They'll pick up 1. Fuller comes in off the boundary, 86 for 3 at the end of that over.
I believe Zafar Ansari is involved within Surrey now at a higher management level. Obviously left to do his, I think, his law degree. Yeah, I saw when Alex Stewart announced that he was going to retire, I did notice that he was one of the someone involved fairly high. But yeah, if someone can email me what he's doing, but obviously a very good cricketer and very intelligent as well. And Kev, you got another? No?
Well, there was a second paragraph actually to Tommy's email. He says, on another note, whilst the rain was pouring almost everywhere else in the UK, it was beautiful sunshine here in Norfolk on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that.
Our game was cancelled Wednesday, wasn't
Was
the
it?
rest of it? Yeah. Dawson continues. Short of a length, tries punching it through the offside. No run.
Tommy goes on to say, maybe an emergency stadium needs to be built in Norfolk. There's many times England games have been called off when the sun has been shining here. The only trouble is you can't get anywhere in Norfolk, can you? There's no motorways. It takes forever.
Liam Dawson into his 11th over, bowls into Jamie Smith, who just drops it into the offside, who has had a really good start to the season. He's over 400 runs, he's had a high score of 155, and he is averaging over 50. But what is interesting is his strike rate is up at sort of 85, 86, so he gets them at a good turn as well. So Dawson will be looking to try and get him out before lunch. It's a better ball from Dawson, getting him to play a bit fuller this time.
Dan was saying about how he crouches at the crease before the ball's delivered. He's very low, isn't he? Very low. Just watch him.
Guy, isn't he? Yeah. He is very low, actually. Dawson bowls to Jamie Smith, who just knocks it into the leg side. I think this is the first year that he's actually batted in the top 4 as well. I think in the previous years he's batted higher, sort of more middle order, 6, 7 even when Folkes has had the gloves. So he'll be an exciting prospect for Surrey, especially in the T20 Blast, which starts this week, Kev, doesn't it? I think we're hosting... Who's coming down here on Thursday, do you know? Putting you on the spot here.
I'll tell you.
But there is a game here on Thursday, and that's hit Middleton. Oh, is it Surrey?
It is. Surrey are back.
Ah.
I wonder if they'll go back to London. They might just hang around.
We've got a lovely hotel and facilities over there to the nursery ground. Dawson comes in, crouching. Jamie Smith, who just knocks into the offside for no run. That completes another maiden, the 5th maiden for Liam Dawson. 3 for 18 from Hampshire's number 8. Surrey 86 for 3.
It is actually a double header day next Thursday, with the Southern Vipers hosting the Western Storm here in the afternoon, and then Surrey in the evening. So a big day.
It's a great day.
Big
half term
day
as well.
Yeah.
Be lots of kids down, families, which would be great to see. Getting into cricket, which would be good. Be a good atmosphere. It's a good atmosphere today, actually. It usually is when Surrey come to Utilita.
It's not a bad crowd actually. Mostly to the right side of the ground, the west side, because that's the side that the wicket is cut. Not too many away to our left.
It's a long old way over to the left, isn't it?
Yeah, you need good eyesight. That's for sure. 86 for 3 then. We've got 3 minutes until lunch. This will probably be the last over before the break, and he'll be bowled by Michael Nisa. Right arm over, making his debut for Hampshire, the Australian. Wrapped on the pad there, Ben Folkes. Hopeful shout for an LBW decision. Nick Wheatley has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon all. This time next week, next Thursday, actually, because it's that's the heading. He says, I'll be partaking my way through the a fundraising walk from the New Forest to the Utilita Bowl to make it in time for the start of the T20 games. Hopefully it says stays dry, says Nick. It might sound like I'm struggling to read that. It's because the spelling's not great. That's worked down to 3rd, and again Fuller is after it. Slides into that one, pulls it just inside the rope, and that'll be a couple of runs there for Ben Folkes, who moves on to 7.
Just try to find try to play that into the leg side. There's folks there, and just found the outside edge of the bat.
So Nick, this time next week is Friday, so you really mean in 6 days' time next week he'll be partaking in the fundraiser. So good luck with that. New Forest to Utilita. I suppose it depends on where you're starting from the New Forest, but that could be quite a way. So make sure you leave in plenty of time. Remember, there's an afternoon game before the evening game. As Nisa runs in, bustling bowler as it's turned to mid-wicket, fielded by Toby Albert.
Yeah, I was really excited actually when Hampshire made the announcement of signing Nisa, because he can bowl in all formats, but not only can he bowl, but he can seriously bat as well. So, as I said to Dan earlier, having Michael Nisa, who's averaging, I think, in the high 20s, he's got 500s. having him batting at 10 is very handy.
Definitely, yeah. Averages 28 with the bat there, to be exact, as he comes in from the pavilion end. Outside the off stump, left alone by folks. A little bit of shape on that one. So we're showing 12:59 on the scoreboard digital clock. And we have 2 balls left of this over. I think it's fairly safe to say that this will be the last over before the lunch break.
Run rate's been pretty good because of the spinners bowling. 31 overs would be bowled.
It's not bad, is it?
That's not bad, isn't it?
We're on for 6 o'clock. Hopefully. Touch wood. Fingers crossed. Standing on one leg. Here comes Nisa. Runs towards us once more and bowls to Folkes. Full on leg stump. Turned away by Folkes down to fine leg. Fielded by Felix Organ. And Folkes moves on to 6. 89 for 3. Smith on 18. Looking good. He looks better once the ball's bowled. He doesn't look too good. If you just watched him at the crease before the ball was bowled, you thought, look at this guy play.
Yeah.
Look at his stance.
If
Look at the way
if you
he
were running
addresses
in,
the ball.
if you were running in, Kev, and you thought that, and then you bowl.
That's right. Yeah, you think this is no problem.
Yeah.
And then the ball disappears to the boundary. You think, look at that. The way he's crouched down. Amazing. It's all about when the ball comes at you, not. Michael Nisa knocks the off stump back. That is a big wicket. And Smith goes right on the stroke of lunch. He goes for 18. Nisa with his first Hampshire wicket. And Surrey are 4 down.
Oh,
UT.
Kev, you've jinxed him. You've absolutely jinxed him. And well, I'm going to listen back to that for later on during lunch. But what a time for Hampshire to get their 4th wicket. Surrey 89 for 4. The last ball before lunch, and Nisa pitches sort of middle leg and hits the top of off stump, and that is cartwheeling, or I'd say cartwheeling. It's just hanging there actually, but the bail's certainly gone cartwheeling, and that is a fantastic first session for Hampshire. Liam Dawson with the 3 wickets earlier. Nisa was a bit unlucky in one of his overs. I think Jamie Smith hit him for 3 4s in a row, but he has the last laugh as Hampshire walk off at 89 for 4, and a really, really, really good challenging spell. And we will be taking lunch. We'll be back in 40 minutes. Back at 1:40, where I think Dan will be back joining us, and see you then.
And welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the lunch break is coming to an end on day one of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Surrey. The story of the morning, it was a good one for Hampshire. Surrey winning the toss, electing to bat first. At the break, they are 89 for 4. 3 wickets for Liam Dawson this morning, the second of which brought him 300 wickets for Hampshire. And the last one, the fourth one, taken by Michael Neser, playing his first game for Hampshire, the Australian. And he took that wicket of Jamie Smith, bowled for 18 right on the stroke of lunch. Dom Sibley made 11, Ollie Pope made 15, Rory Burns made 33 after being misstumped on 22. That's a very quick resume of those 2 hours. Your commentary team this afternoon, as was this morning. A little later, you'll hear from Anthony Clapham, Hampshire and England disability team. Simon Hughes, the analyst, is also back with us a little later. But right now, it's myself, Kevin James. I'm from BBC Radio London. It's Dan Whiting. Dan, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Kevin. Very pleasant lunches. Very pleasant lunches here.
Did you have a good one?
I sound like I've had a few glasses of red over lunch by my commentary, but I can assure you I haven't. Here's Keith Barker. Liam Dawson's been absolutely superb, hasn't he, this morning? I think he's bowling a little slower than I've seen him in the past, giving it a little bit more air and allowing for a little bit more purchase off the pitch, perhaps. But I think he's been absolutely wonderful and he's made inroads. But Ben Folkes and Dan Lawrence, can they rebuild? Here's Keith Barker in to Folkes. And that's just let go into the gloves of Ben Brown. So Surrey resuming on 89 for 4. They lost Jamie Smith to the last ball before lunch, and it was a genuine last ball. It wasn't sort of in the middle of the over and they took lunch. It was going to be the last ball before lunch, and he got an absolute beauty from Michael Neser that rearranged his furniture.
And he looked good as well, didn't he, Jamie Smith, for his 18?
He's a lovely player to watch. Barker in. Folkes defends watchfully. No ball. Actually, I think that's the first one of the day, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
First extra.
Yeah. No, we've had buys. We had buys. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes, we have. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
5 leg buys and 1 buy. Apologies.
Yeah. I saw the buy. But that's the first no ball of the day. Barker overstepping. So 2 onto the total. Surrey move into the 90s. Barker bowls. Folkes lets that one go. There's that one that Barker's got that just tails back a little bit. You have to be careful what you leave with him. I should imagine over the years, Kevin, you've seen a few batters leave and have their off-pole pinned back by him.
I've done it. Well, by him, yes, I have actually. I'm trying to think. Last year, somebody did it. A left-hander. Was it Steve Davis, Somerset? Might have been him here, actually, thinking about it off the top of my head.
Barker straying onto Folkes' pads. Just works that one behind square, but Fuller comes around. We haven't seen Fuller into the attack yet, have we?
No, not yet. It's
he's got a little bit of extra pace.
He has a little bit of extra pace, you're right. Was there an opportunity for him bowling this morning? Liam Dawson bowled particularly well, didn't he? Neser looks useful. Abbott bowled a tidy spell. Barker did. Wasn't room to get him in.
No, I mean it shows how much of a Bunsen burner this wicket is. As Barker comes in and Folkes drives handsomely through extra cover. That could go all the way. The outfield's quite slow. I think that's Neser in pursuit and just hauls it back in before the boundary, and they take 3. Yeah, I think you can see how the pitch is going to turn because Felix Organ came into the attack before Kyle Abbott, and it's not often that's happened over the years. It's got to be said.
It's true.
You know, and Fuller hasn't had a go yet, so Hampshire obviously know that this is gonna start ripping.
Yeah, I don't think it will go big, but it will go a little more.
Yeah.
But it's fairly slow turn at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Barker coming in around the wicket. And that's a thick outside edge. Lawrence wasn't in control of that, but gets away 4 runs from his first delivery that he's faced. Dan Lawrence likes to get on with it. He doesn't hang around.
Interesting shot, first ball.
It was an interesting shot. He didn't need to play at that. it was quite a long way outside off stump, and you don't want to go nicking those to the slip cordon.
Average is 57 this year. Down Lawrence having a decent season.
He is. When he's got in, he got 280s last week, which helped in the game against Worcestershire. That helped considerably. Barker to him, and he drives again pleasantly, but picks out Kyle Abbott mid-on. That's the first over completed after lunch. Surrey 98 for 4. Game before that against Warwickshire, Lawrence got 3. He was LBW to Craig Miles. He's one of Craig Miles's 5 victims in that game before he limped out after turning his ankle celebrating the 5th.
Did he really?
Yes. Yeah, but he bowled really well up until then. Bowled really well. Yeah, I think he was exceedingly pleased that getting Kemar Roach out, as he came in as a night watchman, then departed about 2 balls later. And in his celebrations, he's jumped up in the air and turned his ankle as he's come down and didn't play any further part in the match. In fact, he was absent hurt during Warwickshire's second innings. So never over-celebrate, Kevin. Never.
That was never my thing.
What, even after you're 4 in 4?
Well, I might have indulged myself a little bit. Craig Miles, yeah, injury-prone Craig Miles. I suppose that's the last thing you need to do is injure yourself when you're celebrating.
Yeah.
Plenty of other ways he's got injured over the years. 98 for 4 then. We are into the afternoon session here on day 1. Kyle Abbott is bowling from the pavilion end, and he just gets turned around there a little bit, Ben Folkes, as the ball goes off a slight leading edge out square on the offside. Got a couple of emails coming in over lunch. Just read those out. Tim in France, SolonCricket@gmail.com, says, not sure if this is anything you have any influence over. As soon as anybody writes that, I say, no, we haven't. He says, but one of the cameras is being broadcast on YouTube is bang behind the umpire's head. It has absolutely nothing to do with us, I'm afraid. Sorry. Down the leg side, half stop by Ben Brown. That'll be a bye. Down towards fine leg where Fletcher Middleton is fielding below us. 99 for 4.
Tim in France, that was a Bonnie Tyler record. Oh, it was Lost in France, sorry.
Yes.
Just got an odd look there from Kevin James, for those listening at home.
Well, I'm sorry, Tim in France. It's nothing that the commentators can do anything about, but whether there is anybody that is in charge of cameras here that might have a look at that. He says there is another camera in a higher position that gives a much clearer view. Let's hope they stick to that one, or certainly use that a little bit more. Nick Wheatley is back on the emails as well, having emailed before lunch. Here's Abbott from that pavilion end, bowls, as flicks away in the air, caught at square leg. And that is the 5th Surrey wicket, and it's Dan Lawrence this time. And that is Felix Organ, flinging himself to his right, caught it 2 hands. And Kyle Abbott has picked up his first wicket of this Surrey innings.
Yeah, a loose shot there, but it's a great catch. Organ flinging himself away to his right and takes it. And even when you take it like that, there's a chance when your elbows hit the floor of it popping out. But he managed to cling on. It was a really good catch. And Surrey 99 for 5 here. They've got to just be a little bit careful. I know they bat deep, but there's always the danger that somebody else is going to come in and do it, and then they don't. So someone's got to get their head down here for Surrey and really maybe grind it out a little bit. Yeah,
that's for sure. That email, by the way, from Nick, was just saying that he was sorry for the misspelling, and sorry we highlighted that. Probably didn't need to do that. The other email is quite interesting because Leicestershire in Division 2 are playing Glamorgan, and David Wright highlights Leicestershire versus Glamorgan. Is this a Hampshire reserves stroke old boys game? Because in the Leicester side are Scott Curry and Ian Holland, both on loan.
Yeah.
And in the Glamorgan side is Mason Crane, who's on loan, and a former Hampshire player in Sam North East. So you're right. There's a few with Hampshire connections there. Some closer than others now. New batter is Cameron Steele, the one change in the Surrey side. Steele in for Kimo Roach, who I think had a slight knee injury.
He had a
didn't
knee
Niggle?
twinge. Yeah, he had a knee twinge, according to my sources at the club. So that's why Kemar Roach is missing. Glamorgan in that game, by the way, they're 103 for 1. Somerset at Durham, 84 for 7. Yeah. Yeah, Essex are 108 without loss in their game against Kent at Canterbury. Lancashire yet to start. Derbyshire 135 for 3 at Gloucester. Worcestershire yet to start. And Sussex 105 for 3 against Middlesex.
Here's Kyle Abbott bowling to Steele. Coming in now. Steele's at the back foot, almost plays it onto his stumps. He just have come off the bottom hand. Just flicking away on the leg side.
A little bit late on that, wasn't he?
It's a little bit late.
Yeah. Yeah, Yorkshire, by the way, can't do the scores without mentioning Yorkshire. Your phone will be ringing off the hook with emails, Kevin. They're 94 for 1 up at Wantage Road at Northampton.
So all but one game, 2 games not playing?
Yeah, 2 games not playing at Worcester and at Lancashire. So, but Somerset 84 for 7 and they're second in the division.
They are behind you guys, they are. Here's Abbott bowling to Steele once more, and Steele gets one down the leg side. That's another good stop from Ben Brown, having to move smartly to his left.
But if Hampshire, bowl Surrey out cheaply here and go on and win this game, it blows the table wide open again, doesn't it? Because if Essex win, then it's neck and neck at the top. Hampshire will think that they've got a chance as well. Durham might think they've got a chance.
Well, it's things are certainly starting to happen a little bit more for Hampshire, let's put it that way, especially after last week's win against Notts. Here's Abbott, bowls, steals forward. Goes up to mid-off. Good over there from Kyle Abbott. He has 1 for 8 off 5 overs. Surrey then 99 for 5. Dan Lawrence, the 1 wicket since lunch.
Do you know who've impressed me in Division 1 this year? That's Worcestershire.
Really?
Yeah, I think that they got stuffed at the Oval last week, but I saw them first game of the season against Warwickshire. I think their recruitment of Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, who've been playing for years for Radler in the Hertfordshire League, and just, not sort of, I mean, he was decent and gave a few batters at that level the hurry up, but, not sort of doing anything much, and I think he's been a quality signing. Barker from the hotel, the northern end of the ground, bowling to Folkes, who busily defends and takes a couple of steps as if to make off for a single, but you don't want to be doing that when you're 99 for 5.
Unfamiliar position this for Surrey, isn't it?
Well, they were in a similar position last week against Worcestershire. Worcestershire had them 15 for 4. And then a big stand developed which got them to 220 odd, I think 215, something like that. Didn't get a batting point. Barker short, and that brings up the 100 there with a pull by Folkes, and it actually goes all the way. It hurries up over that side of the ground. I don't know if it's down a slope there at all. Is that down a slope on that side of the ground, Kevin? Or
not necessarily.
We've seen it hurry up in that region of the ground. It sort of just gets quicker and quicker as it goes along. So there it comes up in the 34th over after 2 hours and 13 minutes batting, after Rory Burns had won the toss and batted, and I think he would have expected probably a better return than this. Barker, that languid approach into the crease. Oh, Barker, I think, has done that deliberately. Folkes drills one back at him and he flicks it back towards the stumps.
There's a lot of bowlers do that now, don't
Yeah, Karen Steele. A bit more. Have you ever been out like that at the non-strikers end?
I don't think I have. Have you?
No, I don't think I have.
No.
I don't think I have. I've found virtually every other way to get out, but not quite that one. Here's Barker coming in past umpire David Mills, and Folkes turns that to square leg where Fuller fields. And
it was an interesting ball that Barker bowled a couple of balls ago, that short delivery to Folkes. He doesn't often bowl that ball. And he certainly doesn't bowl it on a wicket that's fairly slow like this.
It just sort of sat up, tennis ball bounce-ish, didn't it?
There's
And
obviously a plan there somewhere, but
why not have a look when you're 99 for 5 or whatever? Why not just give it a go and see what happens? Folks just defends that into the onside. A little bit of aerial traffic going on down here.
yeah, a bit busy. Peter has emailed surreycricket@gmail.com. It says, great performance by the bowlers this morning. Fingers crossed they can actually now follow through and dismiss the remaining batters, unlike against Nottinghamshire. Keep up the good commentary work, says Peter. But as you point out, and Surrey aren't top and aren't defending champions for nothing. They do bat a long way down.
They do. And Jordan Clark has been in fantastic form. He's yet to come in. Oh, folks, has a dabble at that one outside the off stump. And just bounces a little bit more than normal and goes through to the gloves of Ben Brown. But Jordan Clark, he's got 100 this year. He's also got a 98 as well. And he's having an influence on games of cricket, whether it's with bat, ball, and people are talking about him potentially. If Ben Stokes isn't bowling, I know he bowled last week in county cricket, but does he go into that sort of all-rounders role with England? It'd be a big call to pick a 33-year-old. It's unlikely. But stranger things have happened.
Well, he's been a good player for a few seasons now for Surrey, isn't he?
Yeah.
Top all-rounder. He's next in. Sean Abbott. He can smack it around as well. Outside the off-stump. Start of a new over from Abbott to Steele. Yes, there is still some Surrey batting to come, I'm afraid, from a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah, but if the ball's nibbling around, you know.
I mean, you think that Rory Burns was misstumped on 22. Fortunately, it didn't cost Hampshire too many runs. It cost them 11 in the end. But the chances are there. Something we haven't seen here this season on the sort of wickets that we've seen. Chances have been few and far between. A little different in this game as Abbott comes in again. Steele leaves that one alone, quite close to off stump.
Good leave, that.
It was. Cameron Steele, who had one game for Hampshire a few years back at Somerset down in Taunton, where he opened the batting.
Yeah, it's an amazing story, Cameron Steele. It's a really good story. I mean, he's born in California, grew up in Australia, went to Middlesex, didn't quite make it, went to Durham, didn't quite make it, sort of was on loan here, wasn't he? Played the odd game.
Here's Abbott. Steele again leaves alone outside the off stump, and again it's on the second bounce through to Ben Brown.
And he started off this season as, well, he was the leading wicket taker. I think he's been overtaken by Porter and Cook and didn't play in the last one, so I'm sure other people have possibly overtaken him now. But when he was top of the charts at sort of the end of April, people from Durham were saying that's really good to see, because he's a really popular guy. He's good with the fans. He's a gregarious man, you know.
He's done well to force himself inside the Surrey team, as that's pushed away towards mid-wicket to do what he's done. Because when he came to, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, Surrey and Alex Stewart, you know, they're very good at spotting. I mean, Jordan Clark wasn't that great at Lancashire.
No, he wasn't. No,
you know, I've said this many times. You know,
a lot of people have said, when I saw him at Lancashire, I thought he was military medium, and yet he gets life out of surfaces. Jordan Clark, he gets bounce from nowhere.
Totally different player now, but he just looked like a player that was just an all-rounder that would just fill in from time to time. He never looked any more than that. Alex Stewart saw something different in him, so it's been proved. Abbott comes in to Steele, and Steele's one of those as well. You know, he came here, and I don't know, maybe circumstances just didn't warrant him, you know, having a contract, but he passed through here. You know, and you know, when he came to you guys, I don't think anybody expected him to be doing anything, and to force himself, you know, to force his way into the first 11. It's been a great effort, and as you say, he did really well at the start of the year with his leg spin, didn't he?
He certainly did. He certainly did.
But it's his batting that Surrey are looking for something now as he pushes forward. That goes out towards extra cover. End of the over, 103 for 5.
The thing about Surrey is they've got a reputation as being Moneybag Surrey, you know, the Man City of cricket, etc. But they are bringing through their own players. They're bringing through Ollie Pope. They're bringing through Jamie Smith. Ryan Patel, people like that who are, you know, actually sort of developing their own, as well as buying what were perceived as journeymen in, as you said, Jordan Clark, Cameron Steele, people like that, and turning them into decent cricketers. So, anyway, I'm going to hand over to Anthony Clapham. He's going to take us through for the next 40 minutes or so, or actually 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's all we're allowing him. Yeah, can't risk him anymore. Here's Barker around the wicket to Folkes. Folkes pushes that into the gap square on the offside. And that'll be a single. Folkes moves on to 14. And Surrey move on to 104 for 5.
That's lovely on the ears. It's a bit chilly now up here, and having the headphones. Like Dan's obviously kept them nice and warm. Good start for Hampshire getting that early wicket. Dan Lawrence.
Certainly was, yeah. Caught by Felix Organ at square leg. Good diving two-handed catch from him. Oh, it's just pushing at that a little bit. It's a slow wicket, so you've got to be careful about doing that. Here's Barker again round the wicket. Bowls, and it's Foolish to Steele. Punches that up to mid-on, fielded by Kyle Abbott. Just to repeat on the team news, by the way. 3 changes in the Hampshire side. No Tom Prest, he's fractured his shoulder, out for 6 weeks. Ali Orr, who had a back spasm yesterday in practice, not available. And Mo Abbas is having a rest. And in comes Toby Albert for his first game of the season. Actually, his last championship game was against Surrey, last game of last season, where he opened the batting. He will open the batting again in this one. Here's Barker, outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, and there is no run. Dick Gubbins is back after a week and a bit of paternity leave, looking after his new daughter, Ottilie. And Michael Nisa, playing his first game, picked up the wicket of Jamie Smith right on the stroke of lunch. And Surrey have made one change from their last game where they beat Worcestershire. Kemo Roach, who has a bit of a knee niggle, and Steele, the man batting there, back in the side. Still overcast here, probably a little bit more overcast than it has been. Steele just pushes that away square on the leg side, not fielded cleanly by Fuller, but recovers well. And there is no run. So all in all, a good day for Hampshire so far, but of course it's about both sides bowling on this surface, not just one. And Surrey do have spinners in Lawrence and Cameron Steele. Interesting to see how they match up when they come to bowl. Here's Barker. Runs away from us again and forward. Cameron Steele again. That's not quite out of the middle of the bat, is it? Goes out behind square on the offside. But a little bit of a different type of game here, Anthony, than we've been used to over the last 3 home games. As well, what have you had? 5 wickets, I reckon. I'm trying not to exaggerate here, but I think we waited at least 2 and a bit sessions for this many wickets.
Yeah, it's the ball's definitely doing a bit more than it has done, isn't it? I mean, even Keith Barker here, he's angling it into the right-hander and swinging it away nicely.
He is, yeah. That's his line of attack, standard line of attack, as Steele's on the back foot. Pushes that out square on the offside. That's another good over there from Barker, just one off it. He has 9 overs done for 27. Surrey 104 for 5. Having won the toss and elected to bat first. Hampshire have 1 bonus point so far in this game, the only bonus point in total.
You mentioned both teams have got to bat on this wicket for us to see what the past score is. And I actually played a game on Saturday and we were unfortunately 20 for 4, 40 for 5. Managed to get up to 180, and I think at around 70 for 5 we were getting, look at the scoreboard, we ended up bowling them out for 80. So yeah, I think never judge a book by its cover. Let's wait for both teams to bat on this, because Surrey have a great attack as well, but Abbott's going to come in to Folkes, who is probably the perfect batter for Surrey in this situation, where he will be gritty as ever and try and get them through this period and then capitalise later on. He certainly does not mind batting for a long period of time.
Yeah. Thank you to Brian Budd, who's emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says Marnus Labuschagne for Glamorgan has been bowled by Scott Curry, the Hampshire on loan player at Leicestershire. We mentioned in that game there's 3 loanees from Hampshire playing. Good wicket for the Hampshire Starlet, says Brian. It certainly was. Well done him.
But again, wider of the crease this time, angling it in, and Folks tries flicking that off his legs, but there are 3 people in that leg side region. You've got a wide mid-on, a short mid-wicket ready for the catch, and Felix Organs just at the square leg ready to try and get another catch. He took a superb catch to get Dan Lawrence out just a couple of overs ago. Hampshire would be really, really happy with how they're sitting at the moment. Surrey winning the toss, choosing to bat, which I think Rory Burns had no other option to do on a used wicket, try and bat first when it's going to be the best. But 104 for 5. So Hampshire will be looking to try and get more wickets in this little passage of play as Dawson moves out from second slip into quite a short mid-on. So 2 catches in front of the batsman now as Abbott bowls, and he's out! Bowled him! Kyle Abbott has bowled, folks, for 14, and the middle stump has left the ground, and Surrey 104 for 6.
Wow, I'd like to see that again on the live picture feed. That looked a really, really good delivery. Did that nip back? Did it catch the inside edge on the way through? He's driving a little loosely there.
Yeah, look, that's very not like a Ben Folks at all. He's pretty. Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to hit that gap through the covers. But Abbott always shapes the ball into the right-hander, and Hampshire well on top now with Surrey 104 for 6. Saying that, actually, you've got Jordan Clark, who's very handy with the bat. He got, I think, 90 odd last week. 90, I think he got 99 actually. So, yeah, still a big sort of half an hour here in this game as Hampshire would look to try and wrap up this Surrey innings. 4 big wickets to go. But yeah, that was very loose from Folks. I've seen a few loose shocks from. If you look at Pope, Barker wasn't on the boundary. He was sort of floating, and he's come down the wicket and chipped it to mid-on, and then that brings in Darren Lawrence later on. He's flicked one off his legs, caught square leg. Jamie Smith, the last ball before lunch, gets bowled. Just looking at it again, Abbott, yeah, it's just angling in. Hasn't really done much off the pitch, just angling in. Always attacking the stumps. Don't know if it's kept low, is it? No. I think Folks' reactions there is probably batter's mistake as opposed to a top ball, but no, it's been a good comeback here from Abbott. He's struggled the last time, certainly the last home game. Pitch being a bit slower, but a bit more in it for the bowlers, and is into his 7th over bowl, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. So a superb spell here.
Certainly is. Just very quickly, while we're waiting for the next batter, Jordan Clark, to take his guard and get composed. Thank you to Vernon Needham on the email, surreycricket@gmail.com. He says there's another ex-Hampshire player playing in that game, Leicestershire against Glamorgan, Tom Scriven. Of course there is. How can we forget Tom Scriven? Good little player, doing well at Leicestershire.
So Scott Curry, he's on loan. He's still a Hampshire player.
Yeah, and yeah, he's the one that got Marnus Labuschagne, big wicket.
Okay. Right, here we go. Jordan Clark, right-handed batsman, facing Kyle Abbott as he charges in wide of the crease again. Aims, angles in, and he snips it away, and there's a big call in the slips from James Vince. There's certainly a lot happening here. It's very dull over the Utilita Bowl here, and Hampshire faithful getting behind their team. Kyle Abbott looks in real good rhythm here since lunch, making a better play, nipping it away this time. So he generally does angle the ball into the stumps, and he's just nipped the ball away, and fortunately for Clark, just misses the outside edge.
Different circumstances for Jordan Clark walking to the wicket here than the last time when he played Hampshire at the Oval, where he was able to just thrash the ball around the ground.
Abbott again, big drive this time. Oh, I don't know how that's missed. Kev. So I'm just going to have to look at this replay back because that's a big booming drive, trying to go through covers. Whoa, that's something I would see on a Saturday, I think. Maybe a nervy shot from Jordan Clark. He's a much better batter than that. Wide, he's tried to get on top of it and tried to be fair to Surrey, they're trying to put the pressure back on to Hampshire here. Jordan Clark can certainly bat. Abbott comes in now. Let's see what we've got in store for us now. We've got Clark into. He leaves it there. Sorry, Abbott. It's a fantastic over. Wicket maiden. It's quite exciting.
It certainly is. There's a little bit more happening. for the bowlers here, and I'm sure for Surrey that will be the case as well. We could be in for a low-scoring game here over the course of, I say 4 days. You have to say at the moment, probably looking like a 3-day finish, but you never know. Once the ball gets a little older, it's a little softer, and all of a sudden the batters do tend to get on top. But we'll wait and see.
It's ideal bowling conditions now, isn't it? It's not too warm. It's a bit cold and cloud cover.
Here's Barker then round the wicket. Steele is forward, yet to get off the mark. 15 balls Cameron Steele has faced so far. Got an email here from Steve, who's in Brixton. Steve writes, surreycricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary. Just say we're missing Mark Church, and all the best to him as well. Dan's doing a great job filling in for him over the last few weeks, that's for sure. Kevin, were you pleased with the comments about you in the excellent Simon Hughes' book, A Lot of Hard Yakka? Yeah. So flick the pad as it goes down the leg side. If I'm honest, I can only remember some of it now. Simon is back a little later. We might just bring that up again. But yeah, I think the thing about when he wrote that book, which is quite a few years ago now, I think, was it a sports book of the year at the time or something? That he used to, I'm sure I mentioned this before, he used to phone me up in the winter before the book came out, and he would phone me up and he would say, can you remember this, can you remember that? I said, no, I can't remember a thing. Here comes Barker as Steele is forward and he goes out to backward of point, and then he would say, well, actually this happened and that happened. I thought, well, why have you phoned me? If you knew what happened, why have you actually phoned me? And he phoned, I don't know how many calls, 6 calls or something during the winter. It must have been at least that. And I don't think at any stage was I able to help him with any additional information. But he was so good. I remember the very first year we joined Middlesex in 1980. He used to write for the local paper, the Ealing Gazette or something, I don't know. But he would write everything down every day that he did, that happened at Middlesex. Oh, he's edged. Oh no, he's got off the pad to second slip. Ooh, I got excited there for a moment. So he was very good at writing things down anyway. So he had almost like a perfect record of every single day of the 6 months.
Wow.
Anyway, but so quite why he phoned me up and said, "Can you remember this?"
So he would go through
anyway.
As a player. He would be. This is what happened. This is.
Yeah. He'd write everything down from the moment he walked through the Grace Gates or the Northern Gate, depending. Northern Gate most of the time. But yeah, because he was always very good like that. You know, he's journalistically and right. You know, from a writer's point of view. Full flicked away down to fine leg by Cameron Steele, and he's finally off the mark with the 19th ball that he's faced. Surrey move on to 105 for 6. So yeah, I know he wrote a few things in there about me, and yeah, I remember at the time we were all fine with it. I don't think I probably had much choice anyway, but.
I just drew abroad actually. I'm in the middle of his book actually, and he mentioned that he writes something about how he's feeling before a test match, and sort of goes back to it and how he felt on the day, and I think it's quite interesting.
Yes. Yeah, that side of things, isn't it? When people give a real insight, but it's just something a little different. Barker again, round the wicket, this time to Jordan Clark. Oh, that's wickedly swung in. Clark's played well there, actually, getting that out into the covers, but you could see that ball just spearing in over its last couple of yards. Well played, Jordan Clark. Well bowled, Keith Barker. End of the over, 105 for 6. Got an email here from Nathan, who's in Hedge End. That's not too far away. Solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. He says, I've noticed this a few times, but I sort of want to find out why. Is there a story behind Keith Barker's bright red socks? Yes. The only reason I can't remember it, there is a story.
There is there?
Yeah,
okay. I'm keen to know that now.
Yeah, I sort of read it out because it would be unfair not to, but somebody has told me this a little while ago, and I'm really sorry, but I've totally forgotten what the story is behind that. If anybody can remember, or anybody knows, you know how to get in touch. Surreycricket@gmail.com.
Kyle Abbott to continue now from the pavilion end. Bowls into Cam Steele. His down leg. And Ben Brown's made a good stop down to his left-hand side. He gets a glove, and it's been picked up by Fletcher Middleton, who cleans it up. It is a leg by and brings Jordan Clark on strike, who he's batting 8 today, but he's scored more runs than all of the Hampshire batters apart from Nick Gubbins. So He's no mug with the bat. He's averaging 77.5
this season.
And his strike rate is nearly 100 at 93. So that's probably why we're seeing an aggressive play early on from Jordan Clark. That's obviously how he bats, and he is, let's say, out of all the Surrey batters, he is the man in form. So big wicket this for Hampshire as Kyle Abbott comes in wide of the crease, angling in, he plays and misses, and he's got him. It looked like he played and missed, and he's found the outside edge. And that is the big wicket. Jordan Clark's average going to be slightly impact from that, and Hampshire managed to restrict Surrey to 106 for 7. This is a superb spell from Kyle Abbott.
Right, I'm going to mention this now. I was going to try and before that wicket fell. Kyle Abbott now has equalled the most wickets on this ground by a Hampshire bowler.
Okay, you're going to ask me who the other bowler is?
That's a good quiz question, actually. He now has 186 wickets on this ground. One other Hampshire player has taken 186 wickets on this ground.
This is a great question.
So Anthony Clapham is having a think.
Yeah.
If you know the answer, solidcricket@gmail.com before I actually read out who the main bowler is.
No, Dan's asking for some
No,
clues
it's not.
here.
Yeah, I haven't done
Don't-
anything. Don't worry. I know he thinks it's somebody, and I've just said to him no. So remember this ground. First class matches were here 2001. So we are talking of 23, 24 years of first class cricket here. One other Hampshire bowler stands alone, or did until just now, with the most wickets on this ground at
This is going to
186.
frustrate me. I'm going to get
Kyle
this.
Abbott has now just equalled that total.
Dan's writing down his answer. I'm going to try not to look, but that did just talking about that dismissal there. It just did seem to bounce a bit more on Jordan Clark. Very thin edge to Ben Brown, but Surrey now, after winning the toss and batting 106 for 7, so massive opportunity for Hampshire to finish this innings off. But unfortunately for Hampshire, the people who can back are still entering the crease, with Sean Abbott now due to face namesake Kyle Abbott, who's on the money straight away. Dropped it into the offside for no run. He's wearing a cable knit vest there. It's a bit chilly out there. There's quite a lot of vests and jumpers and jackets on in the crowd. Abbott now 3 for 8. What a spell this is after lunch. Obviously took the wicket of Jamie Smith, the ball before lunch, and has taken 2 after that. So it's a really key period, and I can't see spin being brought back on anytime soon with the way the ball was moving. Fantastic skippering from James Vince this morning. Abbott bowls to Sean Abbott. James Vince reading the conditions really well, bringing Liam Dawson in literally within I think it was 11:37 when he came on. Got a wicket fairly early on with Dom Sibley, and he's changed the bowlers around really well today. He's read the conditions pretty well. He should do after. He's probably the most experienced player other than him and Dawson down there on this ground. Have you guessed who it is, Dan?
He has, actually.
Has he got it right?
Yeah.
It's Kyle Abbott into Sean Abbott. It's hit him on the pads. Big shout. Umpires unmoved. There was a close call earlier on from Liam Dawson on, I think it was Ollie Pope, looked very close.
Just watching the replay here.
Maybe a bit high, going down. Not a lot going for that one, but Hampshire well on top here. And although Hampshire have had a slow start to the season, they've only lost the 1 game. So quite a few people have written off Hampshire at their peril, as they are well on top here at the Utilita Bowl. As Kyle Abbott looks to complete his 8th over now into namesake Sean Abbott, wide of the crease, in, down leg. It's a great stop by Ben Brown, and there's going to be a chance of a run out here. No, there's not. Cam Steele's pretty quick, and that completes that over. Another wicket maiden. 5 maidens now.
3 for 8, Kyle Abbott, and in this spell since lunch, he's taken 3 wickets for no run. Terrific stuff.
Wow.
and equalled, of course, the most wickets on this ground, which Anthony is still hasn't quite worked out. While he does, a couple of other emails. Stephen Clark, who's on the ground, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, sorry for the lack of emails today. This cricket is enthralling. See, he only emails us when the cricket is dull. It's enthralling from a Hampshire point of view. Does the morning session go down as the best session of the year? Well, it wouldn't have taken much, let's be honest. I will try to be more productive with my communiques, but the cricket is taking precedence at the moment. Dan Whiting will come back in. One or two of you have got that question right. Hugo Chandler, solentcricket@gmail.com, you're right. Here's Barker round the wicket, coming back in. Does the ball to Sean Abbott, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Tim Shipway, you've also got the player right. Matt Groot says Keith Barker used to play for Blackburn Rovers and then Rochdale, and I think one of those clubs he tips his hat to by wearing red footy socks. Is that right? Might be, actually. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, Blackburn, I think, wear red socks, don't they?
Yeah, so it might be something to do with that. Here he is then. Keith Barker, certainly with red soles on his feet, that's for sure, as the ball just swings away past the outside edge.
Do you remember the outcry when David Gower wore blue socks in a test match? I think a couple of MCC members actually wrote to the committee, like really having a, saying it's just not cricket, almost choking on their gin and tonics, and now it's become the norm, hasn't it? It's become de rigueur.
Get away with it now.
Yeah.
Luke Wood, I'm afraid, who's saying, was it Shane Warne or was it Chris Tremlett? No, I'm afraid it was neither of those. There's Barker bowls. Again, it's outside the off stump of Sean Abbott's. But Mr. Whiting has got it right.
Second guess, though. It took me two guesses. It took me two guesses. And my first one was that one just there from Chapu emailed. Best bowling in an innings in these fixtures at the Rose, the Aegeus, the Utilita Bowl, or whatever you refer to it as.
Always Utilita now, of course.
Indeed.
So always nearly edged that one, Abbott pushing forward.
Harbhajan Singh back in 2005, 6 for 36, and Felix Organ, 5 for 25. So that's the best bowling in an innings here at this ground. In general, in these fixtures between these two, W.C. Smith, I don't remember him, Kevin might, back in 1904 at the Oval.
Of course.
He got 9 for 31.
There's Barker. That's swung in, turned away by Abbott to square leg.
And C.J. Knott, just before the Second World War.
Charles Knott. Former chairman. Yeah.
At the United Services Ground at Portsmouth, he took 8 for 85 back in 1939.
There you go. Andrew Ball's got it right as well. He's on the Isle of Wight. Thank you, Andrew. solentcricket@gmail.com. Liam Williamson, you've also got it right. As Barker comes in, it's way outside the off stump. It's quite dull out there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the floodlights come on shortly. 107 for 7.
You can have the floodlights on here all the time, because at some grounds, like say Gloucestershire, they can only use their floodlights at certain times. And I see Sussex, due to financial reasons this year, have decided to go sans floodlights. So, just due to financial reasons, apparently it's 150 quid per bulb per hour. That's what I read.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that seems excessive.
It does.
But even in these days of rising energy prices, I think that seems excessive. But apparently that's what's being mooted around. So
Brenda's got it wrong. She says Sean Noodle. No, it wasn't Sean Noodle.
No.
Good guess, but not right. solentcricket@gmail.com. We'll string it out for a couple of more minutes or so.
Kyle Abbott. What a spell he's produced. Here he comes. Oh, that's got to be close. Oh, it's not been given. The umpire's motioning that now it's going down the leg side. Abbott's got his hands on his head, so he can't believe it. Ooh.
Well, he's not forward and he's not back.
No, he's gone nowhere on the crease.
I'm not sure he's outside the off stump either.
No, I think.
Blimey, that's close.
I think if it's anything, it's going down leg, but I mean, it's hit him I think sort of middle, possibly going on hitting leg stump. I think Cameron Steele. That's gone down the leg side. Abbott's nipping it back in all the time now, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's on a roll.
He is. You can see him running into the crease a lot quicker as well.
Yeah.
He's got his tail up.
He has, yeah. He did it towards the end of the game at Notts last week. Got early wickets on day 3, which got Hampshire into a, well, certainly a chance of winning, which they got over the line in the end, which could have gone either way. But yeah, he started day 3 with early wickets, and he's in that form again. 3 for none since lunch.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. Steele. 1 off 24 balls so far for Cameron Steele. But he's doing a job for his side, and someone needs to guts this out. Someone needs to grind this out.
Not easy out there, is it?
No,
That's
it's
for sure.
not. It's not. You've got the overheads. You've got a little bit of a green tinge on the wicket, and you've got Kyle Abbott with a ball that's still only, well, it's 40 overs old now, but he's still doing a little bit, still doing quite a bit.
Certainly is. Well done to Luke Wood, who's another go on the most wickets on this ground. You got it right.
Here's Abbott. Steele defence. Is that Luke Wood, the Lancashire and Notts guy?
It might well be. You never know. Might be just having a bit of a rest and having a listen. Paul Hobbs, congratulations. You've also got it right. So a few of you are getting it right now. We'll give it till the end of the next over, shall we? And then we'll reveal Kyle Abbott and blah 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 have the most wickets on this ground.
Yep.
Hampshire bowler, most wickets on this ground. He would be a Hampshire bowler because you'd have to play here every other week, wouldn't you?
Here he is. That's just tickled down the leg side. That's the first run. Oh, off Kyle Abbott since lunch, and Steele just tickles it around the corner. Moves on to 2.
Joe on the ground's got it right as well. She's tweeted at Zone Sport.
It's actually got a little bit lighter, I think. You can see out to the west that it's a little bit brighter, isn't it? We seem to have this dirty grey one hanging over our heads here. Kyle Abbott looking to exploit that. And that's in the air, and it's a drop catch. That's square leg, a great effort around the corner there. Is that Toby Albert? Felix Organ. Felix Organ is a superb effort. I mean, he took a really good one off Dan Lawrence after lunch. But if he'd have clung on to that, that was one-handed. The one for Dan Lawrence, he got both hands to. And that was away to his right, but this one was out to his left.
Another good over from Kyle Abbott. That would have been a spell of
4 for 1. 3
yeah,
for 1.
yeah. Well, no, he's taken 3. That would have been 4, wouldn't it?
4 for, yeah.
It's gone for a couple of runs now. A couple of more of you on the emails. James in the Scottish Highlands says Sean Udall. No, it wasn't Sean Udall. We had that one earlier. Simon, yes, you've got that right as well. Brenda has had another go, and you got it wrong again. James Tomlinson. No, it wasn't James Tomlinson. Liam Dawson into the attack. He has 3 for 18 from 11 overs. Picked up the first 3 wickets this morning of Sibley, Pope and Burns. Here he is then, round the wicket and bowls it short outside the off stump, and Abbott pushes that out into the covers.
I think James Vince has skippered this really well today. I think he's got his spinners on early. He's got the close fielders in there, putting pressure on the new bat.
Flighted, forward is Abbott.
And what you see with Vince and Rory Burns is they're innovative. They think about it. We've seen Rory Burns many times this season have a leg slip. We saw Dan Lawrence take a catch there last week in the game against Worcestershire.
Yeah. Hugo Wilkinson, congratulations. You've got the name of the player right. Dawson bowls. Abbott pushes that to mid-wicket.
And what we're seeing when the ball's nipping around is modern fad of batters wanting to bat on off stump. You're seeing a lot more people caught, say, round at leg slip or strangled down the leg side a little bit more.
Yeah. Just a slip in at the moment for Abbott. Dawson flights, and that's driven because field is fairly deep. Michael Nisa at mid-off.
Because the off-stump guard, I mean, it was unheard of back in sort of, you know, up until about 7-8 years ago, wasn't it?
Everybody thought you'd be LBW all the time.
Yeah.
Which I still think people were getting LBW, but yeah, it seemed to help a lot of batters with their leaving outside of off stump, knowing what to leave and what not to.
Yeah, you see that, and also sometimes you take LBW out of the equation if you get yourself out. If you get the pad outside off stump, as long as you're playing a shot and the impact's outside the line of off stump, you take LBW out of the equation.
That's right. Brenda's had another go. Brenda, I'm starting to feel sorry for you because she says Billy Taylor. No, I'm afraid it's not Billy Taylor either. Have one more go. Quick, Brenda, before we reveal all, as that's played out quietly on the offside. He was an all-rounder. Yeah, I've given you half a clue there. Is it Derek Shackleton? No, it can't be, because this ground only started in 2021 hosting first-class cricket, and I'm afraid Derek Shackleton was way before that. So maybe, Peter, you didn't quite understand the question, but it is on this ground only, not on the old ground as well. Let's play quietly out into the covers, no run, end of the over, 110 for 7.
Was it Charles Knott?
Certainly wasn't Charles Knott, no, though he took a hatful of wickets for Hampshire, but again, that was on the old ground. This is 186 wickets on this ground only from 2001 onwards. Go on, Brenda, have one more go, and then when you have another go, we'll reveal all.
Do you miss Northlands Road, Kevin?
As a venue, I don't know. I mean, it's like a lot of these places. It's easy to say, you know, when you see this place, you know, it's easy to say, oh, Northlands Road was only this and only that, but at the time you didn't know anything else.
Yeah.
So it's difficult.
Yeah.
It had its limitations, obviously. That's why Hampshire have moved here.
Yeah. It's Kyle Abbott going to Sean Abbott. Crunch through the offside, and that's a welcome relief for Surrey. 4 runs there, short and wide, and that's really probably the first bad ball that Kyle Abbott has bowled since lunch.
Yeah, he's into his 6th over, so this may be his last. We'll have to wait and see. Well done to Stephen Eason. You've also got the name of the player right. I'm just waiting for Brenda before we reveal all. Have one more go.
Come on, Brenda. Come on.
All-rounder.
Come on. Again, short, wide, and same result as the last ball. Abbott forces it off the back foot for 4 runs. Come on, Brenda. Direct message us, DM us.
Oh, well, she's on the emails. Has she come back? Oh no, we've got a couple more. Dominic Cork, I'm afraid, is not right. Ashley Hazlitt. Good guess, but not right. I could find out actually how many Dominic Cork got.
Abbott, man's gone back, Fuller's gone back there, and little fish. Sean Abbott nicks one behind to Ben Brown, and Kyle Abbott gets his namesake out, and he's on fire. That's his 4th wicket since lunch.
And that puts Kyle Abbott in the lead with the most wickets on this ground, and he now has 187. And the player who now slips down to 2nd place is one
Dimitri Mascarenhas.
Correct. Dimitri Mascarenhas, who until a few moments ago had the most wickets on this ground. And Anthony Clapham is shaking his head. He never thought of that name, did you? It's all red ball. Yes, it's first class. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice man, Dimitri. I've interviewed him a few years back. And very pleasant individual.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, Dimmy got his 186 red ball wickets here in 68 matches. Kyle Abbott now is playing his 49th match here.
Yeah. Yeah. Kyle Abbott just I mean, he's been a wonderful, wonderful signing for Hampshire, really has. From KwaZulu-Natal, and he came into the South African side due to a calf injury to Jacques Callis. I mean, that's a fine pair of boots to fill, isn't it? And he followed Lance Klusener to have the second best figures for a South African on debut. He took 7 for 29 against Pakistan at Centurion back in 2013. But he turned South Africa down to come here, didn't he? And
him and Riley Russo.
yeah,
I remember them being unveiled at a press conference,
I
talking
believe
together.
Cricket South Africa sort of tried to make them stay, didn't they, behind the scenes, and they decided to come here. Was Dale Benkenstein here at the time? I think possibly.
Ooh, that's a good shout. I don't know.
Gus Atkinson is the new man at the crease, and he has a little fiddle at that one as well. Surrey, 118 for 8. They are staring into the abyss. I know you can't say it until both sides are batted, but Surrey, having chosen to bat this morning, will not be enjoying themselves here.
No, I suppose it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's a used pitch. Do you want to bat last? Or do you have first use and let Hampshire bat last? It's a tricky one. I suppose on balance it's about the right thing to do. I think.
Time will tell. Time will only tell, Kevin. Abbott. Atkinson squirts that one away. He might even get... No, he's not going to get 4. It's going to slow up in that region as Fletcher Middleton comes round and fields there. Keeps them down to 2. So 120 for 8 now. Both batters are on 2. Atkinson's going at a run and ball. Meanwhile, Cameron Steele, his strike rate is 7.4 with 2 off 27 balls, but he's doing a job for his side. Here's Kyle Abbott bustling into the crease, running in hard. Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled Atkinson neck and crop. Surrey now 120 for 9. And Kyle Abbott has got possibly one of the quickest fifers I've ever seen in this post-lunch interval. I mean, we are 55 minutes from lunch. We've only had 55 minutes of play. And Kyle Abbott has got a fifer.
Incredible stuff, isn't it, really? It just goes to show, doesn't it, really? Produce a wicket that's got a little bit of help in it, and to be honest, it should be helping the spinners probably a little bit more. Maybe we'll see that as the game goes through, but even so, but just a wicket that's offered something. It just goes to show that, you know, bowlers as good as Kyle Abbott on a real flat, docile wicket, you can nullify them, you can absolutely blunt them, but on something that's just given a little bit of help, and they're away. They're absolutely away.
I think that's what we've seen at the Oval this year. We've seen wickets with a little bit of bounce, a little bit of carry, and there's something in it for the bowlers. And Surrey have got the attack that can exploit that sort of slightly quicker conditions, probably quicker than anywhere else you're going to get in the country. And I think their attack might be looking forward, especially Dan Worrell will be looking forward to having a bowl on this. I think he might be licking his lips. I don't think he's going to hang around long here, Dan Worrell. I think he's going to play his shots. And, you know, if Surrey can whack a quick 20 or 30, I think it could be invaluable here, potentially.
For sure. 120 for 9. What an incredible spell, Kyle Abbott. 5 for 20, and since lunch, he's taken 5 for 12.
Wow. Wowzers. That's pretty impressive.
5 for 12 in 6 overs. Here's Liam Dawson looking to finish things off. His 3 wickets seems a distant memory now as he comes in. All 3 of those this morning. Oh, he's on the back foot there, Cameron Steele. Just pushes it out behind square on the offside. There's a slightly deep field now, as if they're quite happy to give Steele a single and have a go at Worrell. So how things have moved quickly. This is two and a half days worth of cricket in the previous home games. As down the wicket comes Steele, just prods that to mid-wicket.
Are you on an hourly rate or a piece rate for a wicket?
I'm not joking. Seriously, 2.5 days of cricket we've seen in the space of 43 overs in the last 3 home games. Dawson bowls down the wicket, comes Steele, just works that into the gap between bowler and mid-wicket, and Worrell will face the next delivery. 121 for 9 now, Surrey.
Yeah, from the sublime to the ridiculous for Kevin James. But I'll tell you what, it's entertaining cricket. It really is entertaining cricket. And Kyle Abbott has been absolutely superb. You've still got to put the ball in the right areas on these wickets, and
Certainly have.
he's been ideal.
That's driven back to Dawson by Dan Worrell. Now, Luke Wood has asked a question. Do you know how many wickets Sean Irvine got at the Utilita Bowl? And he says, unfortunately, I'm not the Lancashire fast bowler, says Luke. silentcricket@gmail.com. I think I can work that out, Luke, but give me a bit of time. I can't remember at the moment. Nice drive from Worrell out towards extra cover. Good stop.
Yeah, Worrell's no fool with the bat. He's, I would say in those sides, I think he'd probably be a 9.
Averages 12 with the bat.
Yeah, but he's entertaining.
Forward, gets an inside edge on that one. Goes out towards square leg. There is no fielder there, but they don't take a single. End of the over, 121 for 9, and there is a change. There's going to be Mr. Anthony Clapham alongside Dan Whiting.
Yeah, so definitely Hampshire's day so far. Thank you, Kevin. Always good to commentate with Kevin James, and loved by the Hampshire faithful down here. Anthony, it's been an interesting day's cricket, isn't it?
It's interesting 20 minutes, yeah.
Certainly has.
3 wickets went down, and lots going on, which Kyle Abbott's just, I mean, no wonder he's bowling again. He's just been on the money every ball, isn't he? He's been brilliant. From a Hampshire perspective, anyway. Yeah,
this will put a smile on the face of Adi Birrell as well. Here's Kyle Abbott coming in looking for his 6th to Cameron Steele. Steele drives pleasantly to Keith Barker and picks up a single, scampers through. Takes it on to 122.
I certainly didn't expect potentially Kev's interview at the end of the day to be with a seam bowler after Dawson taking the first 3 wickets of the day, but Kyle Abbott's been brilliant, and I've actually just seen the young Dawson bowling against the wall down below us, and he's not bowling left arm spin, he's bowling right arm fast, so maybe he's going to be the next Kyle Abbott.
Yep. Here's Abbott, and that's wide, bit of width there, and Worrell slashes him through the offside for 4 runs. It wasn't a half volley. He's actually just got on top of the bounce there and played that quite pleasantly, actually. A bit unkind of me to say he's slashed away at that, but
yeah, I think that was wide, full, and deserved to go for there, but well put away from Worrell. Looking forward to seeing him bowl on this later on for sure.
Yeah, he'll be looking forward to it. Here's Abbott. Worrell plays that up to mid-on, although nearly parried past him there by Toby Albert. Coming in, Basingstoke lad. Yeah,
he plays in the same league as my local club. He plays for Finch Hampstead, and he plays for Berkshire when he's not with Hampshire. So I think he was down Cornwall at the weekend, playing for Berkshire, won their both games.
Did he come through Basingstoke and Northants? Was that his club originally?
Oh, I'm not sure. Not sure actually.
I've got a feeling he
maybe,
might be,
yeah.
Up at Mays Bounty.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, that's gone through. Worrell goes through into the gloves of Ben Brown. Hampshire use it occasionally as an outground, don't they?
They used to. I don't think they do anymore. I don't actually know where they use their outground now. Actually,
we went over to see Isle of Wight a couple of years ago.
That's I think it might may well be. Is it Isle of Wight, Kev? Outgrounds, Hampshire? Is it still Isle of Wight? It used to be Basingstoke a long time ago, wouldn't it? Not so anymore.
Well, they've used.
No.
They're not at the Isle of Wight this year, but they've used various grounds around the south. Worrell plays that out to Albert at mid-wicket. They played at United Services Pools. They played at Bournemouth Can't remember the name of the ground at Bournemouth off the top of my head. Dean Park, is it, Bournemouth? Is that the name of the ground? Dean Park? No. What's the name of the ground at Bournemouth? Dean Park. It is Dean Park. Maze Bounty. I think they played at a number of different grounds on the Isle of Wight over the years. Abbott in. Oh, that's a good leave. Oh, that nearly hits the helmet as well. Brown.
That's a great stop from Brown, but like a diving wave to his left. I know he hasn't taken it well, but look where this bounces just on the replay here. He's just dived way to his left, just bounces just before him, and you're right, nearly palms on.
Nearly 5 penalty runs for hitting the helmet there behind Ben Brown, but misses by 7 or 8 inches.
I've seen you do some of the umpire signalling today when there's a bye or anything. What's the signal for penalty runs? Do you know?
It depends whether it's against the batting or the bowling side. So it's
if it's the helmet.
If it's the helmet, I think it's that, isn't it? I think so.
With you signal with your hands how many runs.
Yeah. And then tap the shoulder. Is that right? I think so. I should know this. I have done my level 2. I should know.
Right, Liam Dawson from the Hotel End bowls into Cameron Steele, who will be excited to bowl on this. I'm sure as well. Brought back into the side for Surrey this week and replaced for the injured Kemar Roach. Liam Dawson to try and add to his 3 wickets this morning. Bowls again, bowling around. It loses his feet as Cameron Steele hit it down to long and decides to not take the single. Which probably gives you a sign of what he thinks of Worrell's batting and probably a bigger chance for him to score runs this end. So Surrey 126 for 9. Cam Steele already deciding to turn down the single. It is only the second ball of the over, however, so as Dawson comes in, tries to work that off his legs, again dot ball. I assume he'll be looking to face the first 4 or 5 balls, try and cash in on them, and then if he can rotate the last 2, that'd be the plan, and try and farm the strike a little bit. Did you see much of that last week with Jordan Clark? Did he do that last week?
Yes, he did.
Dawson comes in, this time flighted a little bit. and Cameron Steele this time decides to use his feet and does take the single, so that leaves Worrell 2 balls to go.
What Jordan Clark's got, though, he's got the ability to muscle the ball over the boundary, you know, and he can do that. Surrey, meanwhile, have been notoriously poor at getting rid of a tail, so according to the fans.
Dawson this time to Worrell, who chops the ball, and Vince scurries to get the ball away.
I mean, it hasn't really cost them because their attack is so good, you know, but for instance, Matt Parkinson down at Canterbury batted nearly 150 balls down there. Yeah, but I mean, the wicket was dead. It was a pudding. Dawson,
last ball of the over. Looked like there was going to be a big drive from Worrell, and he just dots it into the offside for no run, and completes another Liam Dawson over, just the 1 from it, 3 for 21 off his 14.
Do you think Kemar Roach and Mohamed Abbas are pretty disappointed about missing out on this one?
I think, as a bowler, when you look at the scorecard, 127 for 9, I think Kemar Roach in particular does have that extra pace as well. So I think Nisa will be looking to come on very, very soon. In fact, he's coming on now, by the looks of things. He bowled really well this morning, probably a bit unlucky with his figures. I think he's gone for just over 4 and over, but I think he bowled a lot better than that. But yeah, you're right. Mohamed Abbas will probably be in his room now overlooking the ground with a coffee or a tea or something, thinking, it'd be cold to be out there, but I'd like to be out there bowling on this surface for sure. But as I said to Kev earlier, we can't really comment too much on how good of display. Although Hampshire have bowled really, really well, they do need to back this up with the bat, and got a few youngsters in the lineup. Toby Albert obviously coming back in as well.
Yeah, Nisa bustling in, and that's played. Actually, Cameron Steele's played that pretty well. He's played that with soft hands, and it's gone on the bounce there to Liam Dawson at second slip. He didn't push too hard at it, so the ball didn't carry, and he's actually played that really well. Steele grinding it out here, 5 of 35 balls, but doing a job. Sometimes, if this is a low-scoring game, and we'll find out probably, maybe by the end of tomorrow. That's a flash out sort of stump. That's not so well played, Cameron, still, but he's got away with it. He's still there.
He's gone hard.
But we'll find out probably by the end of the Hampshire innings whether
Yeah.
this is a low-scoring encounter. And if Surrey can eke out another 15, 20 runs here, they could be vital in the context of the game.
We just on that, we've had an email from Stephen Clark. He does say it is to address to Kev, but I will answer it. Sorry to dampen spirits, but I sincerely hope that we can bat a bit on this. I'm beginning to wonder that if we don't, the pitch is to blame. Will our suspended penalty be activated?
So Hampshire got a suspended penalty, have they?
Yeah, from last year. Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. Nisa. Oh, he's bowled him. That is a
What a japper.
corker. Top of off, where every quick bowler wants to be. And Cameron Steele's off pole is pegged back. And Surrey have been all out for 127.
That is a chaffer.
Yeah,
Probably
that's
all of
pretty
these,
much
that.
unplayable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some Surrey batters will be disappointed in the way they got out, but, you know, that is all credit to the bowler, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think just to answer that email from Stephen there, where he says, is the pitch to blame? Absolutely not. I think that the bowlers have bowled really, really well. The Duke's ball has done a bit more today than it has done in previous games. I don't think the pitch has misbehaved at all. If you go back at the dismissals, you know, caught long on, caught square leg, and then there's been a few that have gone through the gate. So I think it's just give credit to the Hampshire bowlers today for sure. Obviously, we'll, as we've said before, we'll have a look at how Hampshire bat on it, and I guess we'll have a better view of how the game's going to look. But I think so far that's a superb innings from Hampshire. The way they bowled, Abbott the way he came back, Dawson the way he started, and Neeson
quite an extraordinary afternoon session, because they were 89 for 4 at lunch, Surrey, so in a little bit of trouble then, but didn't quite realise what was going to happen after the break, because they lost their last 6 wickets for a total of just 38 runs. Kyle Abbott running riot. His spell this afternoon, 7 overs, 5 for 16. At one stage he had 3 for none, and in the process, when he took his 4th wicket, he became the leading first-class wicket taker on this ground. He now has 188, surpassing Dimi Mascarenhas, who had 186. So lots happening this afternoon. I'm Kevin James. Next to me is the analyst, Simon Hughes. And we waited 3.5 days for this mass action over the last 3 home games, didn't we?
Well, yeah, I mean, there probably wasn't as many wickets in the first 2 days of the first game as there was in the first session or session and a half of this game. So at least the bowlers have had their day today so far. And happily for the Hampshire fans, it's the Hampshire bowlers. I thought Surrey batted pretty badly, actually. I mean, if you look at the dismissals, there were 4 or 5 pretty ordinary shots. I thought Ollie Pope's shot was terrible. Dom Sibley a bit lazy. There was a couple of sort of expansive drives, lost their stumps. Yeah, it wasn't great. It was a bit ill-disciplined. I should imagine if Alex Stewart is here, he'd be cursing quite severely, because Surrey's batting was pretty kind of hapless, I thought. But some great bowling, especially from Abbott. He got on a roll there, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
And he did what he does so well, just targeted the top of off stump and hit it 3 times.
I think what you're saying there, Simon, I think will give a little bit of comfort to Hampshire fans, because I've had a few messages in the last sort of 10-15 minutes saying, you know, is it the wicket? You know, are Hampshire going to last too long? Here's Dan Worrell to get things underway. Toby Albert, who's opening in place of Ali Orr, works that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ali Orr, who got a back spasm yesterday, unable to play in this game. I'm told he might be fit for the T20s, so that's good news next week.
Yeah, I think there's certainly something in the pitch there. That's all, as a slight warning to Hampshire fans, because you don't get 5 for 18 or whatever he got in that spell without there being some help in the pitch. And he made the odd ball do something. That ball just before lunch from Michael Neser to Jamie Smith as well clearly did something.
Worrell bowls outside the off stump, and Albert leaves alone.
I mean, that was the turning point of the innings, probably. That last ball before lunch, Jamie Smith had just hit Neser for 3 fours and looked absolutely commanding, and then he got one that clearly it looked as if I was watching from slightly side on, but it looked at the way he played it, looked as if it left him a bit and kept a bit low, left the off stump hanging back, and after that really it's been all Hampshire.
Yeah, certainly has. Now Dan Worrell, who's taken 32 wickets so far this season at 13 apiece, you'd think he'll get amongst it. Bowls to Albert, who's nicely in behind that one, plays that nicely straight down the pitch.
Yeah, that's where I reckon Worrell would have been looking at the loss of the wickets after lunch in particular, and thought, I've got a chance here. All those seamers wickets fell from the end that he's bowling at, the far end, the pavilion end as we look, and Abbott and Neser took all their wickets from that end. So, yeah, it just implies there is something there.
That's very interesting. Yeah, the 3 wickets that fell to Dawson were all from this end, weren't they? The hotel end, outside the off stump and left alone. I think there's also a length on this pitch as well. Now, whether Worrell, because he tries to hit the deck, might be bowling 2 or 3 inches too short of that.
I personally think he can tend to overpitch sometimes. He tries to swing the ball early on, and he goes for the magic deliveries. He tries to bowl leg and hit off, and occasionally he produces one. He's a dangerous bowler with the new ball, and you know the stats this year prove it.
Certainly do, yeah. 13 apiece. Here comes Worrell again from that pavilion end. Ooh, way down the leg side and past a diving Ben Folkes, and that's going for 4 byes, is it?
Yeah.
Almost wides. Maybe it just shaped away a little bit from Ben Folkes as it made its way towards the keeper.
I think he's one of those ones where you know what it's like. Sometimes, if you're an outswing bowler to right-handers, you're going for that big outswinger, big hooping delivery, and if you just get it slightly wrong, I've done it many times, sling it straight down the leg side.
I've seen you do it many times.
Yes, I bet you have.
But I've also seen you bowl some jaffers as well.
Well, that's the thing. You never know quite what's going to come out, do you, sometimes? And Worrell's a bit like that as a bowler. He'll suddenly produce an absolute jaffer from nowhere.
Yes, he will. You keep waiting for every ball. There's the one that swings away, but it bounces in front of Ben Folkes as it does so. End of the first over then. Hampshire 4 without loss, replying to that Surrey all-out total of 127. Must read a couple of emails out very quickly, Yoza. Brenda, who had a few goes trying to guess Dimmy Mascarenhas, who previous to Kyle Abbott had the most first-class wickets on this ground. She said, sunandcricket@gmail.com, she said, how could I forget Dimmy? Now, what an innings. What are Surrey going to do to us? Question mark. Well, hopefully you've just been listening to Yoza, and it may just calm everybody's nerves a little bit, in that he feels that several of the Surrey batters were a little bit ill-disciplined.
Yeah, well, a couple caught square leg, things like that. You sort of think that's pretty poor in the first day of the game. Interesting here that I think Surrey might miss or might rue leaving out Kemar Roach, because I think he'd bowl well on here. But it's going to be Jordan Clark to bowl instead to open. Sorry, actually, is this Jordan Clark?
It's Jordan Clark,
it is Jordan Clark to open the bowling from our end, the Hilton Hotel end, bowling to Fletcher Middleton. There isn't that much bounce, as Middleton illustrated there. He just guided that ball, good length ball, backward of square on the offside. I was actually quite looking forward to Abbott v Abbott today, but it didn't last long. Kyle v Sean, and Sean Abbott can bloody give it a belt.
He
can't
can.
Wow.
He can bat.
But he didn't last long. He gave a couple that a good old cuff through covers, and then got a nick. And I was sitting downstairs when Kyle Abbott was bowling to Sean Abbott. This is Clark bowling to Middleton, who drives straight up to short mid-on fielder, and there is no run. Hampshire 4 for none in reply to Surrey's 127 all out. You're not hearing a mirage there. It's 127 all out by Surrey. And as he edged that one, I heard him groan, the batsman. He went, "Oh!" before it was taken by the keeper. So it must have been a good ball, that. Kyle Abbott to Sean Abbott. This is Jordan Clark to Fletcher Middleton. Leaves that one outside off. That kept going well through to Folkes, the keeper. Just a little bit of extra lift off that new ball.
So you've been practicing your Abbott to Abbott phrase, have you?
Yeah, that's
and ways of
Kyle to Sean.
Yeah. Yes, the way Kyle Abbott was bowling this afternoon, I don't think too many people would have lasted too long.
No, definitely. Good delivery that time from Clark. Goes past the outside edge of Pope. Yes, 2 Abbotts and a Pope. Yes, 2 Abbotts and a Pope. Good thought there from Dan.
Yeah,
Dan
he's a churchgoer, is Dan.
Yeah. What else could we have then? We've got an organ as well in this game, haven't we? Yeah.
Well spotted. Yeah.
Have we got a? There's no such warden. Is there a warden that plays county cricket? Don't know. Or a vicar? No, probably not. Driven up to mid-on this time by Middleton. Fielded at a deepish mid-on there.
Used to be a McVicar.
Norman McVicar. God, that's good. God, that's good memory. Blimey. Yes, I do.
Where
Norman
did he play?
McVicar. Warwickshire.
Warwickshire.
Yeah, Warwickshire. Norman McVicar. Good memory.
Thank you.
He was a real stalwart of Warwickshire, actually. He would have been a good T20 player, all-rounder. This is Jordan Clark, definitely a good T20 player, all-rounder, and that one is hit hard, but straight to mid-on, short mid-on, and that's the end of the second over. Hampshire 4 for none.
Peter Chapman emails suncricket@gmail.com. He says, is this really happening? It's more like a Hampshire score at the Oval. It is. We've actually done to Surrey what they do to us many times in South London.
And it does make, although 127 is a poor score, it does make for quite entertaining watching, doesn't it? I mean, it's more interesting than watching batsmen just grind it out for 3 sessions, isn't it? To see wickets fall and batsmen trying to find a way of scoring, which obviously today eluded them.
Yeah, it's much more interesting to watch. It's probably gone through a little too quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
The game. Here's Worrell. Forward is Albert, gets the ball off the bottom of the bat, works up to mid-on. Thank you to Hugo Chandler, who's emailed just pointing out that it's Jamie Smith keeping, not Ben Folkes.
Yes, I wondered. I must admit, I thank you for pointing that out. I did wonder that, actually, and I suddenly thought it's not moving like Folkes did quite, because Folkes has that lovely, smooth, balletic sort of movement, which I don't think anyone else can be quite as graceful behind the stumps.
No. 4 without loss then, Hampshire. As Worrell comes in again and bowls to Albert. That's a good leave, and that's nice shape on that ball.
Yeah.
Just moving away from
Do you
the right
think
hand.
the England selectors have said something to Surrey there? Said, can you give Smith the gloves for a couple of games?
It's an interesting one, isn't
I mean,
it?
it has been mooted that they could make a move now and go for Smith as the new keeper batsman.
The folks kept the last game for Surrey.
Yeah, I think
against
Smith's
Worcestershire.
kept once this year so far. Perhaps they just take it in turns.
Well, Dan would be the man there. He's on later. You can have a chat with him about it as that's pushed up towards mid-on. But it does seem to suggest something, isn't it? If you want to, if you're putting forward that argument, having Jamie Smith right now behind the stumps is, you could easily make a case.
Well, and the fact that he's batting at 4 as well, ahead of both Folkes and Dan Lawrence, it's a real investment, faith in youth, isn't it?
It is.
Unusual stance that he's taking, Jamie Smith as a keeper.
He's facing mid-off, isn't he? Albert's on the back foot.
Yeah, do you remember Jack Russell used to do that?
Did he?
He got that off Alan Knott, actually. Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of years where, I mean, both of them slightly eccentric, and suddenly Jack Russell took his position behind the stump, standing back, facing extra cover almost.
Really?
And people said to him, why? And he said, well, I'm naturally keeping to a right-handed batsman. I'm going to be moving more towards the offside, so I might as well start in that position. And he got the idea from Alan Knott.
Okay. Here's Worrell again to Albert. Albert clips that away, but fielded at short square leg. I always found with Jack Russell behind the stumps when he was standing up, he always wore his sunglasses, didn't he? And he would just stand there, wouldn't he? So when you were batting and you walked down the crease either at the end of the over or you just dab the wicket down that. As you walk back, you think, he had these glasses, I think, is he looking at me or is he looking straight down the wicket? Is he looking at the bowler? I just couldn't, because he would be motionless, wouldn't he? He'd just stand there and not move.
Have a look if you're watching on the county stream here, have a look at Smith behind the stumps here now. There's the stance, looking slightly sort of a wideish mid-off.
He is, isn't he? That's runs here for Albert, just tucks that away deeply down towards fine leg. It will be pulled up just inside the rope by Gus Atkinson, just fielding below us, and Albert is off the mark. Hampshire move on to 6 without loss. But yeah, I'm just wondering, he does do that, but then when he actually crouches down, is he slightly straightened?
Yes, a little bit.
I think he has, isn't he?
Yeah, we'll watch him in the next ball, but yeah, I think he does actually. He sort of almost takes he's open his stance to sort of mid-off, and then as the bowler bowls, he takes a step towards the ball, and just slightly less open-chested than he was before.
Yeah, but interesting one.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was Jack Russell. I remember talking to Jack Russell about it, and him saying, the theory is I should be sort of basically facing roughly where I'm going to be moving more often.
Okay.
So we'll see if Jamie Smith does it again this over. I'm sure he will. 2 slips for Jordan Clark, who's going to be bowling to Fletcher Middleton again. Short mid-on as well, and a deepish mid-on. 3 on the offside. He bowls and Middleton defends, pushing it up to mid-on, fresh from that superb innings he played at Trent Bridge for Hampshire against Notts. Where he really anchored that run chase, didn't he, Fletcher Middleton?
Yeah, 59 not out, batted through.
Yeah.
That Fuller-Middleton partnership,
really
crucial,
good.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
He was very determined. Slow innings, but he held up one end importantly. Clark bowls, left alone by Middleton, outside off, and that's a good example there of Smith, why that sort of position might work, because he's moving across towards first slip, so his body position was already going that way. There'll be lots of theories. There'll be other wicketkeepers saying what a load of absolute rubbish that theory is, and you should be ready to go just down, and maybe it will make it harder to go down the leg side. So, I'm sure there's sort of views both ways, really. Clark bowls again, driven firmly by Middleton, but straight to mid-off.
Because we are, as we look, slightly left of the wicket. We're not looking straight down, somewhere to left. But when you look at Jamie Smith, he looks like he's facing us, doesn't he? And then when you look at the slips, they're more closed off to us.
Yes.
So there is a definite tilt, isn't it, to his body?
Yeah.
Jamie Smith.
6 for none, Hampshire, in reply to Surrey's 127. We're already in the second innings of this 4-day game, and that's a strangled appeal there from Clark as Middleton tried to ease it away on the leg side.
We've also been looking at the Leicestershire Glamorgan game, Yozza.
Yes.
And this might not have been when you've been on, but
I've seen Ian Holland's playing.
Ian Holland's playing on loan. I think his first ball was a no ball or something for Leicestershire. But in that same team of Leicestershire's, you've also got Scott Curry, who's on loan from Hampshire.
Right. In comes Cox, and that one swung away outside off, and Jamie Smith took it in front of first slip.
So for Leicestershire, you've got Scott Curry and Ian Holland, who are on loan. In the Glamorgan side, you've got Mason Crane on loan from Hampshire. And then other people have been expanding on that, because Sam Northeast is captain of Glamorgan, former Hampshire player as well. Tom Scriven pointed out that who plays for Leicestershire is a former Hampshire player as well.
God.
And somebody else has just pointed out that Matt Salisbury, playing for Leicestershire, is also former Hampshire, and he's playing in that game. You can go even further.
Clark bowls wide of the crease, driven by Middleton, but no timing. End of the over, 6-0 Hampshire.
Alfonso Thomas, the head coach at Leicestershire, was a former bowling coach here as well, I'm sure, a couple of years ago. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those weird games where almost everybody...
Is it sort of evidence that when you're getting a lot of these players on loan to play to counties, is it a suggestion that actually there are too many counties, really? Because some counties just can't stump up enough quality players, so they have to borrow from somewhere else. I mean, I'm sure it does go in cycles, and at different times different counties produce a different number of quality players, but there are some that just don't on a regular basis.
Here's Worrell then, bowls to Albert. Albert's late leave on that one as it goes through to Jamie Smith.
I mean, it'd be very interesting to see, because I noticed Michael Atherton writing in the Times today, and there were other articles about this as well, that the counties, the 18 counties MCC, have now agreed on the deal in the sale of the 100, and that they will get 90% shared out of the 49% that the ECB own of that tournament. So we can talk about the sort of figures in mind in a minute.
Here's Worrell from that pavilion end, bowls to Albert. Albert clips that away again. It's gone straight to the fielder at square leg.
So by my calculations, the 49% that ECB own could be sold to either one company or a number of companies for around about 250 million.
Okay.
That figure's based on some guesstimates, which means if the counties get 90% of that 250, that each county is going to get 12 million, something like that, potentially. That's what's in the offing there.
Here's Worrell again to Albert. Again, it's a good leave outside of off stump. Is there a time scale on that?
Well, they're hoping to... there's a company called Rain who did the sale of Chelsea. That's an American merchant bank, I think. They're masterminding the sale of this tournament, the 100. And they're hoping to do it during the summer. By September, they're hoping to get some bids and tie them up, I guess, by the end of the year.
And each county gets an equal share?
And each county gets an equal share.
Here's Worrell again, bowls. Albert's on the back foot, punches that up to short mid-wicket.
Well, that's not strictly true. Each county gets an equal share of the ECB part of the sale, but then the host counties, or host grounds, they will get a much larger percentage of their own. So they get a 51% of their franchise value, and they can sell that.
Okay.
So the host counties are going to benefit more, but all counties are going to certainly benefit significantly.
Yeah. That sounds a lot of money for
There's
a county,
a lot of money.
any county, outside the off stump. Even for Surrey, that's a lot of money.
Well, yeah. I mean, Surrey make, I think I read that Surrey make, or their turnover is 46 million. So, they are doing very well compared to the average county's turnover is sort of 6 million.
Yeah.
Hampshire would be around that figure. A lot of other counties are in the single figure turnover. So, getting a 10, 12 million windfall is quite significant, yeah. Certainly allows you to develop a few new players with that money.
Yeah, you just wonder with that significant cash injection, because to cut that one's very wide of off stump. End of the over, 6 without loss, Hampshire replying to the Surrey total of 127 all out. It does make you wonder though, with that massive, it's a massive cash injection. How would you go about just bringing it within your overall operation? I mean, it's a lot of money. You can do this, you can do that with it, but
Well, you've got to
What-
there's got to be some future planning, because it's money. They're not going to get it again. They might get it in 5 years' time when the franchise values go up and there's a new TV deal for the tournament and so on. It's all governed by TV money, broadcast money, really, digital and media money. But that 12 million will certainly be there for sort of five years or so. It's Jordan Clark bowling to Middleton, who defends. So I mean, it's not this money isn't going to keep regenerating, but certainly that sort of 12 million will be, which I stress is an estimate.
Yeah.
That will change the fabric of every county.
Well, what's it?
Probably with the exception of Surrey, but even Surrey will do nicely, thank you very much. But it's the Gloucestershires and Hampshires and Derbyshires and Northants who will really, really enjoy that sort of income, that investment. Defended again by Middleton, pushed up to mid-off or extra cover.
I mean, in the short term, it's not going to suddenly mean a massive raising of standards, is it? That takes a while.
No.
But I suppose improvement of facilities.
Yeah, development of pathways, lots of more marketing, possible stadium improvements, things like that. There are lots of ways of using that money. I mean, it could be spent very quickly if you're not careful. Nicely clipped, but fielded sharply at a short mid-on position. Hampshire stuck on 6 for none at the moment. Who is that fielder at mid-on? He's done a lot of work. Is that Dan Lawrence? The way he's walking, I think it is. He's got that slightly jaunty sort of step, hasn't he? Clark bowling to Middleton, down the leg side, clipped into the leg side, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot, nice timing. Clark slightly lost his line there and put away neatly by Middleton.
There's not a lot there for Jordan Clark, is there, really? Hasn't really got too much shape on the ball at the moment. Hasn't got much bounce out of this pitch. Nice shot, Fletcher Middleton off the mark.
We should ask our listeners to punt ideas for how that, if Hampshire got their 12 million, what they should do with it.
solentcricket@gmail.com.
solentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hope you don't get a sudden surge of ideas. Probably a few charities might chip in there. Another ball from Clark on about middle and leg stumps, defended very calmly by Middleton. Score now 10 for none.
Some of them might say we can pay for some decent commentators.
Well, actually, we could do with some chairs for a start,
Well,
where we can actually see the game.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Higher chairs, or a lower balcony fence, so that you can actually see the game and sit down.
Yeah.
Maybe even some heaters as well.
Well.
Since we're out in the open air. Clipped into the leg side again by Middleton, just a single this time as the man was posted on the boundary at deep square leg. 11 for none is the Hampshire score after 4 overs?
6.
6 overs,
Yep.
yeah.
Simon Hughes is staying on, and then Dan Whiting will join you.
Okay, will you tell us if you get any...
Yes, I'll show you. I'll show you, don't
good.
worry.
Thank you. Excellent. So, 11 for none Hampshire. Surrey, 127 all out. 5 wickets for Kyle Abbott. 5 very cheap wickets. 2 for Michael Neser and 3 for Liam Dawson.
Afternoon, Simon.
Afternoon, Dan.
It's Dan Worrell here, or Dan Whiting here, Dan Worrell out there, about to come in from the pavilion. And it's really interesting what you were just saying about the sale of the 100, or part sale of the 100, as Worrell comes in with that famous curved run, and Middleton just defends that into the offside. Sean Abbott doing the fielding. Because there's also private investment being mooted around into counties as well. Do you think cricket needs a sort of a fit and proper ownership agreement coming from the ECB? Because we've seen with football over the years
No, I think it's. I know where you're going with this. Absolutely right. And, I mean, it's a long topic. It's a complicated topic.
Worrell in, and Middleton gets up on his toes and plays that out. That's a sub-fielder on, actually. That's Ryan Patel on.
Yeah, no, I'm just to pick up on your point there. It is an important subject, and I've heard a lot of discussion about it. In fact, at the MCC AGM, when Guy Lavender, the chief executive, and Mark Nicholas and others were chatting about this, they made it very clear that that's one thing they want to see from the ECB is guidance on ownership.
Yeah, I think it has to come in as that's a good leave there by Middleton. That goes through into the gloves of Jamie Smith, who's actually deputising there for Ben Folkes. And
can you shed any light on that? So, I think he kept earlier in the season in one game, somebody said.
Folkes missed out. I believe, someone said to me, and I don't know whether this can be corroborated at all, that the England players could only play 5 out of the opening 7.
Okay.
And Folkes missed out on a game, I think it might have been Kent away at Canterbury, and Smith had the gloves there. Here's Worrell in, and that's pleasantly driven out to Rory Burns. They're going to scamper through for a single, takes them on to 12, Middleton on to 6. Albert's got a couple. But Yorkshire this week have said Colin Graves made a bit of an impassioned plea to the fans, I believe, hasn't he, about saying that, that private investment is the way forward.
I thought you were going to say Colin Graves had talked about Jamie Smith should keep for wicket instead of Ben Folkes. Colin Graves is obviously well ingrained with the Yorkshire situation and is pretty much kind of bankrolled them. The calibre and the tone of ownership is going to be a key thing for sure.
Worrell comes in and Albert defends. We've got 3 counties at the moment that are privately owned, Hampshire being one of them, Northamptonshire being another one, and Durham being the other. Northamptonshire only went recently, 2016, due to financial issues.
Correct.
And there have been a number of counties. Hampshire's finances don't look particularly great with what's sort of there. I think 60 odd million the wrong way, I believe. Gloucestershire have announced 1.2 million losses for last season as Worrell comes in. That's a good leave again by Toby Albert. That completes the over. So, it will be interesting to see how cricket looks in 5 or 10 years, I think.
Yeah. Just to interrupt, Kev's passed me an email here from Liam Williamson on the subject of what to do with the money if and when Hampshire and other counties receive this investment. He says perhaps a bit of an investment in Hampshire schools to get more homegrown talent coming through and spread cricket a bit more through the county. Absolutely good point, Liam, there. That's true of all counties, more investment in school cricket. Of course, you don't want too many players coming from Hampshire because they have to give it to everyone. You have to give all these players to every other county at the moment. It's other counties maybe that need to find more cricketers. Hampshire seem to be doing pretty well. That was a delivery from Jordan Clark which went through to the keeper almost on the first bounce, actually, Jamie Smith. And the ownership point is a very good one, and I know the ECB, and we have to trust them, that they will be looking very carefully at the type of owner and their morality, their aims, their projections, their intent on encouraging grassroots and all that. Good delivery that time by Clark, goes past the edge of Middleton as he just poked at that ball, but it really only just carried to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I think otherwise you're going to get a couple of North London oiks like me and Kevin James. You don't want that, do you?
And obviously, the lesson of football is a clear one that there have been many rather unsavoury characters who've owned football clubs, and some of the clubs are still in the mire over this. So. It is a difficult one. Of course, you can't ever be entirely sure when you're selling the family goods what the people are going to do with it. As Clark bowls again and Middleton defends. Surrey have said they're not going to sell their 51%. They're going to keep hold of it. Interestingly, but most other host clubs of the 100 will probably sell their 51% share, so they could make another 20 million out of that. So the clubs like Lancashire and the other host county sides could end up with sort of 30 or 40 million income from the sale of the 100. Down the leg side, that one to Middleton. That time Clark just fell away a bit, I think, sort of fell to the offside slightly and got his line all wrong.
The other point to make is we were talking off air about 2 new sides coming in, which has been thrown out there for quite a while now. And Durham seem to be favourites to get one of the places, don't they? Up in the northeast. The other one possibly a third London side or the southwest. Now Somerset, I'll come on to this after this ball from Jordan Clark.
Clark bowls and Middleton defends. He's concentrating very hard on the leg side at the moment, or leg stump, and that one was pushed into the leg side wider mid-on, so he picks up a single. It's 13 for none, Hampshire.
Somerset fans don't seem to think that they'll be awarded a 100 contract due to the urban nature of the 100, and they're too provincial, perhaps. I don't know if they're, being perhaps a little bit paranoid about that. Perhaps?
Yeah. I mean, Bristol is a big conurbation, isn't it? So if you had a southwest team that was sort of between Bristol and Taunton, would make a lot of sense, or even in Bristol, really. Defended that time by Middleton. In fact, it was Albert who defended that one, sorry. And that's the end of the over. 13 for none is the Hampshire score in reply to Surrey's 127.
On a lighter subject, we had an email earlier about a lot of hard yakka.
Did you?
Yes, and obviously, being with you and Kevin James revives memories personally of that book.
Okay.
But my favourite story of that is where, the days when you used to warm up, there were no nets or drills back in those days. You used to whack the ball against advertising balls.
Yeah.
And Mike Gatting got one that popped on him.
Yes.
And he drilled one straight into a lady's china teapot.
It's absolutely true. It was just beside, it was in the Allen stand, what is now known as the Allen stand, next to the pavilion.
Worrell in, and that's played into the leg side. One bounce to Dan Lawrence there at short mid-wicket.
It stopped a bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was. I wasn't the best throw-down person because I like to try and swing the ball. So I wasn't the best at throwdowns, and I also tended to bowl on a length, whereas batsmen wanted the ball on a half volley, and I tended to bowl them on a length, throw them on a length. And this one was on a length, and it just lifted slightly as Gat was drilling them into the hoardings, and so he hit it aerially about head high into the fourth row of seats, where a lady was calmly pouring a pot of tea to her husband.
Just defended there by Fletcher Middleton.
And I think, from memory, she was left just holding the handle of the teapot because the ball hit the teapot and sort of knocked the teapot away, but she was just left holding the handle. Luckily, the hot tea went on the seat behind where there wasn't anybody sitting. But the most funny thing about it was Gat just carried on batting. He sort of put up his hand on sort of in a slight apology and then said, "Where's the next ball?"
Dan Worrell coming in. Again, angled into the legs there of Fletcher Middleton, who plays that one nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for that. And that is a very nice shot. Good timing there from Middleton. First time, though, that I saw you guys, though, and I think Kevin might have played in this on his old home ground at Edmonton, was a Middlesex 11 versus a Tottenham Hotspur 11.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember Garth Crooks coming in off a massively long run.
God. I've got a feeling that we played against Ozzy Ardiles once as well. And Glenn Hoddle too.
Middleton there defends.
He threw it. You're right.
Ardiles couldn't bowl, so he threw it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I'd have sent him off to Loughborough and got the protractor out personally.
That was a great Spurs side, wasn't it? Blimey. 19, I mean, never mind cricket, they were a hell of a, it was Ardiles, Ricky Villiers, obviously Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah.
Who did you say?
Garth Crooks.
Garth Crooks, yeah. I think he might have come in a bit to the side a bit later, actually.
Yeah.
And then was Pat Jennings still playing then? I think.
Don't think so.
No, he just retired maybe.
More of the Barry Danes, Melia Alexic era. And that's driven. And to find Sean Abbott out to extra cover. Surrey looking for an early breakthrough.
Well, it hasn't done much yet, has it?
No.
Actually, I mean, but saying that, it didn't really do a lot for the Hampshire bowlers early on, did it? Dawson made the early inroads.
How long do you think it will be before we see Cameron Steele come into the attack?
Not long.
Yeah.
I expect Sean Abbott will get a good old bowl, but yeah, Cameron Steele is ready, probably whirling his arms already, thinking, when's my time coming?
Good bouncer there by Worrell, evaded by Middleton, and Smith just about gets a glove onto it. That completes the 9th over. Hampshire 17 without loss. Middleton's on 11. Toby Albert on 2. and no real alarms for the hosts.
And no, there isn't. There weren't. Or there haven't been. And Middleton played that bouncer well, because it wasn't that short, and it kind of swung back at him.
It followed him a little bit.
But he just sort of flexed at the knees and watched it go over his head. He played that well, because a lot of batters could have got into trouble with that, especially as he'd mostly pitched the ball up Worrell before that, and then that was a surprise bouncer. So now we've got Clark to Albert, stepping in for Ali Orr, who got a back spasm this morning. So Albert right-handed facing Jordan Clark. That swung a little bit, but straight onto the middle of the bat of Albert, who pushes it back up the pitch. We're taking a picture, are we?
We're taking a selfie. Yeah,
Lovely.
we're taking a selfie.
17 for none. I'm not a big selfie fan. I keep getting it wrong. Keep pressing the wrong button and switching the phone off by mistake. My kids just wet themselves laughing.
Kevin needs to teach him a few lessons, don't you, Kevin?
17 for none. Clark bowls down the leg side, worked to fine leg by Albert. That gets him his 3rd run. Middleton has 11.
I'm not sure Surrey have bowled particularly great. I think they bowled a little bit on both sides of the wicket here.
Yeah, I agree.
But, this attack is...
Well, it's got plenty of depth, hasn't it? Actually, I'm disappointed they're not getting game for Tom Laws at the moment. I think Gus Atkinson, of course, he's going to come into the attack shortly as well. Clark bowls, defended by Middleton this time up the pitch.
I think what Rory Burns has got, I think he's got options up his sleeve, with the sort of different types of bowlers.
Yeah.
He's got someone like Jordan Clark, who hits the pitch hard.
Yeah.
He's got Worrell and Kemar Roach, who tend to kiss the pitch a little bit more.
Yeah.
And he's got the express guys like Jamie Overton or Gus Atkinson, who can
Yeah.
give him real pace.
Yeah.
And he's got a leg spinner up his sleeve. He's got Dan Lawrence to bowl off spin.
Yeah.
So he's got variety.
He has. The only thing he hasn't got is a left armour, I suppose, with no Sam Curran. As Clark bowls again, driven nicely, open the face. He'll get at least 2 here. No, in fact they keep it to 1. Good fielding by the Surrey cover operators. So 19 for none is the score. Middleton on 12. I mean, I think I get the sense that Atkinson prefers an older ball. He's one of those quick bowlers who just likes a bit of shine on one side and doesn't necessarily use the new ball as well as other bowlers do. There's some bowlers that just prefer a ball with a bit of wear on it, still hard, but they feel they can control it a bit better. Clark seam up bowls, and good line and length, but no alarms for Albert there. He just defends it on the offside. So another email here to Kevin from Nigel Winship. Says, in response to the question of what Hampshire should do with any windfall from their 100 share, and having recently been lucky enough to do one of the Hampshire members' tours of the Utilita Bowl, some of the money should be spent on improving team and training facilities here at Hampshire's home. The changing rooms, for example, are small, and there are only 2 main changing rooms. Another ball from Clark is left alone by Albert. He continues, this is far from ideal when 4 teams, 2 men's, 2 women's, are playing during T20 100 double headers. The training facilities also have a roof that leaks. He knows a lot about it here, doesn't he? and are incredibly cold in the winter. Much that could be improved on here. Investment in the team's match day and training facilities will surely be money well spent, improving the quality of cricket for everyone to enjoy for many years to come. Yeah, well, keep up the great work with the coverage, he says. Of course, I reckon Kevin probably wrote that bit at the end.
It sounds a little bit like your description of Clarence Park, Weston-super-Mare.
Now that is a place. That is a place where, sadly, they don't bowl anymore or play anymore. I shouldn't imagine.
Yeah, I went there once as a child, actually. I'll come on to it after this ball from Dan Worrell to Fletcher Middleton, which is left alone, and it had a big sort of tent down one side, a big cider tent.
Yes.
And it had toilets on the other side, and there was this big long queue for the cider tent and a small queue for the toilets. And when the cider queue tent went down, the queue for the toilets went up, and it was just this sort of
toing and froing
all day long.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cider, what a lovely idea. I could do with a pint of cider now, actually. The idea of being at that Weston-super-Mare or Cheltenham, maybe another lovely ground, and having a pint of cider, that sounds a nice way to spend the afternoon.
Yeah. Kevin and I covered a Hampshire game at Cheltenham a couple of years ago as Worrell comes in and defended on the front foot there by Middleton. Kyle Abbott took a hat-trick there by the Spires, and what a lovely venue.
Yeah, good pitch normally actually as well. It used to go through, used to be a rapid pitch.
Jack Russell said this to me last year. I did an interview with him, and he said, you know, compared to Bristol where you're scrambling around your bootlaces as a wicket keeper, Cheltenham's got a bit more carry.
A bit more carry.
And what it produces interesting cricket. It's normally a 300 for 10 day at Cheltenham. There's a little bit in it for batters and bowlers.
Yeah.
Worrell, that's a little bit wide there and left alone. We do apologise, there seems to be a little bit of interference there by a chap mowing his grass, or someone on a motorbike.
It's not people cutting the grass on the second pitch, is it?
It is.
I think it is, yeah.
It is, yeah.
It's quite loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Our effects mic must be over that side, sort of near the second team ground, or it's down below us, is it?
Down below us, I think. Worrell. It's just moving it away. Dan Worrell's a man who works on angles, and you know, curved run into the crease. We don't see a curved run, not like John Price.
I like it actually. I was going to say that before, and it's something that I've often talked to bowlers about. I think it gets as a right arm bowler, starting with a curved run, it just gets you to lead with your left shoulder a little bit, and that's ideal for getting into the right position to bowl.
Richard Ellison was another, wasn't he? He liked a curved run.
Yeah.
Here's Worrell. Again, that's left alone.
I mean, Anderson actually just starts. I remember talking to him about his run up, and he will walk back from the crease before. In fact, even now, I think he measures his run out with paces rather than a tape measure, and he would walk all the way back to his mark and then just take one step to the left, facing the batsman. Take one step to the left, and that would be the starting point. So rather than starting right behind the umpire or right behind the crease, just one decent step to the left to give you that little bit of curve.
Here's Worrell going slightly wider on the crease that time, and that's left alone. I want to talk to you about captaincy, Simon, because James Vince's captaincy out there was very impressive, I thought, with getting the silly mid-off or silly point in front of the batter straight away to both to Pope and to Smith, who like to go quite hard at the ball. He got his spinners on early. Rory Burns has been very impressive for me this season as well. He's thought about, he's been innovative, he's had things like a leg slip in place. Actually, sort of, it's great to see a captain thinking about it.
And I think that comes with experience. That comes with experience. Whereas I just felt, watching the other day, as I said earlier today, Clark bowls, that swung, but it was too wide, and Albert left that alone. I thought Hasib Hamid at Notts last week, captaining against Hampshire, I thought he just left a few options for the batters, and he sort of allowed them to build up momentum in that match-winning partnership.
Let the game drift a little? Or?
Well, I just think he didn't put them under pressure. He was too defensive, and they picked up singles. They batted very cleverly, smartly, and got the partnership together, and eventually won the game. So it just shows, as Clark bowls again, a little bit of early swing that Albert easily defends. He's on 3. Middleton has 12. It's 19 for no wicket Hampshire. Surrey bowled out for 127. I just thought Hasib Hamid showed his inexperience there a little bit. And you're talking Vince, you're talking Burns. These guys have been around the place for so long. They can sort of read the entrails a bit earlier than a younger captain.
Yeah.
Clark, wide of the crease, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Albert, forces it back up the pitch, but doesn't get a run for it, straight to the short mid-on fielder.
I think it also helps with, the deck of hands or what you've been dealt from the dealer, and if you've got a good bowling attack up your sleeve, I think that definitely helps you, doesn't it? And Rory Burns has definitely got it, especially at the Oval where they're leaving a little bit more grass on, the ball's nibbling around, and you can have things like the leg slip, especially with Dan Worrell around.
And you got good carry on that pitch as well. Another delivery from Clark, that's almost like a deja vu, that one. Again defended by Albert, who's a bit stuck at the moment. He's only got 3 from 29 balls, but obviously no hurry for Hampshire. Just make sure they can dent this new ball and not give Surrey any early inroads. We're on the verge of tea. It's 19 for no wicket. Nice, lovely day to bat, actually. It's nice, clear, not entirely clear, but it's a nice bright day. No threat of rain, no wind. It's just a lovely temperature to bat as Clark bowls, and again defended. So no real sign of alarms for Hampshire batsmen so far. The ball hasn't really moved sideways or done anything up or down either.
I think we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well. We've had enough of us two. Well, you've been going uphill into the wind, and yeah. But Kevin and Anthony are going to come back in and take us through to tea.
So, last ball of the 12th over. Sorry, 127 all out, now trying to find a wicket against the Hampshire openers. Clark bowls, that swung again quite early in flight, and Albert calmly lets it through to Jamie Smith, the keeper. A maiden over from Clark, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8, and that is 19 for no wicket. Hampshire in reply to Surrey's 127. Over to Kevin.
Yep, they'll just be joining you shortly as we're going to see a bowling change. We're going to see Dan Lawrence into the attack.
Yes, first sign of spin for Surrey today. Hampshire brought Dawson on pretty early in their innings, so let's see how that goes. You've got Cam Steele, who's one of the leading wicket takers for Surrey this year as well. So Dan Lawrence will be bowling from the hotel end, and he will be bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Welcome back, Kev James.
Thank you. Well, it's a slow reply, but Hampshire haven't lost a wicket.
I think that's just what they would be looking to do. Take the shine off the ball if they can. As Dan looks to be off to check into his room. I hope it's a room with a view, Dan. He's staying here, as are the Surrey players. By looks, there's a few more people into the ground now. It looks like a lot more people have moved over to the eastern side of the ground now, where the sun is trying to get through the clouds. There just seems to be, I don't know what's happening here. We've got the 12th man on to get, that looks like the leg pads for Dom Sibley, who usually fields at short leg. So Ben Folkes is off the field. Jamie Smith is keeping. We've got Ollie Pope at first slip, and then we have a short leg as well. So Dan Lawrence, who made his move from Essex to Surrey, I think he wanted to bowl a lot more as well. He's taken a few wickets this year as well. So he's going to come over to the off stumps, bounds in. Very unorthodox action, but straight on the money straight away.
Yeah, like Cameron Steele, took a few wickets early season. He's taken 10 wickets at 28. Dan Lawrence.
It's not too shabby at all, is it? So comes in wide of the crease. It just always finds the inside edge of Middleton's bat, who squirts it through to deep square leg, and that's well fielded down by Gus Atkinson. Surprised we didn't see Gus Atkinson with the new ball. I think he's a great option for England this summer. Obviously, once Jimmy Anderson retires, I expect to see Gus Atkinson, and there's a few other. So definitely a spot up for grabs for sure, with the injuries that England have at the moment. But for now, we have Toby Albert on now, 3 off 31 balls, so very, very watchful. Comes to Lawrence, bowls, straight on the money, flick to mid-on for no run. Good looking shot from Toby Albert.
It's got very windmilly action, isn't
yes.
it, Dan Lawrence?
Shirts untucked. Yeah, he comes from wide into the greens, jumps up and down, arms all over the place. Just watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball as he comes in to Toby Albert. Plays off the back foot into the offside. Fortunate there from Albert, but no run. Pope does the fielding.
Only has a total of 30 career first-class wickets. Those come at 38. So he's 10 this year. At 28, there's a considerable improvement.
He comes in again, slightly wider this time to Albert. I think if you're playing in the same team as Simon Harmer, you're not going to be getting many overs as an off spinner, are you?
No, that's
so He's the main off spinner for Surrey in this game in particular. Has been this season actually. Cam's still back in the side this week in replacement of Kemar Roach. Arms waving. Lawrence back foot into the leg side. That's well fielded by Dom Sibley, and that's just a one off the over there. Hampshire 20 without loss.
Got an email here from Sheila. Cricket@gmail.com is the way to get in touch with us today and throughout the game, and in fact throughout the season. She says, after having managed to break my wrist in 5 places on Monday, I've been mostly stuck in a chair, but I'm bored no longer. Really enjoying this match, and of course the excellent commentary, says Sheila. And she got Dimmy Mascarenhas earlier, that quiz question of ours.
Nice, well done, Sheila.
Yeah, fantastic. With just to repeat, Kyle Abbott passing Dimitri Mascarenhas' record of 186 first-class wickets on this ground, the Utilita Bowl. Kyle Abbott, when taking 5 wickets today, went past that. Here comes Jordan Clark.
Whoa.
Nice clip through the long side by Fletcher Middleton. Pleasant-looking shot. 4 runs, and he moves on to 17. And the Hampshire total moves on to 24 without loss. They are behind on the first innings currently by 103 runs. So yeah, so well done to all those that got Dimmy Mascarenhas. We had a few names banded about. Sean Udall, Shane Warne,
Dominic Cork, I saw.
Dominic Cork.
That was my first thought, actually. Yeah.
Actually, I didn't check actually how many you got here. I could have a look. Short ball, a bouncer well over the head of Fletcher Middleton, called a no ball. That's how far over the head it was. Hampshire. Is it 2 for a no ball?
I thought I know it's 2.
Is it 2?
For a front foot. I don't know. I assume it's going to be the same for that as well. Yeah, 2 no balls. There you go.
There we go. 26 without loss now. Hampshire. We are just under 2 overs to go until tea. As Jordan Clark runs away from us. A bit of shape on that, isn't he? Generally, after the first over or 2, he's just starting to get the ball to straighten a fraction on the right-handers.
I did watch the warm-ups, and he tried bowling the in-swinger a couple of times, and it was miles down leg. The ball went down by the covers. And interestingly enough, I actually saw Dan Worrell. I noticed it this morning as well. He warms up with the white ball. So he bowls with the white ball instead of the red ball, which is the first time I've seen before.
Okay. Forward is Middleton, punches that towards mid-wicket. As we're getting towards tea, I must read out some emails before we get too far behind. Dominic Horn has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi team, really enjoying the commentary, and what a great bowling performance by Hampshire. It was 42 years ago today that I was fortunate to have my best Hampshire figures in the under-25 competition." Gosh, I remember that. Kent were all out for 138, and we won by 7 wickets at Dean Park in Bournemouth. Some good names in those teams. Dean Park mentioned before, he's playing a missing outside the off stump there. Dominic says, "I'm still playing at 61 years old. Tomorrow I'm playing for Actonians, previously Old Actonians, 5th team, and hopefully for the Middlesex Seniors over 60s second 11. Wow. I mean, to have an over 60 side is something. To have a second 11 over 60 side is even better. That's at Richmond on Tuesday, and that's against Hampshire.
To be playing at 60 is a great,
that's fantastic.
great job. Well done.
Middlesex second 11 over 60s against Hampshire. Good luck with that, as Middleton's in behind that, plays that on the offside. Liam Williamson says on the ownership and what the counties will do if that money comes through from the 100. What I always think of as the golden standard of ownership, where counties to be invested in, is the German domestic football system, where the majority of the club is owned by fans. It still permits private investment whilst keeping that money under control. I've got some sort of advice about what to ask Kyle Abbott after the game today. A lovely punch shot off the back foot, finds the fielder in the covers. Middleton will stay on 17 at the end of that over. Albert has 3, 26 without loss, Hampshire. Bill Seeger, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, "When you interview Abbott later," well, I presume I will, "please ask him what he had for lunch. I recall him destroying Gloucestershire after tea a year or 2 back and wonder what his intake is. Fantastic stuff. Looking forward to some batting points to go with the maximum bowling points," says Bill.
It's definitely not going to be what you had back in the day, no doubt, for lunch.
Cream cakes.
The old classic. I'm sure it's very different to what we have as well. I was going to ask, actually, what do they have for tea? or lunch? Is it pastas and salads and protein? And
I don't know.
I mean, for me, I hate bowling on if I'm, feeling heavy anyway.
What
So
do you have?
when you eat as well, I can imagine it's just protein and
What do you have then, lunch? If you're bowling.
yeah, probably a lot of protein. As Dan Lawrence comes in to Albert, who flicks off his legs to deep mid wicket, who fumbles, but it will be one. Yeah, I think mainly when we've had games up at Loughborough this year, it's been chicken and veg, very simple, quite light. I guess it would be a lot very similar here.
Yeah.
Hampshire 27 without loss. Dan Lawrence bowling from the pavilion end. Fletcher Middleton on strike. 17 off 50 balls. Comes in. Ball slightly wider. Plays it out into the offside. And deep point. Gus Atkinson will pick that from deep point, and that'll be another run. A shout out to my local club, Wokingham Cricket Club. Had a tweet from Michael Cowdell, who's playing tomorrow. He's been playing for the Army this week. Just joined the Army this year. He's straight in their cricket team. He's a good player. Toby Albert plays in that league as well. Won't be playing for Finchampton tomorrow, obviously. That's another dot ball from Albert. He's played the last few games as Toby Albert. Hasn't really got a score for Finch, but I'll be hoping, for Hampshire fans, we're definitely hoping that he can convert a big score today. Dan Lawrence in wide of the crease. Finds the sort of squares up Albert, but fortunately enough for him, he just drops it into the offside. What's your thoughts about Ben Foakes batting but not keeping? I think he struggles a bit with his. I think it's his back, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, there has been a suggestion that he's not feeling great because I think we said he thought he had a drink. I think he might have been taking a couple of pills or something just to make him feel better.
Yeah. It's a bit quicker this time from Lawrence. It's on the spot. It's a good start from Lawrence here. He's going to try and build a bit of pressure from this end. And the seamers can do their work from the other end. The seamers will just keep on coming for Surrey. They've got Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, Sean Abbott, and then the pace of Gus Atkinson as well. And you've got Cam Steele to come. Yeah, so lots of options for Surrey as Dan Lawrence comes in. Bowls, slightly fuller this time. Just played into the offside. Hampshire faithful seem to be appreciative of how the Hampshire batters are playing. That's a good session for them. Got through without losing any wickets. Just the 28 runs, but the most important thing is the wickets column. Hampshire 28, behind by 99. And I suggest you put the kettle on. I think it's going to be a short break, 15-20 minutes. And then you'll be joined by myself, Kev James, Simon Hughes, and Dan Whiting.
Just very quickly, mention this email because we were just talking about Ben Foakes by Gary Dean, surreycricket@gmail.com. Remember that for the last session. I think there is a suggestion of Ben Foakes maybe
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire have had an extremely good morning and afternoon session. Kyle Abbott he bowled last ball before lunch, got Jamie Smith, and then after that 5 for 13 off his 11 overs. Really ripped through that Surrey batting lineup, bowling Surrey out for 127. Rory Burns was the top scorer for 33. Abbott backed up nicely by Liam Dawson, who took the first 3 wickets of Pope, Burns and Sibley, 3 for 21. Nisa bowled beautifully for 2 for 39. He bowled an absolute jaffer to take the last wicket of Worrell. And Felix Organ and Keith Barker were wicketless. Keith Barker really bowled well as well, deserved a wicket, I'd say. And Hampshire in reply with the 2 youngsters, Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert. Toby Albert in for the injured Ali Orr today. Albert 4 not out, Fletcher Middleton 18. The change for Surrey today, Cam Steele in for the injured Kemar Roach. Michael Nisa, who makes his Hampshire debut today, is replacing Mohammed Abbas, who is being rested. Toby Albert for Ali Orr, and Nick Gubbins comes in for the injured Tom Prest, who unfortunately looks to be out for the next 6 weeks with a shoulder injury. And welcome back, Kev James. How you doing, Kev?
All right,
Good
yes, it's been a game that we've enjoyed a bit more action than of late on this ground. It may be progressing a little too quick, maybe, but nevertheless it's providing good entertainment.
Absolutely. Sean Abbott starts things off for Surrey, straight on the money and just flicked off his hip. Fletcher Middleton into mid-wicket. So Surrey have 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, more of an orthodox, and they have 2 men on the leg side, a square fine leg and a deep square leg for that short ball. Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert very watchful in the previous session, to the delight of the Hampshire faithful here. Really happy with how they played. Just a 28 runs, but hopefully now they can try and cash in and get that run rate up. They just trail Surrey by 99 now. So Sean Abbott from the hotel end bowls into Fletcher Middleton, a bit short of a length, but that's flicked through mid-wicket, and that'll be a big chase for Patel on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, and they will come through for 2.
He's on for Ben Folkes, and we've learnt some news about Ben Folkes, haven't we?
We have. I'll let you.
You want to let me do it?
Yeah, I'll let you do
sure.
it. Since you mentioned it.
He has a back spasm, or had a back spasm, so we thought he was not feeling very well. I suppose you could say he's not feeling very well, having had a back spasm, but that's the reason he's off the pitch. Did bat, got 14.
So I think it's the same reason why Ali Orr's not around.
Yeah, it's going around, it's catching.
It's Abbott now, it's tighter to the stumps this time. Full similar outcome, apart from it's gone straight to mid-wicket here, Dom Sibley.
So Sean Abbott back in a Surrey shirt. He's re-signed for 4 championship matches and 8 T20s, the Australian.
Yeah, had a really good. He scored 100 last year in the T20 Blast. I saw. It's a good signing for Surrey last year, and the seamers they've got today. They've got Gus Atkinson, they've got Dan Worrell, who's the lead wicket taker. You've got Sean Abbott, you've got Jordan Clark, you've got Dan Lawrence who bowled early. You've got Cam Steele for the spinners. So it's a good attack. It's a real good test for Hampshire, and that's the reason why Surrey were champions last year and top of the table this year. As Abbott comes in short of the length, Middleton plays it nicely in the leg side. Good start here, and it's evening sessions. We've got 31 overs to be bowled after this, so should be a really good session for those who are just tuning in or listening in at the ground with your pink headsets. Seems to be more people congregating on the right hand side from where we're looking. Middleton 20 off 55, Albert Watchell 4 off 40, but that won't matter if he continues and just pushes on now as Abbott comes in. Bowls full this time, driven and hit straight to cover, but Abbott giving it a chance to swing there, and it did swing quite late, but nice full wide. Middleton just slightly misses out there maybe, as it hits it straight to cover. Looks like Gus Atkinson down there. Hampshire 30 without loss, trailed by the 97. Dan Lawrence is the name on the board to be on the other end, but I'm not sure that will be the case after tea. Abbott looks to complete his over, and that's solid in defence from Middleton. So good over for Hampshire and Surrey's. Just a 2 off it. Watchful from Middleton.
Hampshire trail by 97 in this game. Plenty of other games going on today. Later on, the Southern Vipers are in action in the Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 competition. They're at Chelmsford this evening, so they're going to experience a Friday night in Chelmsford. They're playing the Sunrisers. Games going on in Division 1 at the moment. Somerset 171 all out. They're second in the table currently, behind Surrey. Top scorer for Somerset was Tom Banton, who made 36.
He's been impressive this year, isn't he, Tom?
Yes. Ben Stokes with 4 wickets, 4 for 54. Ben Stokes. Here's Dan Lawrence with his off-spin from the pavilion end, and bowls, and forward is Toby Albert. That's just played back along the pitch. Also in Division 1, Essex, who sit third. They're 194 for 3 against Kent. Dean Elgar was out for 77 there. Nick Brown made 65. Dan Lawrence bowls, and that's worked up to mid-on. It's fairly deep, and Albert was off straight away the minute that ball left his bat, and he moves on to 5. It's 31 without loss. Also in Division 1, Warwickshire 73 for 1. There's been obviously a delayed start there. They're playing Lancashire. Alex Davis is 35 not out there for Warwickshire. On the back foot there is Fletcher Middleton through the hands of short leg. He bounced first. Single. Middleton moves on to 21, and no play today between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, shame that. First game back at New Road this year with all the troubles they've had. Hopefully they get on tomorrow.
And the game against Leicestershire and Glamorgan in Division 2 we're keeping an eye on, because there are a lot of lone players from Hampshire playing in that game on both sides, as well as former players, and a former bowling coach here who's head coach now of Leicester. So it seems like there's a bit of a closeness in that game. That's worked out on the onside. Glamorgan 254 for 6. Labuschagne was bowled by Scott Curry for 8, who's on loan from Hampshire. Chris Cook bowled Scott Curry for 2. He's on the back foot there, keeps a little low on Toby Albert. Matt Salisbury, who used to play for Hampshire, 1 for 72 from 14. Ian Holland, who starts his loan spell today from here at Leicestershire, didn't pick up a wicket, or hasn't picked up a wicket yet. 15 overs, none for 49. Started his Leicestershire on loan career with a no ball, apparently. Forward is Toby Albert, and that goes out on the offside.
Front foot, I hope, not a beamer.
Well, you never know. I just saw the words "no ball." That was all I saw. Very quickly, Sussex are 212 for 4 against Middlesex. This is Division 2, of course. Yorkshire 204 for 2 against Northamptonshire. Derbyshire 291 for 3 against Gloucestershire.
Well done, Kev. Lots to get through today. We've had an email from I recognise the name. It's from Nick Loftus, who does work with me. He said he's played the England and Wales Transplant Cricket Club last week, and enjoyed a victory. They're playing Elite CC tomorrow, so good luck, Nick. Thanks for tuning in. As Abbott comes in now to Fletcher Middleton from the hotel end. I wonder who you are sporting, Nick. Is it Hampshire or Surrey? You're right in the middle of Buckinghamshire, so you have to choose. You have to let me know which one or who you're sporting today. So Hampshire, good start today. After bowling Surrey out for 127, are 32 without loss. The youngsters here are showing a lot of character against a real good seam attack, or good attack in full, with Dan Lawrence at the other end actually. So Sean Abbott's coming in now from hotel end, full driven. Decided not to take the run. Hit it slightly wide of Jordan Clark, but no run. As there seems to be a bit of sun popping through. It's been a bit of a cloudy, dull day. At some point we did think the lights were going to go on, but they didn't come on, and then the sun is just shining through, and I see a few more people coming through the gate. So I think it is free after tea to come down. So if you have finished work, you fancy a few hours watching the cricket, come on down. Got 29 overs still to play today, so lots of cricket to go. Abbott over the wicket, short this time, played off the back foot, and this time Middleton does take the single. This week there's going to be a lot of cricket. So we've got obviously this 4-day game, and then on Thursday Hampshire will be hosting Surrey, but also before that game the Southern Vipers are playing. So it's a back-to-back double header, half term, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people in the ground. Excited to get back into the white ball cricket after this, Kev?
Yeah, always, yeah. I don't know about you, but it's nice to do the T20s, and then when you've done a few T20s, you think, oh, it'd be nice to do a chat. It's nice to have the variety.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So
Hopefully the weather improves.
T20 is just like bang, 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 bang. This is a little bit more subtle.
Yeah. So Abbott comes in to Toby Abbott. Abbott thinks it's out. From here it looked like it was going down. Bit of a celeb appeal from Sean Abbott there.
Wow.
As Albert looked to sort of flick it off his legs. Didn't really move his legs at all.
And
move his feet, sorry, yeah.
Looked like it nipped back, didn't it?
Did. Trying to watch the replay once it comes.
Kept a little low as well. Abbott seemed very convinced, although...
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even look behind, did he? He just ran straight to the slips.
Just ran off. Almost did a lap of the ground.
Maybe... Well, we haven't seen a replay yet, so I don't know if the Hampshire guys are on the stream know something that we don't, maybe. But Toby Abbott survives. Sean Abbott comes in again and just swings it away left from Toby Abbott. So just a 1 ball to get through here for Albert. Just struggling a little bit.
It was certainly worth a shout, that one.
I missed the replay, was it?
No, there wasn't one. So we'll have to guess.
No, it did look like it was sliding. You said it kept low as well, but there wasn't a lot of foot movement there from Albert. But we've got a pretty good view up here. Not as good as the umpire, of course. Number 77 on his back. Sean Abbott comes in once again to Toby Albert. Swings away from the hand this time, so easily left alone from Toby Albert, and that completes the over. It's Hampshire 33 without loss.
It's a nice shape on that ball now from Sean Abbott. Shaping away from the right-hander. That's a big LBW shout, the ball nipping back. You can see why Surrey were quite keen to have him coming back. Sean Abbott takes his first-class wickets at 30 apiece. Plays in the same Sydney Sixers side as James Vince in the Big Bash during the winter.
Yeah.
33 without loss then, Hampshire. They trail Surrey by 94 on the first innings. This is the final game of this block of 7 games. We'll be halfway through the championship season at the end of this game. As Dan Lawrence with his off-spin bowls, and that's hit into the ground by Fletcher Middleton. I think the ball may just have followed him a little bit off the pitch. Tried to make room on the offside, couldn't find any. 2 men round the bat. Let's slip at a short leg for Middleton. He's currently on 22. Has shown a lot of application in his short time in first-class cricket. Happy to grind it down. Comes down the wicket, drives and hits it into the ground, maybe onto his boot as well as the ball trickles out on the leg side. We have just under 29 overs left in the day's play. We're getting through the overs pretty well. There's been plenty of spin today. There's promise of a few more yet. As Middleton's on the back foot, shouts of catch it. Although I'm not sure how long the ball was in the air. Fraction of a second, probably, no more.
In terms of light, this is definitely the best time to bat in today, isn't it?
It is,
sun's shining.
A bit more blue sky above than we've seen recently. Large periods of today, there's just been the odd pocket of blue sky and that sort of goes a drive through the covers. That should go for 4. Full and outside off stump, and Middleton just opened himself out there and absolutely honed in on that gap square on the offside. You can just see there the front foot coming down the line of the stumps, allowing the bat to open, the face of the bat open, so he can guide it into that gap. 4 runs, 26 he moves on to.
Yeah, I think the length of the ball there allowed Middleton to just open the face.
Yep. Yeah,
It's off spinner.
You know, you do that to a very full length ball,
yeah.
Correct. 37 without loss then, Hampshire. Bright sunshine now here at the Utilita, as that's driven hard off the back foot up to mid-off, but no run.
Looking good, Middleton. Don't want to... I'm not going to say it, actually.
You have?
Yeah, well, he's looking good. So, yes, obviously Ali Orr not playing in today, so he's the senior batter out there between these two.
Yeah, we understand that the choice for replacing Ali Orr came down to Albert and Joe Weatherly, and there wasn't a lot apparently between them in terms of the number of runs scored in the second 11. Driven up to mid-on by Fletcher Middleton, and there's no run. End of the over 37 without loss. Their runs accumulated in the second 11 this year is almost identical. I think there's only a handful of runs between them, so it really was a close call as to who got the nod between Weatherly and Toby Albert. Albert did actually open the batting for Hampshire in the final 3 games of last season, so maybe it was that just got him the nod, but probably could have made a case for either.
Well, Dan Whiting's got his sunglasses on. The sun is shining at the Utilita Bowl. This is a perfect Friday afternoon, evening session now of cricket. Sean Abbott comes in, continues from the hotel end, short of the length as Abbott just pops that into the offside for no runs. Picked up from Cam Steele at point, who I'm sure will be getting a go very shortly. Ben Folkes is off the pitch due to a back spasm. I noticed when he was batting in, he faced 5 balls and he called for some painkillers. I think it must have been painkillers. We didn't know what he really know. I think it was a drink that he asked for, which we were questioning. Clearly, he'd done it in those 5 balls. It's just a shame. So hopefully for him and for Surrey, he can get himself back. I don't even know how you help with back spasms. Is it massage or rest? Who knows? Hot bath maybe. Abbott in full, and he is swinging the ball here, left alone, but it is from the arm, so it's slightly easier to leave the ball maybe. But he's bowling some good areas here, Sean Abbott, very economical so far. Just into his 3rd over, just gone for the 3 runs. And Albert very, very watchful this afternoon, 5 off 50 balls. So he just needs to keep doing what he's doing and just wait for that bad ball. Doing a great job for Hampshire so far. It's Hampshire trail by 90 runs now. 2 slips, catching mid-on as Abbott bowls, and it just goes to that man there, short mid-on.
I'm told there was a technical glitch. We couldn't get the replay for that one.
Okay.
So it was, the old button didn't work. You know when you'll press the button and you keep going with the button and it just won't work. Apparently that was what was going on.
Ralph Brooker, who's emailed, looking at Dan Lawrence from behind, at least on the live field, he often gives the impression that he's dragged it down. In fact, the fuller he bowls, the more his actions suggest he's bowling short. Maybe it's just me. Bowls a bit like a Catherine wheel. He certainly does. His arms are going all over the place. Obviously, as an off-spinner, you're trying to really sort of bowl up, as they say, which tends to look like you're bowling slightly shorter, as it's left alone again by Albert. Yes.
Lovely shape on that ball.
It is a really nice shape. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Good control.
Kissing the surface, shape on the ball, moving away from the right hand up.
If you're watching on the live feed, you'll notice that there's quite a lot of footmarks now, and this is a used wicket. So this must have been when was this used?
It was certainly used for the Vipers game last Saturday,
Okay.
Charlotte Edwards Cup.
So yeah, we saw Keith Barker roughing up one of the ends earlier on. He bowled brilliantly, wicketless, unfortunately for him. As Abbott bowls, and that's just knocked into the leg side. However, Kyle Abbott, that 11 over spell, Kev, was just unbelievable. It was just
Had 3 for naught at one stage,
Yeah.
didn't he? Lawrence, Folkes and Clark.
5 for 13 off
Straight
11
off.
overs.
Straight after lunch.
But 3 bowled as well in that. Drop it square leg, a tough chance by Felix Organ, who did take a good catch earlier on. And Michael Neser obviously made his debut. He bowled beautifully as well. So far, a pretty perfect day for Hampshire. Bowling the league leaders out for 127, trailed by 90 runs. And that's really good areas from Sean Abbott, who's just angling it into the off stump and just swinging it away. And Jamie Smith's taken that first slip. Jamie Smith obviously replacing Ben Folkes is keeping wicket. I think we've got Patel who's out there who's fielding instead of him. Dan Lawrence is going to continue. Kev James leaves us whilst he does a quick update, and we welcome back down. Dan, how are you doing? The sunglasses on?
Yeah, well, why not?
Why not?
This is very pleasant, isn't it? Friday night down in the Hampshire Riviera.
It's been pretty chilly today, and usually in the afternoon session or the evening session with the sun, we get the sun quite a lot up here. So hope you got your sun cream for sort of 20 minutes time.
There's Lawrence in, and that's just punched away on the back foot there by Middleton. So I think these 2 youngsters here, because Middleton's what, 22, 23, Albert's 21, maybe, something like that. They're really applying themselves here. You know, Albert's all right, he's got 5 or 54 balls, but he's doing a job.
He is, you know, he
hits into the offside, no run.
Any opener's job is to see off the new ball, right, to try and see off the shine, to allow the batters to come in after him, to make it a bit easier, and he is doing just that, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely, he's doing a real good job. Here's Lawrence, arms whirring. Bit more flight, bit more air. That's beautifully played through the covers there by Fletcher Middleton. Good footwork, gets himself into a nice position. Just goes slightly inside out to find the gap through the covers. And a very pleasant shot. 4 runs.
Batted beautifully so far. He's similar to Albert, where he just took his time this afternoon when he's gone in after, especially after tea. But he's looked good. He's put away the bad ball, the slightly fuller ball. Both 22 years of age.
22 are they both? Yeah. How was Press? Press about the same age.
21 actually. He's the youngest. Yeah.
Tossed up there by Lawrence, and Middleton gets onto the front foot, just defends that one back to the bowler.
You've got Fletcher Middleton, who's 22. I think Ali Orr's similar age as well. You've got Tom Preston in the lineup. You've got future in the batting lineups.
Yeah,
it's looking pretty bright, really.
And there were a couple of names mentioned earlier as well. That Kelly, I think, was it?
Dom Kelly,
Dom
youngster
Kelly,
in the second team. He's a Millfield School student.
Just played back to the bowler, no run.
Good all-rounder, played England under-19s. Eddie Jack as well, who's a big fast bowler, and it'll be exciting to see him. Hopefully he gets a go in the white ball stuff over the next sort of few months.
Lawrence here, searching for a breakthrough. Middleton gets onto the front foot, that completes the overs. So 21 overs gone so far. Hampshire 41 without loss. Albert's on 5, Middleton's on 30. Lawrence none for 13 off 5. Sun's out here, Friday night, the people downstairs lapping it up. Nice cold drink on the go.
Soft drink, of course, up here.
Watching county championship cricket. I mean, it doesn't get any better,
It
does
doesn't,
it, Anthony?
It doesn't. Especially certainly Friday evening. It's bank holiday, it's a long weekend as well.
Yeah.
There's certainly a few more people arriving, so maybe finishing work, heading down to the Utilita Bowl, which I'm pretty sure it's free to enter as well after tea. So yeah.
Why not? Why wouldn't you do
Why
that?
can't you? Yeah. It's an exciting weekend down here. You got Southampton, who's got a massive game at Wembley on Sunday as well. So maybe Hampshire will be looking to be in a position to certainly be in control of the game by then. But still a long way to go. Trail by 86, and Sean Abbott's bowled beautifully after tea. He's going to continue from the hotel end as he bowls at short one. First short one he's bowled. He's bowled pretty full to Albert, swinging the ball. I think what I'd like to see certainly from Albert is similar to what Fletcher Middleton's done. He's been very, very watchful, but you kind of need to hit if there are any bad balls, try and put them away, and that's what he'll be looking to do now. The last thing you want to do is get out now as a batter. You've sort of done all the hard yards. Toby Albert's batted brilliantly so far, 55 balls, about just over an hour or so. He'll be looking to really cash in now when that ball does get a bit softer. Albert in, slightly wider of the crease. This time plays and misses. It's the first time Albert has really sort of played at that ball outside the off stump. As I said, Albert's coming sort of a bit wide of the crease, angling in the ball to the off stump and just nips it and swings it away. Misses it by quite some distance in the end, really. But yeah, he's in good rhythm here, Sean Abbott. And if I'm honest, I'd probably have a seamer on the other end as well. If you think how sort of Hampshire finished that innings with Abbott and Nisa, maybe a Gus Atkinson or Worrell back on from that top end maybe instead of Dan Lawrence. But it's the reason why we're up here, Dan, as Abbott comes in. This time short of the length, and Abbott drops it into the offside.
And it was about this time in the Surrey innings where the ball started to dance about a bit as well. I don't know whether it was cloud cover or whether conditions have got a bit easier, but these two are really applying themselves. Notice umpire James Middlesbrook there has just gone across to point from square leg. Often as umpire, if the sun's in your eyes, you can't see the crease. You have to go to the side where it's easier to see. Because if there's a run out or a stumping, then you're guessing, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Albert faces to Abbott. He does put that one away. Unfortunately, he's straight to the fielder out on deep fine leg, but he is off 5, which has been on for quite some time. Slightly fuller ball there from Sean Abbott. He's been pretty consistent on that length. He's only gone for the 4 runs and has bowled.
Yeah.
22 balls in the 1 maiden. So
I think that might be a deliberate ploy there, because Rory Burns has just moved Dan Lawrence into leg slip. Well, he's just moved him out of there now, actually. But he's there for a reason. He's there for that little tickle off the legs. We saw in the game Surrey played against Worcestershire last week that Kashif Ali was caught down there, the Worcestershire batter.
Yeah, batter who's done really well and is short. Abbott asking questions here at the outside edge of Albert and testing Fletcher Middleton's patience with the short ball. One thing that I've noticed, certainly doing commentary here at Hampshire, is how quickly players adapt to the situation or the conditions. They looking at the field now, the ball's only 21 overs old, hasn't been hit much. It's 42 without loss, but just the 2 slips, and then you have like a couple of catching on the offside. And a similar story in the Hampshires, when they were bowling as well. James Vince's captaincy was brilliant, wasn't it?
Very good.
Sean Abbott fuller this time to Middleton, who tries to flick it through the leg side. I think you and I were on comms. That completes the over. You and I were on comms, and Vince brought on Liam Dawson at 11:37, I think it was. And we were looking at first morning of day 1.
We were thinking, wow, have we ever seen this before?
And then this second over, and then he missed. I think there was a chance to stump Rory Burns.
Yeah.
Missed that, and there was a couple of chances for Ollie Pope. He got Dom Sibley out, and then Pope came down the track, got caught mid-on, and things just started happening then. He really, really kick-started that Hampshire innings for the bowling wise anyway.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we're also seeing as well, compared to the Oval a few weeks back, Hampshire, I thought, bowled their overs a lot quicker. They got 3 bonus points, but they lost 2 of them due to a slow over rate at the Oval.
Oh, did they?
So they only walked out of South London with 1 point.
Okay.
And yeah, I think it's, I noticed, it helps with Dawson bowling 14 of them. Here's Lawrence around the wicket. Just tickled round the corner, and that's a good sprawling diving stop there.
Yeah, Toby Albert's really frustrated there. He's trying to get off. He's on 6 of 59 balls, so doing a great job, but just trying to get those runs, those little singles here and there to rotate the strike.
So Lawrence comes in again around the wicket, and that's
there you
smashed down the ground. 4.
6, wasn't it?
6, I think. The umpire's just checking it. I think it was 6.
Umpire's looking straight back into the sun, I think. So.
It was pretty straight, just maybe slightly towards the offside. It was 4. 4 runs there.
Good options though. Ball spinning into Toby Albert.
But Albert, that's the first sort of real shot of intent that he's played out of his 60 odd balls that he's faced so far.
It's good though.
Yeah, it was good. Lawrence, what's he got in reply? Albert just nurdles that one into short leg.
As a batter, you almost have to do that sometimes, just to try and create a bit more, another gap for you to hit a 1. If he does that again, I'm sure they'll put a man back, and then that's a single down the ground. So you can't just block, unfortunately.
Lawrence from the pavilion end. Again, Albert plays that one, punches it off the back foot towards him. These two in a 50 opening partnership, which will really please only fans down here, but A.D. Birrell as well, the head coach. And it's just turning to the onside again, fine short leg.
Hampshire's opening average is 15, I think it was, or 14. So this is way up above on that.
Again, just turned round the corner to man on the 45, and that completes the over 46 without loss.
Abbott quickly gives his cap to the umpire. He's going to continue from the hotel end. And Abbott will be really happy with that. He used his feet nicely against Dan Lawrence there. Lawrence was over the wicket, just punched him down the ground, lofted drive over mid-off's head for 1 bounce 4. That brings Dan Lawrence, who went around the wicket then, and trying to sort of aim it at Albert's pads. And Abbott is pretty content to just drop it into leg side to see out the over. Hampshire 46, just 4 away from the 50 partnership, trail by 81. Fletcher Middleton is 30 off 75 balls. There's bowls driven, and that will be 4. Don't run those, Fletcher Middleton. Stay right where you are. Glorious, and that is the 50 up for Hampshire. Really good opening partnership from the young Hampshire batters, both 22 years old. Sean Abbott just gets a bit too full there, swings, and Middleton just punches that through the offside for 4 runs. So batting for an hour and 20 minutes, these two.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who else is off the field here for Surrey, because Matt Dunn is also on. Actually, I think he's... No, because Ryan Patel's still on, so Surrey have got 2 substitute fielders on the pitch.
I'll try and have a look as well. See what the reply is for Abbott. A bit short of a length, a really good length there from Abbott. And Middleton just drops that into the offside for no run. So, yeah, you've got Burns at mid-off. You've got Gus Atkinson, Jordan Clark at mid-on. Sibley, is that Lawrence at mid-wicket or is that Sibley?
It's Lawrence. Sibley's at first slip.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark's at mid-on.
Dan Morrow's at
Gus
point.
Atkinson, I wonder.
He's at cover, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Who knows? Anyway, Sean Abbott into Middleton. Similar ball. Real good lengths now from the... He doesn't want to bowl another half volley, so he's hammering a length here, trying to move the ball away from Fletcher Middleton. It's just dropped into the leg side for no run. Just to give you a few scores all around the grounds. Durham are 39 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 171 all out. And you've got your finger up. Are you having? Oh, you're just having Essex 208 for 3. Warwickshire 74 for 2. That was a late start. I think they started at 1:30 there at Lancashire. They're using a used wicket as well. Derbyshire 316 for 4. Glamorgan, after a really good start, 276 for 6 now. It's bowled from Abbott, just blocked into the offside, but a good shape from Abbott, swinging the ball nicely. Let's see who's taking the wicket for Leicestershire. Obviously some Hampshire guys involved there. Scott Curry's got the 2 for 48. Ian Holland obviously is there as well. Sussex 227 for 4 at Lords, and Yorkshire, who are looking strong this year, 218 for 2 at Northamptonshire. IPL, Sunrisers Hyderabad are 169 for 7 with 1 over to go against Rajasthan. Abbott bowls, flicks off his leg from Fletcher Middleton, in between Patel at deep square leg, and it's picked up and thrown in for just the 1 run, and that brings Albert back on strike, who sort of released himself for the last over for that 4.
It was interesting, Kevin was talking about lone players earlier. I covered a game 2 years ago, Gloucestershire versus Somerset, the West Country derby, El Sideco as they call it. And Gloucestershire suddenly brought in 3 lone players before the game.
3?
Yeah,
right.
They brought in Brad Wheel from Hampshire.
Yeah.
They brought in Jacob Bethel from Warwickshire.
Yeah. Sorry, as Abbott comes in to Albert, who just drops it into the leg side. Looking pretty solid today is Albert. Built the foundations for a good score here. Hampshire 51 without loss, trail by 76.
And the other person they brought in was Zach Chappell, who was at Nottinghamshire, who's now
really
at Derbyshire, who's a workhorse. Well, that's doing him a disservice actually, but he will run in for you all
Yeah, and he
day.
bowls quick as well.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of... I mean, he's not out and out rapid. He's brisk.
Yeah.
But he's a good bowler. Dan Lawrence again is going to come around the wicket from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Fletcher Middleton.
Still going is Dan Lawrence.
Yeah. Just defended there. I think that the other man off the pitch is... No,
Really need binoculars up here, don't we?
yeah. Swept, is that strangle down the leg side. Middleton has gone to sweep. That's a really good take from Jamie Smith there. Middleton's gone sweeping. I think he's got a bottom edge on that.
What a
And
take by Jamie Smith.
it's a really good piece of work with the gloves from Jamie Smith. And Hampshire lose their first wicket. Middleton goes for 35 with the score on 51.
So unlucky from Fletcher Middleton, back beautifully today. 35 off 82 was watchful. Built the foundation, was looking really, really good. And Lawrence, with, I don't know what you can describe that, bowled around the wicket. It was almost, on a length, way down leg. Fletcher Middleton thinking, right, I can tuck myself up here, sweep it for 4, and just gets a tiny little glove on it, I think. And Jamie Smith takes a brilliant catch down the leg side. And that'll give Surrey some hope.
It will. Does this open the door? It brings Nick Cummins to the crease, but that's the highest score of the day as well so far, 35.
Yeah.
Eclipses Rory Burns 33. So
brings Nick Gubbins into the crease, which he is the I think Hampshire's leading run scorer this year, albeit missing last week because of he had a baby girl a couple of weeks ago during the Durham game, so he missed sort of half of that game as well. So
congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Gubbins.
He'll be looking forward to. I remember when I had my son, it was you just come to cricket for it's just a completely different day. That you're doing it.
It's a wonderful feeling, isn't it?
Good, yeah.
I mean, it was only eclipsed for me by my first 100 against London Coney back in 1995.
Well, I found that no matter how bad I've done on the day, he doesn't care when I get home and I see his little face. So yeah.
I'm only joking. If my family are listening in, I am only joking.
Good job you're staying in this hotel for the next 4 days.
Yeah, what a commute to work. I've got 2 floors.
No excuses of being late.
No.
Good brekkie here as well.
Yeah, if I'm late, Kevin James will put me in the naughty step. Here's Lawrence around the wicket to Gubbins. Like Kevin James, a man who's left Middlesex to come down to the south coast. Albeit 25 years previously.
You can't say Middlesex on a Surrey stream, can you?
Well, it's BBC London. We're all part of the metropolis. Oh, that's a full bunger there from Lawrence, which is just tickled into the leg side there by Gubbins.
That was a nice present from Lawrence to get Gubbins off the mark. Thank you very much. But no, definitely, I think you can see Dan Lawrence is going to be a threat now with the left-handed Gibbons on the crease, and Toby Albert now has got to be the guy who sort of makes things happen, pushes things on for Hampshire.
Here's Lawrence around the wicket to him. Just nurdles that around the corner to find Sean Abbott. So Surrey have got Pope in at first slip. They've got a short leg. They've got Jordan Clark at backward point. They've got a deep cover. Worrell's at mid-off. Rory Burns directing traffic from mid-on. Lawrence comes in around the wicket again, nurdled around the corner. They've got a short mid-wicket and a deep square leg as that completes the over. 52 for 1, which saw the end of Fletcher Middleton, who tried to sweep what was a pretty bad ball. I mean, it was there for the shot, but he's just got a bottom edge, and we've seen the bounce being a little bit inconsistent perhaps today. You know, not badly.
I'd say not massively. I haven't noticed too many, but
a few just sort of kept a little low. They haven't grubbed completely. They haven't sort of snaked along the floor, but a few have just sort of kept a little low. And when you go with a cross bat like that, you have to be completely sure on a wicket with inconsistent bounce. And Middleton paid the price by getting a bottom edge.
He did, but I think if that was the ball that you had to try and sweep there. When Surrey have bowled so sort of tight, any loosener you try and put it away. And I think if you tuned in now and you saw that Surrey had been bowled out for 127, you'd be thinking, oh, is this maybe a bit of a spicy wicket? But if I'm honest, the way that Hampshire bowled this morning has been superb. And there has been a bowling change. Gus Atkinson's replacing Sean Abbott. And that's straight on the money from Gus Atkinson, who bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, short of a length. This will be interesting because Gus Atkinson does have that extra pace, doesn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
he's one of those players that have been talked about to replace Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, he has. He's got an innocuous approach into the crease. He's a little bit sort of pigeon stepped into the crease.
It's like Joffa Archer, mate. Or like jogs in, doesn't he? And just
Yeah.
releases it.
But when he lets it go, it's all shoulder.
Yeah. Bowls in again to Gubbins. Full this time. I actually thought, I don't know why, I thought he was actually with the T20 squad. He was just left out, was he? For the
He was left
restock
out.
leaving?
Yeah, I thought he'd get in that squad. But, you know, England's lost his Surrey's game.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the squad, as I mentioned earlier, that with their lineup, the bowlers just keep coming and coming, don't they? Even with the batters, you've got Jordan Clark at 8, who's averaging like 70 odd this year. So, Gus Atkinson in. It's tight to the stumps this time. Good crease. That's more bounce than we've seen so far this innings from Surrey bowling.
Yeah, good carry there.
We saw that earlier with Michael Neser and Kyle Abbott, didn't we?
Yeah, Jamie Smith taking that one at armpit height.
Yeah, first time I've seen Gus Atkinson actually bowl in the flesh, and it's, as you say, he sort of ambles in, and when you watch it on TV, you don't really get a sense of how quick they're running up or anything like that, but he does really jog in, doesn't he? He gets really tight to the stumps, and bowls short there to Gubbins, and he plays it off the back foot through the covers. Point. Sean Abbott's chasing it after just bowling his 5-over spell. He dives, claws it back in, and keeps it down to 2. Good fielding out there. The relay from, looks like it's Patel and Sean Abbott after, like I said, just coming out of his spell. It's the last thing you want as a bowler. But good from Gubbins. Short and wide. Gus Atkinson gets really, really close to the stumps here. If you look again, watch him here. He just gets really close to the stumps and just tries to swing the ball back into Gubbins as he does there, and he finds the outside edge, plays it down to third man for the single, which brings Toby Albert back on strike. He will face the 1 ball left in the over. Hampshire 55 for 1, trail by 72. And after this ball, and will be replaced by Simon Hughes, who's also got his sunglasses on, ready to go. Sun really shining out here, isn't it? It's beautiful, so good. Cricket, this is when we should be playing cricket, not when it's cloudy and raining.
Absolutely.
I think we should delay the season a month. We should start in May, I think, and go until September, maybe a bit into October. As he comes into Toby Albert, plays off the back foot. First sort of almost rash shot really from Toby Albert, but it is for no run. Hits it to the backward point for no run, and I will be leaving you for Simon Hughes.
Yep, Hampshire 55 for 1 here. So the opening pair have really applied themselves. Dan Lawrence taking the wicket. There, Fletcher Middleton sweeping and was strangled down the leg side. Listen to BBC Radio London, BBC Solent Sport. You're listening on the Hampshire stream and in the ground. And welcome, Simon Hughes. How are you, Simon?
Good. I'm feeling better now, actually. I'll tell you why. Nothing to do with this game.
As Lawrence just bowls out, what's gone on?
Well, my mate, a good friend, is the owner of the Rajasthan Royals in the IPL.
Yeah.
And they're in the playoff today, so effectively the semi-final.
Lawrence around the wicket, defended.
Rajasthan Royals against the Sunrisers, Hyderabad.
Yeah.
And they kept Sunrisers to 175, which sounds, when I say kept, it sounds...
But this year in the IPL, that's good going.
That is good going.
Yeah. Lawrence, arms whirring, just forward defensive, plays it out to Sean Abbott there at backward point.
And it could have been a lot more because Heinrich Klaassen was in with 2 overs to go, and they could have got over 200, but he got yorked. So they finished with 175.
Lawrence here, that's just nurdled into the onside there by Gubbins. And that's the first innings, yeah?
That's the first innings. They're playing it at Chennai.
Okay.
The final is on Sunday, and this is for a place in the final to play Kolkata Knight Riders. So it's all to play for.
Scene of that famous Dean Jones knock at Chennai in the
yes,
tie test.
That's right.
Where Lawrence tosses that one up, and that's drilled out to long on, where Burns is doing the fielding, and another single.
I play a silly game when the IPL's on, and so I just for the sort of sod's law, really. I compare the number of runs scored in a session here with how many they made in the innings in the IPL. It's quite funny, which is on at the same time.
And divide by 3.
Yes, exactly.
That's again just worked into the onside there by Gubbins, the man who, like Kevin James, has left Middlesex to come down to pastures new here on the south coast.
Don't blame him.
No.
So actually, I think a couple of Fridays ago, Vince and Gubbins, I think it was, got sort of 2 and over for the afternoon session, 2.5 and over, something like that. And in the same time, Sunrisers Hyderabad openers scored 200 off 16 overs. So they were going at 12.5, 13 and over. It's amazing. But I mean, it's different sorts. It is still cricket. For those who don't like the IPL and who say it's not cricket, it is cricket. It's just a different form. It's different pressures, different skills, but it's still cricket. So this is Gus Atkinson, who I last saw bowling in the World Cup in India, actually, at Mumbai. And he batted well that day as well. And he bowls to Gubbins and just hurries him slightly, but he gets a single out to square leg. And he's a lovely lad, actually, Gus Atkinson. He was telling me that because some modern players don't really have the chance to, or don't have the inclination to explore, but he and Reece Topley went on a couple of sort of mini treks when we were up in Dharamshala, the mountainous region.
Yeah.
They went and did a long trek and explored the countryside and found it very interesting, which it absolutely was. Here he comes, he bowls to Middleton, who defends. So I thought he had a nice sort of imaginative, exploratory sort of outlook on life.
Yeah, that looks like a gorgeous backdrop
It is
to
amazing.
the game,
Oh,
to the
amazing.
ground. Yeah.
Dharamshala, absolutely
Is that your
stunning.
favourite in the world? I mean,
Yeah,
you've been around the world.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you can't really fault places like Newlands. I mean, Lords, I think, is amazing. I love this place. I think this is brilliant, actually.
This is lovely
No,
setting.
it's a great spot, especially high up here. That's down the leg side from Atkinson, Gus Atkinson, just giving Middleton the chance to flick it away to fine leg for a single.
Have you been to Queenstown?
60 for 1. Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Queenstown's gorgeous. I mean, Christchurch, the new ground in Christchurch actually is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
What's that, Hagley Oval? Where else? I actually like Mumbai. I mean, it's different.
Yeah.
It's right in the centre. It's by the sea. It's a stunning venue, that.
Yeah.
The Wankhede Stadium. Atkinson bowls and
I've always
Gubbins defends.
I've always liked the look of Gaul as well.
Yeah,
With
Gaul is great.
The dowels just
Absolutely.
bobbing up and down on the water,
Yeah,
and the
you-
fort at one end.
No, and you can and you can stand in the fort and watch the game actually, without paying. not that it costs much to get into a ground in Sri Lanka, but yeah, that's a stunning, beautiful ground.
Yeah, and then you've got the grounds, the atmospheric ground, shall we say?
Yeah, here comes Atkinson bowls. Gubbins studiously forward, defending that up to mid-off. No, I tell you what, I mean, one that I regret doesn't exist anymore, and I'm about to go to the island where it used to be, the St John's Recreation Ground in Antigua. That,
Yeah.
I think, was the best for pure atmosphere, for just life and music and exuberance. It was absolutely amazing. But of
Chickies
course,
disco,
Chickies
gravy
disco,
dancing on the
totally.
podium.
You know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
don't you? Here comes Atkinson again, another ball on about off stump and defended by Gubbins, end of the over, 60 for 1 Hampshire.
The other one like that as well, I mean, it's not particularly especially attractive, but again, the atmosphere makes it, is St George's Park in Port Elizabeth,
Right,
where
yeah.
they've got the sort of the band sort of singing gospel
Yeah.
tunes,
Yeah.
and I think that's got a
Yeah.
unique atmosphere.
Yeah. You've reeled off some good ones there. It's a shame with Antigua because that new ground, I mean, Civilian Richards Stadium, it just hasn't got the same. It lacks atmosphere.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's a stunning setup, but it feels like being in an airport lounge.
They were all built for the World Cup in
Yeah.
2014, was it? I think?
Yeah,
Well,
or even before that,
Yeah.
2007 maybe.
We're going to see Dan Worrell back into the attack.
Another West Indian ground. I'll give you 2 more actually after this.
Yeah. Here's Worrell. Good shape, goes into
Yeah.
gloves of Smith.
the border oval,
Yeah.
Georgetown,
Yeah.
which again doesn't exist anymore, I don't think, or at least they don't use it very much because they built a new ground there, and also actually Trinidad, the old Trinidad Port of Spain ground.
Yeah.
That I was there when Kurt Liam was bowling that for 46, and that was incredible atmosphere.
Didn't the border, wasn't there like almost a riot there? Was there a run out on the last ball of the day?
Yeah, I think that was in the
70s?
in the 1970s. Yeah.
Was it Tony Gregg?
I think it probably was. Well, I think what happened.
Just left alone.
I think what happened there was Tony Gregg, who was obviously quite a sort of confrontational captain, ran out Kalachurran. I think it was Kalachurran, who was sort of dozing at the end of the day and wasn't in his ground, and it was the umpires hadn't yet called stumps time.
Yeah.
And he threw him out, and the decision stood, and so that caused a mini riot. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because he's a local lad, Cali, as well.
Yeah, he's Guyanese. We're in, and Albert just feels for that one a little outside off stump.
Came off the pitch quite quick, that, didn't it? He played it well though, Middleton. I mean, he's really starting to blossom as a player, I think. And I thought at first he looked a bit overexposed, you know, late last year maybe and early this year, but he's starting to find his way now. It's sort of just hints of his father in the way that he plays as well. He's good on the back foot of that little square shot on the offside.
Here's Worrell into Albert. Just tickled down the leg side there. Can Atkinson cut that off? Yes, he can. They're going to come back for a second. Good throw, but they're quick between the wickets, these two, and Albert comes back for a second run. So
sorry, I wrongly identified him. I've completely forgotten that Middleton was out and that was Albert. But so all that stuff I just said, totally ignore it, all of it.
Tony
Total
Middleton,
load of rubbish.
Tony Middleton, I remember he had one really good season, I think about 92, where they were talking about him possibly for England. He started off the season like a train, didn't he? Here's Worrell. Just shapes away. Goes through into gloves of Jamie Smith, who's deputising for Ben Folkes, who's off the field with a back spasm.
But as opposed to talking about Middleton, who's not even out there, Albert, I gather, played well for Berkshire recently, and he's in a sort of good run of form. And he whacked 80 off 30 balls the other day.
Okay.
So this is a slight contrast in styles today.
It's the antithesis of that innings, but he's doing a good job for his side, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he is very good.
I think it's one of those wickets where you have to apply yourself here. Worrell comes in, he leaves that one alone.
Yeah, he's done well on that. He's been good judgment actually, what to leave and what to play.
Yeah, I was going to say he's left well, but he's. I think it's one of those wickets where if you try and flash shots on it, I think you're going to get yourself into trouble. I think you have to apply and you have to grind it out a little bit. You know, you have to.
So you do, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
But I think it's a good cricket wicket. I think if you do apply it, I think there are runs to be had there.
And there's definitely more carry than there has been. Well, I suppose maybe the bowlers are a bit faster as well. Gus Atkinson can nudge it up to 90, and Worrell's not slow. Getting the ball going through sort of waist high to the keeper, which is good to see as well. It means edges are going to carry if they're taken by the ball. This one from Atkinson a little bit full, and Gubbins probably thought he should have done better there. He clipped it straight to mid-wicket. It's Atkinson more sort of kiss the pitch sort of bowler, I suppose. He looks to pitch it quite full. He's got a lovely, easy approach to the crease, a skittery sort of run, and then a very easy action. He makes it look. He glides to the wicket, doesn't he?
Yep, certainly does.
Here he comes again, bowls, been a bit full, driven hard, but half stopped by the bowler, Atkinson.
He's a little bit different from Jamie Overton because they're both about the same pace, but Overton sort of bangs it into the pitch, you know, properly, disturbs the surface, whereas you're right, Atkinson just kisses the pitch more.
I don't know if that's why he perhaps prefers a slightly older ball. Anyway, he's come on here, second change. Now in his third over. Sorry, definitely need a breakthrough here. He bowls outside off. Great carry that time to Jamie Smith. taken nearly shoulder high.
Yeah, we haven't seen Cameron Steele yet either, which is surprising. He's somebody who I think prefers the older ball. Rory Burns has tended to go to Dan Lawrence as the spinner earlier on.
Right.
I don't know if it's a leg spin and spinning it off that third finger, perhaps. I don't know if it's something to do with that.
Yeah. Atkinson bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins here. 3 men on the leg side and a deep square leg as well. He ducks that one as the ball is banged in short. A rolling stop down the leg side by Jamie Smith. 62 for 1 Hampshire.
I don't know what it is, Simon, but every time I commentate with Kevin James here, we seem to have a Middlesex connection. We've got you in the box today.
Yeah.
We had Roland Butcher.
I wonder what that is.
We had Roland Butcher for the game.
What that is all about.
Yeah.
Because we'd rather commentate on First Division cricket, you see. That's what it is. We don't want to commentate on Middlesex. Well, we do, of course we do. Bowled Yorker that time and dug out by Gubbins. Gets a single down to third man. Yeah, Butch is great, isn't he, Roland? He's
very good.
Gets all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, very good. He's coming down to Surrey and talking about his battles against Sylvester Clarke down there, which must have been box office, mustn't they?
Yeah,
Back
amazing.
in the day.
Yeah, he was a dynamic hooker, Roland Butcher. But he did once get a terrible injury. Got hit by
George Ferris
for Leicester. Yeah, I was there that day. That one swung a bit from Atkinson, pitched up outside off stump and just a little wide. Albert, as he's done consistently through this innings, left it alone. He's on 14 from 77 balls, so it's been obdurate to say the least. And Gubbins has 8, 63 for 1, just about halfway now to the Surrey score of 127.
Yeah, it's they've applied themselves. I thought the 2 youngsters opening the batting applied themselves. I thought they did really well. They're both only 22 years old, and I thought both Albert and Middleton, as you said, they left well. They knew what to play, and they knew their geography of their off stump, which is, it's part of definitely part of the game of being an opening batter, isn't it?
Definitely. Well, it's slightly gone out of the game. I mean, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett don't leave too many, do they?
They certainly don't. I'm going to come on to something with your analyst hat on in a minute. Here's Dan Worrell coming in to Gubbins, who leaves that one alone. Batters, there's a new sort of a fashion that's developed over the last 6-7 years of batters batting on off stump. And we've seen Burns today with a leg slip there. We saw Kashi Valley nibble one for Worcestershire last week to Dan Lawrence in that position, and we're starting to see more strangles down the leg side. And is that a result of batters batting on off stump, do you think, taking an off stump guard?
Yeah, it would be. Plus also having that leg stump fielder, I suppose you bowl for it a bit more as well.
Yeah. Talking of which, one just goes off Gubbins' thigh pad after a big in-swinger there from Worrell, and they amble through for a leg by. 64 for 1.
I mean, I've never thought, and this is a bowler speaking, I've never thought that the ball caught down the leg side was necessarily a strangle. It depends. If it's an absolute shocking long op and the batsman has a pull and gets a bottom edge or something, then it's a strangle. But if it's one that bounces from middle and off and sort of veers into the batsman's rib cage and he's trying to fend it off and he gets gloved down the leg side, that sort of dismissal I think is completely legitimate.
Worrell in, good shape away. Smith goes sprawling, takes that one in front of first slip.
I don't really recall, actually. I mean, there's always been lots of debate ever since Steve Smith came on the scene. There's lots of debate about how to get out a batsman who has basically what he calls owns the off-stump channel. So Steve Smith's sort of philosophy is, I can own that sort of middle and off sort of area, middle and off and outside off, 4th and 5th stump, and I'm confident that the ball on the stumps I'll hit for runs. So it gives the bowler less to bowl at, really, in a way. So what England tried to do, sorry, that's a shoulder arms outside off again. So what the bowlers have tried to do in that series 2019 was the Ashes, they said, well, let's have a leg slip and we'll bowl at the stumps. Instead of getting drawn into bowling wide outside off at him and then removing bowled and LBW as possible dismissals, they said, right, well, let's go for the wicket at the stumps, and he's going to be across to the off. And if you might get a thick edge or a middle it, and caught leg slip. That's what they worked on.
There's one down the leg side, which was nearly a strangle.
And in fact, in the first test of that series at 2019 at Edgbaston, remember the series when Anderson went bust after 4 overs, they did almost get Smith caught in the leg slip position in that first innings, and it ball just went wide of, I think it might have been Jason Roy, I can't remember who was in leg slip position, but anyway it went wide of whoever it was and went to the boundary or for 2 runs, and they gave up after a while because it didn't work. And Smith got 200s in that game.
Worrell in and defended there by Albert.
And oddly, they never went to that leg slip ploy again until the final test at the Oval, when they got him out caught there.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Smith scored about 750 runs.
Well, you always think with Steve Smith, you always think, oh, he's going to miss one sooner or later, he's going to be LBW, and he just never misses, does he?
He's become, that's absolutely right. He's become a bit more fallible, sort of more of recent times, because I think bowlers have slightly worked him out a bit, and maybe, he's perhaps past his peak slightly, only slightly. But it's definitely a thing, that a leg slip ploy that started to happen a bit around Smith's arrival. This is Atkinson who bowls, and that one's a strange one actually. He tries to drive it, Gubbins, gets a bottom edge into the pitch, and the ball dribbles back to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. I think it was, you've got to go.
Kevin James.
I think it was a ploy anyway. That obviously bowlers, funnily enough, bowlers in the 1970s did use leg slips quite often because there was a lot of in-swing bowlers in those days, but that sort of in-swinger type of bowler kind of went out of the game for a while, and therefore so did the leg slip. But it seems to have come back a bit now, although Atkinson hasn't got one. He bowls to Gubbins, who cuts and hits it not that firmly, but wide of the third man fielder, so they get a couple of runs. Takes Hampshire to 66 for 1. Did you ever have a leg slip, Kev, when you were bowling to a right-hander, maybe?
I was never quick enough.
You don't have to be quick, do you? I mean, you can. If you swing it a bit into the right-hander, there's always a chance it's going to go to leg slip.
That's true. I tended to have more of a short leg, if that was the case.
Yeah, right, yeah. I suppose that makes sense, really.
Yeah.
I think nowadays, when batsmen are playing more in front of their pad, the leg slip probably makes more sense. This one defended by Gubbins. You know what I mean? The vogue for getting bat out in front of it. When we played, bat and pad close together was more likely to bring about caught short legs.
It was.
Little tiny inside edge onto pad, squeezing the ball up in the air, as in fact Rory Burns did today. But now, with players batting with a bat out in front of their pad, it's less likely to go to short leg. Atkinson bowls with a solid defensive stroke by Gubbins.
And that's because of DRS, isn't it, really? Where batters are looking to use the bat more than the pad. It's changed thinking.
Yeah. It's changed technique and everything, And of course, in a way, it's funny, but it's changed technique even in domestic game, where they don't have DRS. Though I predict we'll have DRS in county cricket in 2 years.
Right.
They are. I said it here. Atkinson bowls. Gubbins turns to deep square leg. He's going to get at least one. Good throw comes back. He has to hurry, but he gets back in time and turns that into 2. So good cricket by Hampshire here, keeping the scoreboard ticking along. 68 for 1 they are now in the 32nd over. So it hasn't been rapid scoring, but it's been purposeful and solid so far. Past halfway towards the Hampshire, the Surrey first innings of 127. Atkinson bowls again, a Yorker dug out firmly actually by Gubbins, but well fielded by the bowler. End of the over. 68 for 1. Thank you very much. That's me for today. See you later.
Thank you, Yozza.
Cheers.
Great to have you as always. Simon Hughes, the analyst. What a bonus it's been to have him this season. It won't be the same when you go. He's gone temporarily. I don't think he's around for the rest of the game, unfortunately, but he's been around a few days this year, imparting his wisdom.
Looks emotional leaving, actually.
Look at him waving to the crowd as he goes. Wonderful stuff. Great stuff from Hampshire here.
Really good.
They are very methodical in their reply with the bat at the moment. As Worrell comes in, he's got shape on the ball at the moment, and that's a good leave. That's been a feature, especially from Toby Albert. His leaving outside of the off stump, especially to Worrell, has been exemplary.
It must be so hard as well, because Dan Worrell really comes from wide of the crease, big angle in, doesn't he? So he's always running at you.
Yep.
And you know that he's going to swing it away, but which one is he going to sort of hold cross seam or roll the innie to you? And yeah, it must be horrible. Doesn't look good. We are the perfect angle from here. Is he's running right towards us. Beautiful batting conditions now, though.
None for 10 in his 9th over here, Worrell. There's the one that comes back. Driven out square from Albert. That's what I've liked about Toby Albert. He actually, by and large, has picked the one that has either stayed on line or just come fractionally back into him. That's come off the bottom of the bat, the last one. I can tell you it has, because he just looked at it.
Yeah, that's going to send vibrations up to his hands. Not ideal, but he's still there. He got 11 and 3 last time, or last year, last game of the season against Surrey. He's already passed that. His previous best for Hampshire, I think, is 25. Did you say?
26, I
26.
think, in the Somerset game here. I'd have to look that up though.
Hey.
Just gets turned around a fraction. Let's push that out into the covers.
Not sure if I mentioned to you last time, Kev, but Dan Worrell qualifies as an English player in April 2025. So Jimmy Anderson's leaving us this year. He could be definitely the one that, you know, what is he, 30, how old is he, 34?
He'll be 33 next year.
Well, there you go. He's
When he
had
qualifies.
plenty of, you know, still got 8 years if he's going to go as well as Jimmy Anderson. I'd think, well, it depends obviously what Stokes and everybody wants to do, but I'd love to see him in an English shirt, especially he's used to bowling with a Kookaburra ball.
In again from the pavilion end and bowls. Again, that's a good leave. That is very close to the off stump, but he knows what he's doing here, Toby Albert. He knows Worrell predominantly is swinging the ball away. And Worrell is a little excited, especially that ball, when he sees the ball go past the off stump, but it's a good leave.
It's got a good pace here as well. And Worrell's getting it to come through.
He's not quite getting the bounce that he enjoyed against Hampshire at the Oval.
Oh, right, okay.
3 or 4 weeks ago. He was getting bounce as well as, and he got 5 wickets, I think, in the first innings off the top of my head. Comes in again and bowls. Albert just has a little steer into the covers. He doesn't time that either. But he'll pick up a single, and he moves on to 15. 69 for 1. He will also keep the strike. Yes, in that win by an innings and 11 runs, Worrell picked up 5 for 47 in the Hampshire second innings.
An email from Chris Treasuring, if I've said that right. What performance so far by Hampshire? It is, Chris, but not even halfway there yet. Great to see Kyle Abbott back to his best, and superb work from Liam Dawson.
Thought it was the end of the over there from that, but it's
So did
not.
I, yeah.
Worrell's in again, this time to Gubbins. Outside of the off stump, the ball straightens a fraction, but nothing too alarming. 69 for 1, Hampshire trail by 58.
He also says, it looks like Dan Lawrence has bowled a few no balls and nothing has been given. Are you noticing the same? Can't say I have noticed. It's very hard for us to see any front foot, but I certainly didn't notice anything from his back foot, which I assume that's what you're alluding to, Chris.
Oh, back foot, right, okay. surreycricket@gmail.com is the email address.
We have another email from Simon Jones. Quick shout out for HCL player loans. Some Hampshire League Division 5 and 6 sides are on the lookout for players tomorrow if anyone fancies donning the whites. Have you heard of any of these sides? Follens, Sleep Langford 2s, Overwallop, Havant 3s and Litchett. Well, if the weather's like this tomorrow and you haven't got a game, then there's a few clubs looking for some by the looks of things.
It's the Hampshire Cricket Board.
And there's going to be
Simon
a change.
Jones.
First time of we're going to see some leg spin. So we've seen a bit of off spin from Dan Lawrence from the other end. We're now going to see Cam Steele, who came into the side replacing Kemar Roach, who's got a bit of a knee injury, we hear. Cam Steele has taken, I think he's the second leading wicket taker for Surrey this year, behind Worrell. Straight on the money to Toby Albert. So it's going to be a different challenge now, with the ball spinning away from Toby Albert. He's got a deep cover, a catching cover, and 4 on the leg side, which surprises me. You've got to catch a mid-wicket mid-on, short fine leg and a deep square leg for that slog sweep. Comes in, number 44 on the back of his shirt, driven from Albert into that cover area where Sibley's just waiting for that. Is it Sibley? No, Sibley's at first slip. Dan Lawrence at cover. Cam Steele tossing the ball from one hand to the other, comes in. Bowl slips shorter this time, and Albert punches it into the offside and gets a good single. Well fielded there though by Gus Atkinson and backed up by Dan Worrell. Yeah, he's looked, certainly in the last sort of few overs, Kev, Albert's looked a bit busier, looking to sort of rotate it a bit better. I think he was 5 off 50 odd balls early on, but look, he's doing a great job. Exactly what James Vince would want from him. He's taken his chance, and as a batter, you've got to be selfish. The worst place to bat is in the pavilion, so he'll be out there. Doesn't care how many balls he faces. He'll want to spend as much time out in the middle as possible, and whoever comes in after him is going to make it a bit easier.
Yeah, and this is a big innings in the game.
Huge.
Hampshire can get a decent lead here.
Sometimes things like this, if he can make a bit of a score here, that can really kickstart his career as well. He's only 22. This is still into Gubbins, who's looked actually really good since he's come in. Moves on to 14. So 14 off the 31 balls he's faced. 13 overs remain after this over, ahead of schedule. It's just approaching 5:30. Cam Steele's been right on the money so far. And Albert is on the back foot and punches it through the offside to a deep backward point for 1 run. Hampshire 72 for 1 now. The deficit just 55. Every run closer to that, with 1 down, Hampshire be very, very happy. The short leg comes in now for Gubbins, and he hits it to that man. And Toby Ablett comes down. You do not want to get out that way, Toby. He's done all the hard work. Don't get run out now. That completes the first over from Steele. Not a massive amount of spin, but yeah, very well navigated there from the Hampshire batsers.
Sorry, I can't see that email from Simon Jones. That's the Hampshire Cricket League, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a loan.
I think the Twitter
scheme.
name is.
Was it on Twitter?
No, it is an email. Maybe because I've got it open, but the Twitter is at HCL Player Loans.
Right, so that's how to get in touch if you fancy a game.
Yeah.
With any of those clubs.
Yep.
Which clubs are it? So just remind everybody.
The clubs are Follens, Steeple Langford 2s, Over Wallop, Havant 3s, and Litchett.
There you go. Here's Worrell, start a new over, and again that's a good leave from just outside of stomp. Ollie Pope at second slip, and just getting, thinking, oh gosh, that's close, but Albert does know what he's doing here. They're very good leaves, very easy to play at those.
Do you know Simon, do you?
Yes, Simon Jones of the Hampshire Cricket Board. Yep.
So he's also said, I'm hoping for a better weekend after last weekend.
Did he? Oh, he plays a bit, yes.
He's playing for the Portsmouth 4th team versus Kerala.
He might be slipping down.
I'll bring your own tea. That'll be carb loading. Well, Simon,
It's pushed out on the offside, no run.
one of the questions earlier, Simon, if you are listening in, is what did Carl Abbott have for his lunch? And if you do know what any of the players having for their lunch these days, let us know. Because it clearly worked. A fantastic spell from Carl Abbott earlier. 5 for 13 off his 11 overs. 11 overs in the trot. Got Jamie Smith with an absolute perler last ball before lunch, and then he went on for a spree after that. Took 3 wickets after that without any runs.
Here's Worrell again, runs towards us and bowls to Albert. Full. Albert just gets slightly opened up there as it goes out into the covers.
Another email from Ralph Brooker. Ralph's been sent a few in today. Ralph, thanks for sending in. Hi Kev, Dan, Anthony and Simon. As a Hampshire fan, I have no problem with Albert's run rate. It's just what Vince needs. Coming in at 4 with overs in the bowler's legs and the ball 30 overs old, excellent. Felt for Fletcher though. Yeah, no, spot on, Ralph. He's doing a fantastic job for Hampshire at the moment and hopefully continues.
Here's Worrell again, bowls. Albert's forward. Pushes it out quietly square on the offside. Yeah, Fletcher Middleton a little bit unlucky. Went to sweep Fletcher. Went to sweep Darren Lawrence, and it's one of those wickets that you don't often see, where the ball comes off the middle of the bat, down the leg side, and caught by the keeper. There's Worrell at the top of his mark. Here's Worrell again. Always played very late into the ground there by Albert. Stephen Clark has emailed again. He's on the ground, likes to email. Even says to me after the game, I'm going to email you lots. sonatcricket@gmail.com. Would you please give our mate Neil Prowse a mention, says Stephen. He's decided to go caravanning rather than spend his time with us. That might be telling you something, Stephen. Chris, Dave and I really miss him and his insightful analysis. Right. Having said that, he took 10 Surrey wickets whilst away. Here's Worrell again. Again, that's a good leave outside the off stump. End of the over, 72 for 1. We've got 12 overs left in day one. Hampshire trail by 55. He goes on to say, having said that, he took 10 Surrey wickets, says Stephen, whilst away, and we have voted not to have him back in the gang. The longer he's away, the more wickets we take. Well, there you are. That's so. On the one hand, you're disappointed he's decided to go caravanning, and then now he's away, the more wickets Hampshire take. So can't have it. Can't have it always. Thank you, Stephen.
What a gorgeous evening at the Utilita Bowl. The sun is shining. It's been a quite chilly day really, but this is perfect batting conditions now. As Gubbins faces Cam Steele as he bowls wide. Gubbins' soft hands drops it into the offside for no run. Gubbins, who's on 14, and Albert very watchful for his 17 so far, is doing a fantastic job for Hampshire, and James Vince will be next in and be hoping that they can continue right to the end. We've got 12 overs remaining after this one. I was a bit shorter this time, and Gubbins flicks it off his legs to a square fine leg, and they will take the single.
There's nothing there for Steele in the pitch, is there?
Doesn't look like it.
No.
I think bowling a little bit quicker than what Dawson was for sure. Dawson bowled it really slow start off with, didn't he? Really floated.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what done for Dom Sibley. His bowls again flat, kept a bit low that one, and Albert's opened himself up, back foot punched it through to cover for one, and that's one of those where if there's any photographers out there, that would look superb.
He's also bowling it a little too short
Yeah.
on this pitch. Going to pitch it up a
I would
little
have thought
bit
maybe
further.
even try going around the wicket and get it into those footholes again, especially with Gubbins. There's certainly some rough out there caused by the bowlers today. Gubbins back on strike, bit fuller this time, and that's flicked. That's kind of missed out there by Gubbins. It hits it straight to mid-on. Pretty much could have hit that wherever he wanted, did Gubbins, and he hit it straight to Rory Burns. It's one of those where you're not expecting a full toss. When you get it, you kind of just want to keep it along the ground. Here we go, Steele. Slightly closer to the umpire, and again he's short. Gubbins rocks back, flicks it off his legs. That's fielded in the deep for 1 run again. You're right, Kev, it's been a bit too short so far.
Yeah. And you're right, he hasn't mixed it up by coming round the wicket just to see what would happen. Mind you, he was only in his second over.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get used to it, especially leg spinners. And that is flighted that time, and Toby Albert plays that very well. Hits it into the vacant cover region, where Sean Abbott picks it up, who's now wearing a long sleeve jumper. And that concludes the 36th over. Hampshire 76 for 1, and just need the 51 to make all things par.
Did you read this one from Mick Bicknell?
No, I don't think so.
Right, well, Mick's emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com for the attention of Simon Hughes. Well, we're going to mention it anyway. He's not here. He might be in the car actually travelling back to London. If he's in the car, I know he listens, so he might get this. So to Simon Hughes from Mick Bicknell, who's in Bournemouth. I'm coming up to the match tomorrow, that's Saturday, for the Hampshire Members' Day in the Shane Warne Suite, celebrating the career of Chris Wood. That's right, it's the Members' Day tomorrow. That's right, they've got Chris Wood up there doing a Q&A, I think. I'm also looking forward to seeing you, this is Simon, and David Gower at the Chalk History Festival on the 30th of June, talking about the history of Test cricket. Obviously something that Simon Hughes is involved in. So sounds like that'll be a lot of fun tomorrow. Yes, Members' Day up in the Shane Warne stand, I think it is.
Change of bowling bollocks things.
It is, and we've got some Jordan Clark from the pavilion end outside the off stump again, and Toby Albert quite happy to leave everything just outside or a little further outside off stump, because that ball again is shaping away, just as Dan Worrell was doing.
Sorry, Kev. I mentioned earlier. We mentioned earlier what a fantastic spell of bowling that was from Kyle Abbott. And we all wondered what he had for lunch. And a member has just messaged in saying, Michael Lee said, I saw him as he came off the pitch, and I said, remember what you had for lunch after that performance? And Abbott said nothing.
Didn't he?
So yeah.
Drive out into the covers there from Albert, no run.
I'm sure he had some sort of protein bar or.
He may have had 2 pieces of cake, who knows?
That's from Michael Lee, who's sitting in front of the pavilion. So thanks for the email, Michael. You're in the shade over there. Good view.
Yes, it's that time of the day where the Shane Warne stand and the members' pavilion offers total shade to those sitting in the stands, and this end, totally the opposite, outside the off stump. Again, it's left alone where you are totally exposed, but this is where the majority of the people are sitting, just below us and around to our right.
I would be as well. I think it's
Would you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty chilly early, wasn't it? Dan and I went to the side of the ground to have some lunch, and it was pretty chilly, and yeah, it's lovely now.
Certainly is. 76 for 1. Toby Albert, 19 off 102 balls. Concentrating hard out there, giving Hampshire a platform. Clips that away, get another single here. There is a deep square leg. Albert moves on to 20, and it's 77 for 1, and the deficit between these two is 50.
Okay, I'm going to swap out now for Dan, who's still wearing his sunglasses.
Is that relevant? I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. Perhaps Dan can explain. I don't know.
I think he's casting aspersions at my umpiring, Kevin, actually, but there you go.
What you can't see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's Jordan Clark again, right arm over, pace bowler, and Gubbins just quietly pushes that out on the onside. Well, there's no doubt about it, Hampshire just happy just to play at their own pace here. They know this innings, in its entirety, is very, very important in the context of the game.
It's building the foundations for a big total, and you know, there's no hurry. There's so much time left in this game. I mean,
right.
You've got 3 days of 96 overs plus 10 remaining today. There's so much time here. There's no pressure on Albert or Gubbins at all. Just bat, and bat more.
That's right. Here's Jordan Clark again. A little bit of extra oomph into that delivery as Gubbins turns that away behind square for another single. And Hampshire, at the end of that over, move on to 78 for 1. Yes, it is. It's that's the beauty about bowling a side out quickly.
Yeah.
In the first innings, you then leave masses of time to get in front if you can.
Well, it's a little bit like the game at the Oval where Surrey bowled Hampshire out for 151, and then suddenly, you know, they thought, right, we're just going to bat once here. We're going to get ourselves into a position where we can build a big, commanding total, and then scoreboard pressure does funny things to sides, doesn't it?
Definitely. And we saw Rory Burns literally drop anchor, didn't we? He scored 100.
Yeah.
Didn't give a chance, just batted at his own pace, was happy batting slowly but surely ground Hampshire into the ground.
Yep, here's Cameron Steele. Oh, that's snaked along the ground a little. That's the first one we've really seen today do that. A couple have kept a little low, but that's really grubbed, that one. Yeah, I think what we saw there, Burns ground one out, and then Jordan Clark came and
smashed it.
Yeah, that's well bowled there by Cameron Steele, searching for those footholes outside Gubbins off stump there, looking to spin one back through his gate.
Yeah, it's going to be too straight though, really, isn't it? Bowling the line he's on.
I think so. You like to see him come around?
The wicket,
Yeah.
Try it.
Steele, driven nicely, straight, as that's a sprawling stop there by Dan Worrell.
A couple more pitched up now. That's Cameron Steele.
Yep. Missed out in the last game against Worcestershire. Here he comes in. That's good spin. I think Albert's actually played inside that.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually played at that. Albert's been very impressive for me. Showed a lot of maturity here.
Yeah, I mean, it is slow, there's no doubt about it, but as we've explained, it's there's no time pressure on him at the moment.
Yeah.
No time pressure whatsoever.
Steele bowls, and Albert again defends. I mean, you played with against Chris Tavares back in the day.
Yes.
He could get on with it though when he wanted to.
Well, that was the thing. His one-day record, his strike
Yeah.
rate was amazing, but anything longer than 1 day just drops anchored.
Yeah. Steele in. Oh, Albert doesn't want to go back there. That's too full to be going on the back foot too, but he's got away with it. 79 for 1. Albert's on 20, Gubbins on 18. I remember him in innings in Australia. I think in 82, 83 perhaps. I think it was a 1 day where he's just, or it might have been a test match, where he's just wiping it to leg, like hoiking like down to cow corner all the time.
Yeah, amazing. Just there was 2 sides to him, wasn't it? 2 very big sides to him. Wasn't the same player.
No.
Depending on the format.
And you know, Kent fans have. I mean, obviously he's been pilloried over the years, hasn't he, Tavares, for slow scoring. And Kent fans said often in the John Player League, Sunday League 40 over stuff, that he would often score really quickly. He looked a really fluent player.
Here's Jordan Clark trying his luck again with a new over outside of the off stump, and the ball dies as it goes through to Jamie Smith. Was it his nephew that played for Gloucestershire?
Will Tavares.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he only had 2 or 3 seasons.
What happened to him then?
I think he just got released and...
Because I think he got a 90 against Hampshire or something.
Did he?
Got some runs 1 year down at Bristol, I remember, because that's the first time I'd really noticed him.
Yeah. I think when you see that name as well, it makes you sit up and take notice. It's an unusual name.
And also probably doesn't help his career, but he only had 2 or 3 years and then he just fizzled out, did he?
I think so.
His gubbins, goes out into the covers.
Yeah, I think so. You get players like that, don't you? Just sort of have, 2, 3 years where they actually make the first team, so they're good enough to make the first team, and they just, disappear out of the game.
Yeah, it's a big leap to get into the first team. It's an even bigger leap to stay there.
Yeah.
79 for 1 in the sunshine here at the Utilita, coming towards the end of day 1 as Jordan Clark comes in, searching for a second wicket. Gubbins works that out in front of square on the offside. There might have been a throw at the bowler's end had it been picked up cleanly. It wasn't. I think Gubbins would have been home anyway. Who was that? Who was that?
What field?
That was Sean Abbott. Yeah.
Sean Abbott, yeah. I think it's absolutely glorious here. I mean, we've had a decent crowd. Quite a few have made the journey down the M3 from Surrey as well.
Yeah.
There's kids playing cricket down below us to the right, back at the back of the seats. It's like sort of a throwback. People having a few cold ones on a Friday night. It's lovely. Fantastic.
Yeah. The golf club bar is at this end of the ground, just to our left, outside the off stump. That's 2 bounces through to Smith. Yeah, I saw somebody sitting down below us with a Liam Dawson shirt on, and he wasn't young. And it wasn't a member of his family that I could see. I don't know. I'm not sure I know every member of Liam Dawson's family or immediate family, but I don't think it was anybody that I recognised.
Well, he's from
was obviously a
Swindon.
big fan. Maybe from Swindon.
Yeah.
Swindon Way.
Melinda Messenger, she was from Swindon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. The pop band XTC, they were from Swindon. Do you remember them?
I do.
We're all making plans for Nigel. Cowley.
Nigel Cowley. Bit of a chat here between Rory Burns and Jordan Clark. It's going to be a slight field change. There is a leg slip which is now going to more leg gully. Might be some short deliveries coming in here, because otherwise I don't think it's going to carry through from a normal length. Here's Jordan Clark, full delivery, and Albert works that out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, double bluff there. Sibley's gone into leg slip. So Pope is probably still at second slip, actually. He's sort of floating between first and second, isn't he?
There's a gap there, isn't there?
Yeah. Cameron Steele at point. Extra cover. Burns at mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Deep square. Long leg.
Length ball. to Albert. He's nicely in behind that one. Again, pushes that up towards straightish mid-wicket, end of the over. Albert now has 20, and that's come off 109 balls. Gubbins, 19 from 44. Hampshire are 80 for 1. We've got 8 overs left in the day. 47 behind that one wicket that has fallen. Fletcher Middleton went to sweep Dan Lawrence and literally off the face of the bat somehow keeper taking the catch down the leg side. Very, very unlucky. He was out for 35.
It was unlucky. I thought it was a very good take from Jamie Smith though as well. He had to move his gloves quite a long way. I thought it was a superb bit of glove work.
It was.
Cameron Steele going to be bowling from the northern, from the hotel end of the ground. Too short and just worked around the corner. It's where our commentary box is, perched on the top floor here. Lovely vista, lovely view over to our right, over to the west, Hampshire countryside. This ground nestled in the trees here, very pleasant. Oh, there's probably one there. Gubbins wasn't interested, just thick inside edge, dribbles out to the vacant square leg area, but Gubbins didn't fancy it. But these two putting the hosts into a commanding position here. It still floats that one up. Noticeably, I think the Surrey bowlers have pushed it through a lot quicker than Liam Dawson did earlier on. We spoke about Dawson giving it a little bit more air than what I've seen him bowl in the past, and I thought he bowled beautifully. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 21 tells a story. His Steele, full toss, drilled back to him there by Albert. Both batters on 20. That's well bowled. That's the area Cameron Steele needs to be. Just taking a thick outside edge. It's played well, played with soft hands there by Albert, but
It's been a very mature innings.
it has been.
I know it's only been 20 runs, but it's been a hard-fought 20.
Steele probing away. Albert defends. 81 for 1. There's 7 overs left in the day. Listening to Dan White and Kevin James on BBC Solent Sport, BBC Radio London, live on the Hampshire stream, and there's a few people listening around the ground. I'm sure if you're in the Shane Warne stand over there, give us a wave. No one's waving. No one's waving to us, Kev. We're not feeling the love from the Shane Warne stand over there. Not feeling the love.
No, mate. You have to try harder.
Yeah.
So what have we got? We got still got Jordan Clark, haven't we? Coming in. Got 2 slips, bowling to the left-hander, Nick Gubbins. Gubbins drives slightly wide, doesn't time it. It goes into the gap in the covers. It's racing over the wickets, and it may just make it. It does. Well, it didn't look as though he timed it. He didn't try and hit it too hard, but luckily for Gubbins, it's travelling along the square, so the grass is a little shorter.
I think the outfield has also quickened up considerably over the day. I think a bit of sunshine on it and no rain.
No, fortunately. And the clouds there were, and there were quite a few clouds this morning, virtually all gone. It's a beautiful evening. 85 for 1.
Bit of cloud after lunch as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And Carl Abbott took full advantage.
Oh. Yes, looking forward to seeing what he has to say about things tonight. Complete contrast for him and the previous 3 home games. Enjoyed this one outside the off stump, and Smith takes that one. Nice carry on that occasion. But, yeah, it's lovely. And it's any cricket ground this time of the day, when you're getting towards the end of day's play in the summer, perfect. It's what it's all about.
Ode to be in England in the summertime.
Yeah, it's ideal.
Yeah.
Bars open. Not that I frequent many of them, but they are.
This is what he's saying on air. Off air, it's a different matter, trust me.
There's going to be a change of angle here from Jordan Clark, because he's now going to go round the wicket. The field changes as well with a deep square leg. There is a fine leg, and that leg slip has just moved across as well. and the man on the drive on the leg side. Gubbins off the back foot steers that to backward a point. Sean Abbott doesn't pick the ball up cleanly, but takes the sting out of the shot. But, yeah, almost a perfect summer's evening. The shadows are starting to make their way across the ground now from the far end. A few of the people are going home now. It's always around this time, isn't it? People start to gather their belongings and start to make their way slowly towards the exits. What's happening now is Clark bowls, Gubbins is forward, playing that up to mid-on.
Surrey back here next Thursday as well in the Vitality Blast T20.
Yes. Will you be back for that one?
No, I'm covering Gloucestershire versus Essex. So I think it's Guy Swindles or maybe Churchy's back. Hopefully Churchy's back. But yeah.
Yeah, Mark
But
Church.
if he's not, if you're listening in, Churchy, we hope you're well, pal.
He loves it down here, so he may just return for that one. But you're doing a fine job standing in for him, Dan. Always kept very low, outside of the off stump, and Gubbins is on his knees there, as if to say, look, that is kept ridiculously low. Watch on the replay here. Clark's round the wicket, and bowls, and oh my word, hasn't bounced at all. We've seen a few, haven't we, recently? A couple from Cameron Steele, now one from Jordan Clark.
And it does make you think Hampshire are going to want a big lead here if they've got to bat last on this.
Yeah, definitely.
You know.
Definitely. Clark in again, bowls. Gubbins is forward.
But going back to Churchy, you know, thank you to the Surrey fans who've been very nice to me as well. Considering I'm from north of the river, I'm actually still alive, which is a good start in South London. So
you're a foreigner, aren't you?
I am,
in Surrey terms.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if I was a cabbie, I wouldn't go south of the river, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, well, you've managed to navigate the minefield pretty well.
Yeah, I'm still alive. Put it that way. I'm still around. I'm still talking, just about.
Cameron Steele was going to continue. 4 overs, none for 9. Doesn't really seem to be too much in this pitch for him. I thought being a wrist spinner, traditionally they tend to get a little bit more than the finger spinners, but I don't know how much of a turner of the ball he is. I guess his early season form would suggest that he does turn the ball quite a bit, but we haven't seen too much evidence of it here yet.
Here he comes to Toby Albert, who just noodles that one into the onside through the vacant square leg area and picks up a single. So Hampshire slowly chipping away at this deficit, just 41 behind now with 9 wickets in hand, which is, they're putting themselves into a very good position.
Slowly, still a bit to do yet though, isn't there? I mean, the current scoring rate, 41 deficit, that's another 20 overs. Which is well into tomorrow morning.
Here we go, he's going to go around the wicket now, which is what Kevin James has been asking for.
It's been worth a try, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Just changing angle. Here we go, around the wicket. Puts it into the footholes and really a little too full there, and Gubbins drives nicely into the offside for a single. So I think tomorrow will be a fascinating day's play. I really do. I think it will be really interesting to see Hampshire's total, where they end up. That's well bowled there by Steele as Albert goes onto the back foot, plays it back to him. It'll be interesting to see where Hampshire go here tomorrow. Do they, you know, just continue to bat the way they're doing and build a platform, which I think is probably the right way on this wicket? Oh, that's a little short there from Steele, and then another one that proper daisy cutter there.
Blimey.
Keeps low, and Albert does pretty well to keep that one out. Kevin James.
They're starting to come a bit more regularly, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. That's left alone by Albert. So this pitch was used. So it's really a 5th day pitch. This, isn't it?
Well, no,
or not.
It's a used pitch.
Is it glued or anything like that?
I don't know. The only game that I know was told that was on it was only a Charlotte Edwards Cup game last weekend.
Okay. Tossed up, full bunger, and that's been smashed, and only got one because due to a good bit of fielding out there by Gus Atkinson.
Got away with that.
He did get away with it. That should have been somewhere towards Bournemouth, I think, but he played it along the deck. He gave it respect, and he adds another one to his total. Albert now on to 22. Gubbins on to 25, and we're going to see Kevin James depart the commentary box, and we're going to have the return of Anthony Clapham. Sure, there's a few people from Clapham probably listening in to Anthony Clapham with this Surrey South London boys tuning in.
Good place to live. And there's quite a few Aussies used to be there as well, Clapham. It's Jordan Clark into Albert. And that's kind of, he's blocked it so late that the ball's gone behind him. Nearly missed the stumps. Kept a few Surrey fielders, got them a bit excited. But it's been a really good day of cricket for Hampshire. Bowling Surrey out for 127. Now at 88 for 1.
It's a simple game, isn't it? And I think Hampshire batted better, and I think they bowled better than Surrey. And it's a simple game.
Yep. It's Clark bowls at the full this time, and they have got the leg slipping. That's a good bit of cricket there, and there's a Sibby threw the ball from leg slip. It's bounced, and Toby Albert's played it well and got out of the way there as well. So
had to
good bit of cricket from Albert.
Had to weave the throw.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe the ball hasn't done as much since the sun's been out for Surrey. I'd say, helping Surrey out a bit or giving them a bit more credit, I guess. But yeah, Hampshire batted within themselves, I'd say. I think Surrey played more shots for sure as Clark's in. Dabs it down to the vacant third man area where there will be a chase on now for Albert as he comes back. Will he come back for 3 or is he going to stick with 2? He wants his third one, but Gubbins sends him back. That's good fielding down there.
Do you think this is one of those look up, not down grounds where the overheads come into it more than the pitch, perhaps?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, the home game so far has been pretty. I wouldn't say flat, but just a bit slow. Hampshire's strengths for sure this week have been maybe with their spin bowlers. We know Surrey's got a fantastic seam attack. That's left alone by Albert. But saying that, Carl Abbott and Nisa bowled brilliantly, and so did Keith Barker actually. Keith Barker didn't get any wickets, and he might not get all the plaudits, but he bowled really, really well. It's created a bit of rough for Dawson as well. Dawson bowled early in today when it was cold. Has taken those 3 wickets, top 3 batsman, which is unheard of for a spinner in the first session certainly. So, and they've definitely batted better, I'd say, than Surrey. As Toby Albert just plays that into the ground. Sorry, Dan, just one thing. So, if you look at the shots that Ollie Pope played, if you look at the shots, I mean, Jordan Clark was trying to get on with it as well. There's a few of their players that probably played a shot too many, maybe. And if you look at certainly how Middleton's batted, Albert's batted, Gubbins, they're basically batting time.
Yeah, they certainly are.
It's batted back foot into the point.
Yeah, I think Albert's left very well, but take nothing away from Hampshire because Kyle Abbott, he's going to get the plaudits, and rightly so. His spell after lunch was superb, but for me, Liam Dawson, he opened the door for Kyle Abbott to barge through. Dawson left the door slightly ajar, didn't he? And Kyle Abbott bulldozed his way through that door.
He did.
He took, as you said, took the top 3 out, and 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 21. I thought Dawson was absolutely superb today.
He was, and so was the skipper James Vincent, bringing him on early.
Cameron Steele around the wicket. Gubbins tickles that one around the corner. No run.
Surrey have had a few days off so far this season by getting games done early. I know they're trying to play very positive cricket. Bank holiday Monday.
Yeah, yeah.
They're trying to.
Well,
I didn't catch
Gubbins defends.
Sorry, I didn't catch the end of the Surrey game. Did they follow on at all? Who did they play last game? Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Yeah.
No, Surrey were 217 all out, something like that. Worcestershire 128 all out, and Surrey just built a commanding lead, and Worcestershire just crumbled. Oh, he's hit the
no.
bat. Oh, what's going on here?
Wow.
Gubbins has drilled one straight back, called for a single, and the ball's hit Albert's bat at the non-striker's end and just stopped. But luckily, they've both managed to scramble through for a single, but there's a little bit of confusion there for a while.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence is at a sort of short mid-wicket as well, and it nearly went straight to him. And luckily for Hampshire and for Gubbins, it hit Albert's bat and stayed basically where his bat was. It didn't ricochet off to the left or right. If it would have ricocheted off to his right, then Lawrence would have picked up the ball and ran him out.
Steele over the wicket to Albert, who just works that one into the onside through square leg, and they amble through for a single. I've seen Gubbins out in bizarre fashion actually at Cheltenham 2 years ago, where he was actually caught by James Bracey's knees.
Ball just being
Bracey caught him between the knees. So, yeah.
That's the benefits of using pads. I see quite a few keepers don't wear pads anymore because, well, I used to play with Michael Bates, who's an ex-Hampshire player.
Yeah. Just defended there.
And he says to me, or he used to say, you know, if I miss the ball, that's my own fault. You know, I shouldn't miss the ball. So
yeah, there was a very good book, wasn't there?
Yeah. Keeping Up.
Yeah, was it by Tom Hewlin? Tom Hewlin wrote it with him, I think, who's a Hampshire fan in this neck of the woods. That's pulled into short leg. He's all right though.
Fortunately, into the protective area.
Yeah, won't appreciate a half tracker from Cameron Steele there, but that's life at Boot Hill, as they call it.
Yeah, Michael Bates' book, Keeping Up, obviously ex-Hampshire player, amazing wicketkeeper. He was down here, won quite a few trophies, especially in the white ball stuff, standing up to Kabir Ali and all those, loads of. You know, I remember actually playing a club cricket game, and he stood up to me. I'm not fast at all, but he took a leg side stumping off me, which was a wide. I didn't know whether to celebrate or not. It's it's a good book. A lot of good references from you know, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, Joss Butler. He was, you know, unfortunately for him, it was a time where maybe keeping wasn't the most important. Maybe they were looking to get batters in who could keep a bit. So, change of bowling from the pavilion end as Dan Lawrence comes in, replacing Jordan Clark as Albert just knocks it into the offside for no run. Field slightly spread now for the last 2.5 overs. Sorry, so you've got a deep square leg, long on, and a deep cover. You've got one slip and a short leg as Lawrence comes in, cartwheeling arms as Toby Albert drives it. Good fielding off his own bowler from Lawrence as he runs back to his mark. Maybe he's got a tea time at 7 o'clock or something this evening. Last time Albert faced Dan Lawrence, he lofted him over mid-off for 4. Used his feet. This time Albert rocks back and just clips him through mid-on for 1 run. So good batting. Rory Burns makes Gubbins run in, just jogging through there.
Yeah, Albert now just starting to look a little more fluent, hasn't he? He's started off, you know, he's done the hard work. Now he needs to cash in. He's left the ball very well, I think, Toby Albert. Yeah,
and I think he deserves to get to the end of the day unscathed. Hopefully, for him, he's done, you know, a great job for his team. I'm sure James Vince and the head coach will be delighted the way he's batted so far. And Gubbins has backed him up really well as well. So Gubbins is on strike, facing Lawrence, who's going around the wicket now. He'll spin the ball away from Gubbins, and Gubbins just drops it into the floor. And Ollie Pope, who's at first slip, picks it up and throws it back to Lawrence. Just the 2 balls left from this over. Shadows crossing across the ground now. As Lawrence comes in once again, jumps in the air, slightly fired it into the leg stump, and Gubbins flicks it to the leg side where it's picked up by mid-wicket for no run. Last ball of the over, 2 minutes past 6, 2 overs to go after this. Lawrence comes in once again to Nick Gubbins, gets him to play, playing the outside half of the bat, drops it into the offside for no run.
I thought that was noticeably slower through the air there from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah.
And just looking to find that little bit of purchase off the wicket, perhaps. I don't know, but
certainly slower than Cam Steele, and more probably like you mentioned it earlier about the pace that Dawson bowled.
Yeah,
really give it an opportunity to turn as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But he also didn't just bowl pies. He actually, you know, bowled with loop got it above the eye line,
Yeah.
but didn't bowl pies, just bowled it at a very nice pace for the wicket. His steal, this will be the last over from the hotel end of the day as he comes in. As Albert leaves that one alone, we've got Lawrence has gone in at short cover now.
What a
So
lovely
we've got two extra covers.
2 extra covers, yeah.
Yeah, we've still got Ollie Pope in at slip, backward point, deep point. Burns is at mid-off. Tossed up, and that's been spanked by
Just short.
Albert. Just short of the deep mid-wicket boundary. Goes away for 4 runs, but full toss.
Yeah, he's had a few full tosses so far and hasn't managed to put them away, but he certainly put that one, didn't he? Dispatched it over the long-on boundary for nearly a 6, but I think that brings up his highest score for Hampshire.
Yep.
30 now is Toby Albert. He'll be thinking now, really, let's just knuckle down, let's face 130 balls, let's try and get through to the end of play, which is about 5-10 minutes away now.
His steal. Oh, pulls out of that delivery, just loses his footing, has a look at his spikes.
Bit of gamesmanship maybe. Keep him waiting.
Yeah, seeing if there's a little forward press there from Albert perhaps. Tossed up, well bowled.
Good
Albert
pace, that.
defends, yeah. That's noticeably slower as well.
Saw a bit of dust pop up there as well.
Yeah.
Try
Yeah.
to dry the pitches.
Again, slower through the air, and that catches the outside of Albert's bat there. So, I mean, Hampshire is still 30 behind, but a couple that have snaked along the ground, and this Surrey attack do take wickets in clusters. I think Surrey will still have a bit of hope. Again, defended there. And okay, they've had a bad day at the office, but they're not top of the table by such a margin for no reason. And I think they'll come out fighting tomorrow. Steal in. Oh, that's leapt a little bit, that one.
Yeah, I think.
Albert taking one hand off the bat there and just riding the bounce.
Yeah, I think if you look at the experience in the Hampshire middle order, though, you've got Liam Dawson to come, Vince, Ben Brown as well, and you've seen what the tail did last week. But I'm going to leave for the last over and let Kev James see the game in.
Anthony, you've been an absolute pleasure.
I enjoyed today. Thanks.
Yeah,
Dan.
you've been absolutely superb, and we'll see you at the Disability Premier League later in the season. Anthony Clapham there, and welcome back, Kevin James.
Thank you.
Lawrence is going to take us away for the last over of the day. So it's been a really intriguing day's cricket, hasn't it, Kevin?
Well, it's been a good one for Hampshire, isn't it?
Certainly has.
Barring the next 5 balls, something happening.
Lawrence around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who just tickles that one into the square leg region, and they come through for an easy single. But I was saying, I think Surrey will come out fighting tomorrow. They're not top of the table by such a margin for no reason. They've seen a couple keep low, a couple pop. They'll think that they're still in this game. Hampshire is still in deficit, and this Surrey attack do take wickets in clusters.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would be disappointed if Surrey didn't come back hard tomorrow morning.
Lawrence tossed up. That's beautifully driven there by Albert. He's now starting to find his rhythm, and that goes through mid-off for 4 runs. And that brings up the Hampshire 100. Comes up in the 47th over, and Toby Albert, I think, has shown really good application here.
Well, I don't think many people would have had Hampshire getting to 100, only losing 1 wicket.
There's also the 50 partnership there as well. 133 balls in an hour and 18 minutes. Albert with 24 of them, Gubbins 27. Albert just drives that one out to mid-off. So the heroes of the Hampshire innings were Liam Dawson, started it before lunch, opened the door. And then Kyle Abbott absolutely bulldozed his way through that door, which was slightly ajar, with 5 wickets. That's just turned into the onside, no run. Dawson with 3 for 21 off 14, Abbott 5 for 25 off 11, the heroes for the hosts. Rory Burns top scoring with 33 for Surrey, but they've collapsed from 89 for 3 to 120 all out, as that's just defended there by Albert, and that concludes a very good day for Hampshire County Cricket Club. So we'll be back tomorrow, 10:55. Come and join us, because I think it's going to be an intriguing day's play tomorrow, Kevin.
Well, it certainly will. I mean, it's one of those where Surrey have got to come out and get wickets in the morning. We are into the 48th over when we start play at 11 o'clock. Not a million miles away from a second new ball. Hampshire, of course, have got to be careful with that, because the scoring rate isn't particularly quick. But when you look at the scoreboard and you see they are just 25 behind and they have 9 wickets in hand, they are in a mightily handy position.
Yeah, I think the 2 youngsters for Hampshire as well owning the batting. Middleton with 35. Albert's going to resume tomorrow morning on 34. And I think they've really, gutsed it out. So Dan Lawrence, the only Surrey bowler to take a wicket there, as you see on the screen. 1 for 27 off 10. Jordan Clark, none for 23 off 11's bowled reasonably. Dan Worrell, none for 11 off 10. He's probed away. But really, it's Hampshire's day. Take nothing away from the hosts.
Yep, just 25 runs behind. We'll be back, all of us, including Stanley Marissa, tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock.